Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome into our little slice of heaven here, the LPL English broadcast. My name is Yanni. I am joined with a battery that never runs out of juice because this man keeps on going and going. It is Alec Battery, ready for another 6 games I know you got on the slate. I hope you're excited.
Yeah, for sure. This time I'm not filling in for Rude Dude, so I don't have to. I hope he's enjoying his rest over in the EU. But yeah, I was already looking forward to Group B, and I'm more than excited to kind of take through not only with you but Slayer hopefully later.
Yeah, Slayer's got to get in there for the Thunder Talk fans. Everybody loves them. And here's our format that we have going on here for LPL Split 2. Listen, it looks very complex, but it's actually quite easy. Top 2 teams, you're going to Group Ascend. Bottom place team, you're going to Group Nirvana. Third place teams, you go to the qualifiers. Out of those 4 teams, you finish bottom 2, you're going to Group Nirvana. Have fun in the sandbox. You finish top 2, you go to Group Ascend.
Yeah, it's a really unique format, especially because of the fact that it is just going to be able to cut the chaff and allow some of the top teams to play around with those other top teams. And I think the fact that the groups are not even in their numberings is more important. And the change in format, double round robin versus single round robin, is a very big change. And we can go into the kind of the last part of Split 2 because this is just to get us into the group stages of our Split 2. After that, it is a whole lot of other stuff going into playoffs. It's a top 8 teams, but it's top 4 from Group Ascend, and then there's this play-ins where we see bunch of best of 5s in a play-ins between the best teams from the Nirvana group and the bottom 6 from Team Ascend. And that thing at the bottom of your screen, eliminated for the rest of the year, is going to be the bottom 2 teams from Nirvana. One of the most cutthroat format changes we've seen for an international or even for a tier 1 League of Legends.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen anything like that before, Alk. And, I hesitate to wonder what the implications of that will mean for those organizations. It is very worrisome, and hopefully you just don't end up there. You're an organization that's hopefully sitting there going, there's no way we're going to finish in the bottom 2. And a couple of teams here that we don't think will finish in the bottom 2, hopefully, in this group is the Group B that we have going on here today. Anyone's Legend, RNG, Thunder Talk, and Ultra Prime. I think 3 of these teams are pretty comfortably not going to be in those bottom 2.
That's what you expect. But guess what? With the format we have, best of ones, double round robin, every game matters. And it sucks because I think that when you look at the results, you're like, okay, these feel about right with where people are expecting these teams. But the content of the games has been really important. Some of our 3rd and 4th seeds have gotten very close to taking games off of those top 2, and it just means that every single game, again, needs to be, if you're scheduled to win, if you're like, hey, like we are the people that are expected to take the victory, you need to close out in a meaningful fashion.
You got to take care of your scheduled wins. We all know how important those 3rd and 4th place expected matches are. Later on we're going to have RNG versus Ultra Prime, and we've seen in the other groups how important those matches have been. But getting a little too ahead of ourselves with the Ultra Prime talk, we do have RNG in for the first game of the evening. They'll be taking on Thunder Talk. The RNG roster: Xiaoju in the top lane, Milky Way in the jungle, Tongyuan in the mid lane, Jachi and Niket in the bottom lane.
And this was a team that kind of came in and we were like, hey, can they actually kind of hang with the squad? Coming out of Demacia Cup, they never had a lot of time to actually scrim with each other and with the rest of the teams. So coming into Split 1, only 3 best of 5s. They weren't able to put up a pretty good performance, but I think we saw individual flares coming in from especially our rookie of the split, Jachi, here in the AD carry position. This guy coming in, I think, was super exciting, and so far, if this team has been able to kind of ride the wave, use this time really wisely, this might be our team that is able to make some upsets happen.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about Jachi the most is that initially coming in, we're like, okay, it looks like he's going to be a really solid AD carry, but he is impressed throughout Split 1, was a really bright spot for an RNG team that, as you mentioned earlier, wasn't really able to have all that synergy together, wasn't really able to gel, but a lone shining star, somebody you can really build around. And the big question for them is going to be, can you get to Group Ascend?
Yeah. There are two different ways you can make it to Group Ascend with our format. It's top two in the group or win a qualifier match at finishing in third in the group. So many different ways to do it, but if we look at their opponents today, Thunder Talk kind of split one darlings already in 2025.
Yeah, but after their playoff performance, this is a team with a little bit to prove here, Alk Battery. They had that really, really good split one regular season, and then they were out in two series, losing to a BLG team that they had beaten in the regular split. Now, reasons why they may have lost, they may have won that regular season match. BLG played a little disrespectfully, but in the playoffs they were all business. So we really need to see Thunder Talk show that split one was not a mirage.
It was not a fluke, right? And these are hopefully the clips that kind of show what we could expect between these two teams. This was during the group stage and between these two. Obviously, after the match, we got to hear a little bit from BLG's side, and there was not a lot of, I guess, studying being done of Thunder Talk. BLG felt like their form was enough to be able to get away with a win, but that wasn't the case, and I think it, again, came off of two different members really performing. Satab individually, I think, being able to really run the map. And 1XN, this guy has been spending multiple years now here in the LPL, I think, proving himself. And this is supposed to be the Thunder Talk roster that hopefully brings him to the promised land of Group Ascend.
Yeah, I guess BLG should have studied about Satab on Melee Champions. Dude has been an absolute monster to start 2025, and I love that you gave 1XN his flowers, because sometimes it feels like he can kind of go under the radar. He's really reliable, a big rock of the team, just consistently plays well no matter what hand you deal him, and it's really, really nice to see that a team like Thunder Talk has these rocks that they can rely on.
Yeah, Bitchwan has been a player that has, had some troubles here at playing in the LPL for years now, and I think the fact that him and Hoya were able to have such a monumental series here up against BLG and the rest of their group does mean well for Thunder Talk. But we need to see more. Like you were saying, they got into playoffs as a first seed, they lose their first series, they lose their second series, and are immediately out of the tournament. So it's like, cool, you got the upset, but you ended up still losing to BLG anyway. So was it really kind of worth it? I mean, great, you finished higher than you ever have in your Oryx history, but you didn't do much.
It's almost like the meme of the guy on the podium with the champagne, and they just ended up so far down the line, sadly, even after they started out so hot. But the good news is, for most of us here, many believe that they will still be a top two team getting out of this group. Take a look at the predictions for everybody on the show. I have questions. I have questions.
What do you mean?
Please.
Ask questions.
Yes. So I like RNG a lot myself, but I do not think that they're going to be able to beat out Thunder Talk. Why do you think RNG is going to finish second out of this group and knock off the darlings of Split 1 Thunder Talk?
So, one, I'm a huge Niket fan. I think that his year last year was really, really strong in the LPL, and it was unfortunate to not see him find a team in Split 1. I think it's always going to be difficult when you go back to TES's Challenger team, and you're having to replace either Crisp or Mako. That's just never going to happen. Ends up finding a spot onto RNG, but isn't subbed in until the very last season of the regular split. And despite all that, not only were Niket and Jachi, I think, still a really great pair despite the swap, I think Tangyuan has been really improving his game. He was one of the worst players in 2024, unfortunately. RNG as a whole wasn't doing very well, and so I really do believe that this RNG team, with the improvements that they were able to make during Split 1, have been showing more consistent games. It's just up against TT, man. Like, I really do believe that TT... I'm going to be real. I think the win was a fluke versus BLG, and we saw it reflected in playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? You really can't argue with that. The results are what they are, and if you go and watch the games, too, you can just see it's a stark difference. BLG felt like Batman in the Batcave, right? They had time to prepare, and they decided we were not going to lose this series under any circumstances. I really like what you mentioned about Tangyuan as well. It felt like he was certainly making more impact in these games in Split 1 than he was compared to the end of 2024. that impact wasn't exactly always positive. He wasn't always able to make plays and convert. However, he was the one that had the game in his hands and had that sort of agency. And if he's able to just nail down that consistency, you know what? You could be onto something. RNG could make it out of this group in second place.
Wait, you gave me questions because you're like, oh, like he's just kind of, saying RNG's going to be there. Can we talk about our producer here? This guy had RNG first, AL second. Like, I'm the one that's getting questioned.
Listen, if I could put our producer on the spot and have him speak to the people, I absolutely would.
That's the best part. He can't defend himself.
Oh,
okay?
this is true.
Brother,
we can
what
are you doing?
Him.
What is this selection that we have here coming in first over anyone's legends? Oh, they finished second. He done no ball. He done no ball. Yeah. Sorry.
Maybe we don't know ball. Maybe Bread's onto something here.
Maybe Bread is onto something. I think the Bread's gone moldy. I gotta be honest with
Damn.
you.
Let him know. Look, if Yanni's Cam and Mike suddenly go missing in the middle of this broadcast, you know why, okay? Let's just keep that in the back of our minds for the rest of the series. All right, at least for the first 3 games, which is what we have you here for.
Yeah, and now really getting into the weeds of this matchup for Thunder Talk and RNG. This support change for this bottom lane and the meta changes as well. We're going to see the Jachi and Niket go heads up against 1xN and Feather. And, as everybody knows, you didn't really often go heads up against bot lanes. There were some scenarios where you would opt into the standard lanes, but we had the affectionately named Australia lanes for most of Split 1. Or actually, all of Split 1.
The fact that lane swaps are now gone does mean that they have to kind of change some of their strategy. I know that yesterday, IG, after a couple of their wins, they had an on-stage interview. I don't remember if it was Mako or Rookie, but they were attributing the fact that now that lane swaps are gone, they can kind of focus more on laning phase and how standard they're going to be able to, or standardize the game, and that has really been attributing some of their success and why they were able to end up 3-0 in that group. So I wonder how much of effect this is going to have, especially because these 2 bot lanes have actually been pretty good mechanically speaking. I think especially in the 2v2, the big change for me is, again, what are our top laners going to look like, and how does this affect the matchup when a lot of our top lane kind of bouts so far early into this split already have been Mbessa and then random fighter champion, right? We are just doing all carries top lane right now.
Yeah, it's really been a hard left turn, right? In Split 1, it felt like they were trying to put the round peg in the square hole, essentially, playing these 2v1 scenarios where you can't do a damn thing. But now it's going to be that much more in the heads-up 1v1, your early game skirmishing. Because if, an Mbessa, as an example, is able to get an early lead, right, and their lane is able to be in a positive state for them, I mean, this champion has just run over people. Like, we have seen crazy damage numbers come out from Mbessa's in the first 2 games of the round robin stage, right? So some top laners, I'm looking at you, Hoya, who has played tanks, who has really sacrificed it for your team. Are you going to be able to stop somebody who plays these carries? Are you going to be able to be a guy who plays these carries?
Everybody in top lane has played some Mbessa games so far in the season, so not, too unsurprising to see if Hoya's going to be able to pick it up. It's just a matter of, for TT, how much this does affect, especially when we're talking about how the mid lane has kind of evolved. We're getting some more control mages started to pop up, and while the melees are still good, my eyes in terms of consistency is really Hoya and Beichuan. I think that Hoya has the tendency to sometimes become like a black hole of pressure for the team, and Beichuan, I think he just has these like moments in games where he just goes forward and then dies, and he just loses all his HP, and he suddenly makes it very difficult for his team to play the game. He has always, I think, been a player that has relied on being exciting and being very, very explosive, and right now with what we see in the meta, that does help, but I think can definitely harm them as a team that we aren't really expecting to be super top dogs in the LPL as a whole.
Right, and they're going to need to evolve a little bit more, and Beichuan is going to have to be one of those players, stop getting called out and continue to link up with Feather to make big plays. They were really good at that. I think it was a big reason for their success, but again, it became their downfall at times when Beichuan was the one getting caught out. if you have an advantage, you get caught out. Everybody knows it slows the game down dramatically, ruins your momentum, and ruins your ability to play the game as a whole.
Yeah. If you are just joining us for day 3, 1, welcome to the show. And 2, some big kind of notes coming in from the first 2 days was Mbessa immediately popping up in our best of ones as the champion to pick. And suddenly in day 2, that kind of changed. There was a single Gwen pick in game 2 of yesterday's group, and it immediately, I think, changed how everybody was drafting. Suddenly we were getting jungle first picks. There was a big shift away from blindable solo lanes, and I wonder if these teams have been able to reflect that, or if they're going to continue on with the read that we've been seeing early on in the tournament.
Yeah, I love that the format kind of breeds this sort of thing because, everybody loves Fearless. I think it's pretty genuinely beloved by most. And given the fact that we're now in best of ones for right now, we're going away from Fearless.
What do you mean this is still Fearless? This is what Lennon keeps telling me, that it's still Fearless. You can't repeat champions.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But getting the spicy adaptations and seeing the meta really be fluid from day to day has really driven up the interest in this split placement here in the LPL. And I do wonder if we're going to see any curveballs today. We saw a curveball the other day with seeing a Corki top. That was kind of wild. Big shout out. You didn't win, but big shout out.
You got your flowers there. I mean, it's probably going to be coming from our junglers, especially Milky Way. He was one of the first people to, early on in Split 1, to kind of pick up like the Karthus and experiment a little bit. We are also on patch 2506, so we are still waiting to see if teams have been practicing or willing to pick up the Nefiri as well as a champion. So a lot of things, and like you were saying, part of that is our format. I think the fact that we have to play in a tournament where 8 days straight, you're playing a bunch of best of ones. It's double round robin. There is a lot to go through, and you kind of have to be able to make adaptations very quickly. There are 4 days in between your first day and the second day of groups, and that's kind of going to basically make or break a lot of Split 2.
Yeah, it's a huge sprint. I mean, we've seen in similar formats in the past, I harken back to Years of Worlds past, where you'll see a team just have those couple days off, boom, they hit the ground running. And then I always remember Cloud9 having that really great start, and then a couple days later, it was not good.
I was saying that First Stand's performance felt very old League of Legends-esque, where North America we start really well, we beat KC, right? We're like, hell yeah, we're going to come and play, we're here to play at First Stand. And then the rest of the tournament, we were getting owned on repeat.
What's a First Stand, Alk? I've never heard of this before.
Yeah. As LTA and LPL fans, First Stand did not exist. We don't talk about that. Don't worry, we saved the best for last. TES is tomorrow. Everybody who wants to come hate watch, you can wait another 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna be on Fraud Watch, right? See if people teams are gonna be smoking that TES back. Oh, I like that. It's a nice little art there. One X's Jinx has been really, really cool. I always love the doodles in the crowd, man. I am so jealous. But then again, if I wanted to put a doodle in a crowd, it'd honestly just be a stick figure.
That's okay, but that's at least you're picking up a pen. Okay, it all starts with a single stroke. So here up against TT and RNG, though, it is the first of their matches, especially first starting off for Group B. And I think you look at this matchup historically. RNG as an organization is not where it used to be, especially when you talk about the Acclaim, even domestically. They have not really topped the table in a few years. And for Thunder Talk, last split was their highest placement. And now we're seeing them going up against a kind of rebuilt, refreshed RNG. This is going to be our check-in for whether or not only are TT going to be that same split 1, or are we going to get an RNG that is, again, revitalized and hopefully kind of rewriting some of the narrative of players like Milky Way and Tongyuan.
Yeah, the one split wonders, they're starting to get that moniker. Really hope that they're able to shake it. And yeah, as you mentioned, good litmus test for RNG and for Thunder Talk, the old check-in. Like, hey, you guys still good over there? Like, we see that you're struggling over there in the corner. You all good? All right, it's the guy at the party that just got absolutely blasted in the pregame and the regular season, and then playoff time came around.
All right, Yanni, real quick, how are you pre-gaming LPL today?
How am I pre-gaming LPL? I got my monster. Went and
What
grabbed a
flavor?
croissant. I like the classic flavor, honestly. I'm a big
Oh.
classic monster guy. Been drinking classic monster since middle school. I'm 29 years old.
Okay,
So,
okay,
it's,
okay. Stop. You didn't have to. No one. You didn't have to share that last part. Come on.
Listen,
Man.
it's okay. It's okay. My birthday's coming up soon. It's the birthday post was gonna go on Twitter in like a couple weeks anyway. You know, I just have to.
You're gonna be
I have to
30,
live with
bro.
it.
We're
I'm gonna be
gonna have
30.
to kick you off the broadcast. You're too
No!
damn old for this, bro.
I just got here, please.
It's okay. We've had some older 30-year-olds. We still haven't gotten Kelsey Moser onto the show, unfortunately. We will one of these days.
Unlucky.
But
Yes.
she's been
Need
sitting
Kelsey.
around in the background on production a lot of the times, but she's currently in Hawaii. So any of the Kelsey Moser fans, please wish her well as Boise continues to do well. But I mean, okay, we can continue with your pregame. So you said you got a croissant.
I got a
What,
croissant.
Okay.
They're,
Do you have any hot takes for LPL for specifically Group B today?
Okay, hot take for Group B. I think that, God, is it really a hot take to say that I think Thunder Talk is actually going to come out and smash? Like,
Who knows?
They're really good, but like, it doesn't. Saying that they're going to come out and they're going to smash RNG is like not a hot take, I don't think. But it's interesting at the very least. As we kick it to the draft here, a lot of these junglers getting taken away. As you mentioned, jungler being pretty high priority early now after the Gwen pickups into Ambessa. So really throwing a curveball in the draft already.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jace taken away quite yet, and with Skarner and Rumble, or Skarner being taken away, that means that Jace or Rumble is going to make it through. And again, Ambessa has been a very popular first pick, so we can expect that. I think from TT, though, getting rid of the Vi and Sejuani, very interesting, especially maybe saying that they are trying to cripple the Yone pairing. I just don't see Milky Way as a very proficient Sejuani player.
Yeah, really good on some aggressive playmakers that have really good fight power early as opposed to the hard CC. But hey, sometimes you're going to have to make a left turn, change gears a little bit if you want to see them on these super tanks. Obviously not going to be able to see it this game as Rumble gets locked in. I wonder if we'll see an early Galio. It feels like teams kind of shied away from that a little bit, but it's still good.
Galio's definitely available if they want the flex, but I think the Ambessa is just too strong right now. The fact that it basically wins a majority of the matchups, it has a huge wake-up on 1 and 2 items and continues to be a very, very good scaling champion. I think it's perfectly fine. So what we need to see from both of these junglers now, for RNG, maybe they pair up a melee kind of Xin Sao or something like that. Oh, a champion that we didn't get to hit on, and I had just completely forgot about thanks to Sejuani, is Kalista, a champion that we still have very rarely been able to see already here in Split 2 placements.
Yeah, we saw a Kalista get picked up, I think it was yesterday, and the Nico was taken away from that combo. So we'll see if that's what Thunder Talk want to opt into. It would very much lean them into heavy magic damage. We are going to see the Poppy come through here, and then Nico as well.
Instant force here of the Nico. Just taking a look, we didn't get to see very many Nico games at all from Satab, so going to be assuming this is going to be a jungle support flex. I like what TT are showing there. The Poppy gets a lot of value, and you're already getting a pretty robust team fight composition from Thunder Talk here with this Rumble, hopefully being able to leverage that into getting some early grubs. And now this double range bottom lane, RNG, while they have some scaling elements, I think, again, Ambessa is very strong. With this Renata and Kalista, we're going to need to see Joshi and Niket play aggressive, and I think taking away engage options from a player like Niket does play away from their strength.
Yeah, it's been a hopes that he could be a top support in the LPL. He's going to have to get the job done on Renata this time around. Really like the dichotomy of these teams, Alk Battery. It feels like RNG, we have the power picks of Ambessa and Kalista going up against a team that's well crafted to deal with what RNG has put together, specifically in the Poppy and in the Nico.
Back end of these drafts, though, we're looking at probably a big 80 carry focus from RNG. Maybe throw in a mid lane ban. Akali is still up and available, and while it can be slightly difficult against a Renata, I think an Akali to just get underneath some of what RNG already have would definitely help them and take away some of the strengths from a player like Satab. Instead, trying to massage some of the early game woes and get rid of some of the strong laners in the Ash and the Misfortune.
Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult for 1XN and potentially Feather, depending on where this Nico goes, to contend with this bot lane of Kalista Renata because, you're not going to get an AD carry that has a ton of poke and really do what you want with a Nico and AD carry. Ezreal being gone, Ashe being gone, Varus being gone, as you mentioned. We'll see what the moves are. Okay. I got baited by hovers. I thought it was locked in for a second. I lost
Yeah,
my mind for a
I
second.
can feel it. I can feel it. So we'll see what RNG are looking for. Probably going to be trying to pick up a mid lane, although this is pretty interesting, the fact that we haven't been able to see support counterpick. It's been, I think, the majority of our games here in split 2 placements. So we're moving the Ambessa away into the mid lane here as there's an Ornn coming in for RNG. So prepping themselves with really strong team fight. Again, later into the game, this can be an insurance policy to kind of keep those members in with the Masterwork engage. But I think this is a pretty good amount of CC coming in from Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Thunder Talk to kind of wade through all the crap that RNG is going to throw at them. We're going to see the Rise get locked in. Should go over to Satab. Really heavily indexed into magic damage are Thunder Talk. So RNG, build yourselves up some magic damage. You might be able to have a good time.
I would
magic
say
resistance.
normally that them being low ranged is not great for them, but you look at what's on the opposite side. You have a lot of you have a lot of ways to kind of abuse some of these champions from RNG. I mean, Caitlyn is great for the laning phase, but I think the all-in potential of a Kalista and a Renata is still very dangerous. And let's see what Milky Way has been cooking up, because with the composition that they have, I think that they still need another bridge champion, something like a Xin Zhao, to actually help them push forward and get onto the enemy team. I think Lilia is just a little too, I guess I want to say, like, squishy. You can go for the flash engages, and that might work, but I think into a Poppy, and especially as the solo magic damage dealing threat on your team, it's going to be very risky. Milky Way on AP Champions has not been good so far in his career.
Yeah, the good news is when Thunder Talk is dealing with the Ornn ultimate and dealing with the Renata ultimate, that's Milky Way's prime time to be able to slip into these fights, tag 3 members, drop an ult on top of them as well, so by the time they come out of their initial CC, they're already put to sleep, and hope you can get the job done from there. It's going to be on Thunder Talk to make sure that they have him in check. They're able to keep him out of the fight. Poppy charge him into a wall if you get an opportunity to. Slow him up with a room prison. It's going to be a little bit difficult, though. I kind of like what RNG has put together, at least team fight-wise. I'm a sucker for good team fighting comps.
Yeah, look, you're playing the Rumble into the Ornn. You're playing this mid lane matchup as well. I think what we need to see from Thunder Talk is them taking control of the early game, making sure that you're doing fine for yourself. And as long as they can hit those first 2 items, I think Thunder Talk can feel very confident about where they're positioned in this game. Again, Rise is going to be very unkillable. He's also going to have access to stuff like the Frozen Heart as well. So getting those 2 and 3 items for Thunder Talk, I feel like they have a better time playing this game. And Royal Never Give Up need to find success in the early game. Those first 15 minutes are going to be critical for this team.
You need to really leverage your Kalista and your Ambessa. The Ambessa in the mid lane, I mean, you're not going to have as easy of a time as you would in the top lane, I'd think, especially into a ranged matchup like the Rise. So, sure, you'll be able to farm, but the question is, will you be able to do much more and make that early game impact? You're not going to have as impactful roams as you would on any other champion, pretty much.
What I am going to be really interested in is, again, these 2 bottom lanes. We were talking about the fact there is no lane swaps. You can't really avoid the fact that you're going to have to play into the Caitlyn and the Nico. And so I want to see how Jachi and Niket kind of pull this off, because I think Niket's biggest strengths and some of his biggest moments from 2024 and even the one series that we got to see was when he was on these traditional engage supports. So all in laning phase, we need to see if RNG can come to scrap, or TT are going to continue some of their winning ways from early on into 2025.
The rookie of the split coming from the bot lane of RNG, Jachi on this Kalista. Glad they gave him such a power pick, too. This is a really good way to start out your group stage. It's like, hey, you know what? We're going to put our cards on the table. We're going to play a really aggressive early game. What can we get out of it? Because they're able to smack Thunder Talk in the mouth. This is a team that, could potentially be reeling after their early struggles in the playoffs. You could come in, shock value them, end up going 1-0. I mean, that could drastically change the group, and your prediction could come to pass.
Oh, look at our two junglers, though. Sitab took his Raptors and is immediately trying to wrap around bot. It's this Poppy, very potent gank coming through.
Okay, this is going to be a big problem for the bot lane of RNG. First blood goes to Beishuan.
Chachi just never uses his flash. Beichuan changes his out and says, look, we'll just get ourselves the first kill of the game. And he gets to go straight into his camps. I don't think Milky Way is at that much of a disadvantage or has found too many camps during the meantime. So he's going to hold a slight lead in the jungle, but opening themselves up and getting the summoner spells from Niket has to be feeling good for Thunder Talk. Already a plate 2.5 minutes in with this Caitlyn.
Yeah, and Jachi loses so much early, too. If you're able to shut down a Callista, he walked.
It was on Fission.
Nobody pinged it out. Nobody pinged him out. Did they just not look?
I'm going to assume that there was just not enough communication coming in from the team. I think the fact that Niket uses his flash is also a pretty big mistake. It sucks to see, especially when we were talking about that they needed to come out swinging in this game. Still some opportunities to do so. Lane's obviously not quite over just with one kill. And we'll see what Beishuan is able to do now with this Poppy, as he still has a lot of lanes that he can gank. The fact that he has 2 lanes basically of priority from his bottom lane and his top lane, definitely going to be able to help him. And so I think on the opposite side, Milky Way does have to be creative in how he's able to pick up CS and when he's able to find his moments.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like a turbo clear into, hey, maybe we have an angle here, punish some over-aggression by these pushing lanes. But it feels like you might already be on the plan B track if you're RNG. And I don't know if the plan B track could get you there. Niket moving over to the mid lane. He's been so good at roaming over as Satab is caught in a 3v1. He's going to flash over the wall. Milky Way going to flash after him, and he'll pick up his first of the game.
I'm surprised that Tangyuan feels so threatened there. You're playing Mbessa, who is a very dangerous champion, especially in the mid lane. The fact that a lot of the other champions usually in the mid lane don't have the same stats as her. Is Beishuan going to try to, flash behind? I mean, he doesn't have Hex Flash, so I think Tangyuan does have to be just a little bit careful. And the fact is that is very good for the mid lane matchup here that Sitab just had recall, teleported back into the lane, and then dies there, even losing his flash. He does make the trade with him in Milky Way, but I think, again, you're trying to right the ship here for RNG, and we need to see, again, what early objectives are they prioritizing. They are leaving their bottom lane right now to recall, so kind of feels weird. Are they going to immediately try to swap? We're past the lane swap timer now, so yeah, they're going to do it now, okay?
Yep, we're going to have Zhao Zhu teleport into the bottom lane to catch that wave, and send your bottom lane up top. Want to pick up these critical grubs for Tangyuan in the later stages of the game, and keep them away from 1xN early on.
How much can they get off of this, though? It's 50 seconds before the Void Grubs are going to be spawning, and Milky Way is going to be finishing his clear on the bottom side of the map. See the pings come out. TT have an idea as to where the Zilia is, considering where she started, but they don't know what order of camps that she took, right? It was those Raptors immediately into the Gromp and the blue buff to end on the top side of the map. So now he'll be pretty powerful going into this next fight. And TT, they've only just now utilized their bot lane to move in, but it's going to be the majority of vision going over to RNG.
Gotta be very careful if you're Thunder Talk. Milky Way on the Faded Ashes spike that everybody likes to joke about. It has a lot of truth to it. Feather, did a nice job getting good damage down onto Jachi. He's trapped. Wait a minute, he could be dead. He's going to get bailed out, but he's going to bleed out. He will fall. Niket is going to be the next target. He's having trouble trying to get away. The root is there. Feather and 1xN playing great.
And the 1xN bot lane, man, him and Feather have been playing for such a long time, not only here in the LPL, but in their career previously in the LDL. And this bot lane duo has just not missed a beat in between Split 1 and now Split 2. Already finding themselves a pretty big win. Now 2 different instances of being able to double kill this bottom lane. TT feels so strong, especially now trying to play around this Caitlyn. And RNG just feel lost at this point. They don't have a lane to really play through as we get through this. We see this replay. As a double ranged, being able to control this brush is so important, and again, you're playing with a Caitlyn, man. Any bit of CC just means you're right into a trap, and just, again, really well played from them, even getting the flash from the 280 carries.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. What you love to see from your bottom lane up on the top side, and now for RNG, it's going to be a, hey, we hit level 6 and we're throwing all our ultimates down angle and looking to see what sticks, because you don't want Thunder Talk just running away with this game.
We'll see what they're able to do here. Again, 3 grubs. Definitely feels good. Oh,
no, bro. Okay, it's not terrible, but it's not great.
Yeah, the ultimate missing there is you know, would have loved to have seen it, but he was already half HP, and you look at the state of the map, and maybe it was a blessing in disguise, because you already had Poppy in the area. Caitlyn was also, or sorry, Nico was making their way down. See if they try to make a play in mid. I think Satab just has way too much HP at this point.
He's turned it around. Not able to land the Swirl Seed as Milky Way looking to chase him down. Feather and Beishuan up on the top side. Flash forward as they want Jauchi dead again. And they may be able to find him. Is he going to be able to get bailed out? Does he have
1
enough
second,
to get
here
away?
we go.
The root is there. And Feather continues his onslaught on the bot lane of RNG.
As Satab gets out from mid, they're just getting as many plates as possible for this Caitlyn. So the plate in bottom lane still occurred. They got 3 plates here for their AD carry. And 1xN, already 8 minutes into this game, has a 1,000 gold lead over his opponent. He is almost half of his team's gold in general. And so now, let's see how TT are able to play around their star fledgling AD carry. And can he bring them to a Game 1 victory?
My goodness, Alk, when we talked about the bot lanes are going to be much more impactful after the lane swap changes, I don't think either of us could have expected the absolute blistering start that Thunder Talk have put out here, especially into a bot lane that we hold in a good developmental regard on the side of RNG. Listen, they're taking their lumps here. They're going to learn today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it's literally that first gank. If that first gank from Beishuan does not end in the way that it does, then he's really screwed, right? Because now you've taken a camp deficit, you've stopped your clear versus someone like the Lilia who's going to continue to get faster and faster at killing her camps. And the fact that they're able to grab that, they get an immediate advantage for their bottom lane. Now rolling into this, they can take whichever objective they want. They just need to move their bottom lane around the map and kind of move their weight in the same. So Thunder Talk already, again, we're seeing it supplying answers towards the top side of the map, but some parts of RNG are starting or trying to stop the play from happening.
Satab is going to be forced to flash away, but they're unable to bail out the top lane. The first turret will go over to Thunder Talk. 1xN going to be a big beneficiary of that gold. As you mentioned, a large portion of this gold lead right now, him and Feather.
And a great job there. Even though Satab does have to lose his flash, he really is just there to mark where Jauchi and Niket are, immediately marks them, says, hey, if you want to be able to go top side, I'm going to be able to follow you. So they try to make the turn. It's a summoner spell and trade, but that first turret is so important now. And they're just going to be able to immediately go mid, push, and then we still haven't had the first dragon. I wonder if TT are going to say, look, we already have 3. Let's try to get 4, 5, and 6, especially with really strong side laners in the Rumble and the Rise. Or if they just say, look, get the dragon. We already know that they can't try to fight us. As long as they have perfect information and they try to get vision as to where RNG are, I think it's very difficult for TT to make a wrong step in this moment.
Yeah, the map is their oyster at this point, and Grub's 4, 5, and 6, especially with the kind of damage that Feather has. He's got that early X-Tech alternator. Means that 1xN will just have so much room to hit these turrets as the game progresses. It looks like that will be the call for Thunder Talk. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Milky Way will trade out that Hex-Tech Dragon for the first game.
Okay, so they did have vision of this. They will be seeing that RNG are starting up the dragon. 6 grubs, very important though. I mean, they've already gotten rid of the first turret. I want to see how Satab is going to be able to play the map here because he can very easily get push and then realm warp down towards the bottom lane. And 6 grubs, we're at 11 minutes and we have, what, like 8 plates gone already because I think 1 or 2 of them are already gone down bot lane. So they're trying to siege as much of these turrets as possible and they already have a completed item here for 1xN.
Thunder Talk looking for the perfect early game of 15 plates. Not sure if they're going to be able to get them. Starting to run low on time for that, but I'm sure they're happy with what they've gotten so far, cresting toward the 12-minute mark. And this early game menace known as Callista has been absolutely shut down. A big boogeyman in 2025. It's caught a lot of bans, but when you're as blessed in the bot lane as Thunder Talk, they don't really give a damn.
Exactly. They've completely cut out the win condition here for RNG. And so now we're here. I said I wanted to check in at 15 minutes. I think with where the game is at, I don't think we're going to get very many developments from this point, especially with no objective spawning until 4 minutes. What I want to see now from RNG and how they're able to kind of get around this is say, hey, look, let's get our first item onto our, our bottom lane, and maybe we can look for a play then. Either way, if you're able to kind of pick up matchups or pick up some CS in the side lane, still pick up camps where Niket.
Niket's flashing forward. He's going to get his ultimate off. He gets pulled back as well. They're going to go focus Beishwan here. He's able to die, and the red carpet gets rolled out by Hoya as he starts to chase him down. Milky Way going in, trying to put 3 members to sleep. The question is there the follow-up? Tangyuan gets to 1xN, trying to deal with him. Feather gets rended and goes down. Hoya running away. Thunder Talk running scared. 1xN's got to stand tall, but he crumples under the pressure.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Those are huge shutdowns now going over to RNG. A great turn from them. Xiaosu was already in the bottom lane, so he moves on over. They get the ultimate, and now it's multiple summoner spells gone. That was looking risky. I had questions as to whether or not Niket was doing a little bit of some silent protesting in that fight, but it turns out into a really good situation for RNG. It starts off with him getting caught, but this flash here to find 1xN forces the cleanse, and now this ultimate just completely splits open the fight. Nobody from TT is really in a great position, and we're also just not seeing Feather use the ultimate. He was one of the supports that I think we had some really high hopes for coming out of Split 1, but here in this first game, he's had some good moments, but right here, this ultimate just goes nowhere and gives over the fight to RNG.
Yeah, it was a really difficult fight for him. I mean, Beishwan actually helped Niket out a little bit, and when his ultimate came through, forced Feather really far off to the side, and probably thought that he lost his opportunity for a big ultimate. Thunder Talk, never the ones to not dust themselves off. They're going to go and crunch this bottom lane outer tier 1.
So they'll lose out on the plates, but that just means that the turret becomes that much easier to take down, and with 6 grubs, they take another turret. I think the fact that RNG have been able to keep their mid-tier 1 is a boon for them, as it does mean that it is a little bit harder, but it also means that it is a lot easier for TT to make a play around this mid-tier 1 if they're able to control vision around this objective.
XN gets tagged. Here comes the call. The Forge God coming through. It's going to knock up 3, and they manage to find 1xN. He's getting low. Will he be able to survive? No, but Janchi dies on the backside, and here comes Tangyuan to the back line on top of Hoya, on top of Feather. Xiaoju running them down as well. Hoya gives his life to try to save his support, but no can do as he gets knocked up, and it's another kill for Milky Way. RNG fighting back.
They said the early game was horrendous, but hey, this mid-game is looking good right now. TT are giving them openings to play in what was a game that should have been really clean and really easy for Thunder Talk to play. RNG have bit back here and now are finding more and more gold for specifically this top side. Tangyuan and Milky Way are getting gold into their back pocket, and this Lilia is starting to take off.
Yeah, they are disrupting these fights, Alk, and coming up huge. Take a look at this replay. Xiaoju, good timing on his ultimate. He says, you know what, why not now?
Yeah, I think it's fine that it kind of lands on him, but what does this Rumble ult do? It's hitting absolutely no one. It stops no one. And then Feather with this ultimate. I just feel like some of the pieces of TT are not as coordinated as we would like to see them here. Their bottom lane had performed pretty well going into this, but I think that was more 1xN's doing than Feather's. This Nico is providing absolutely nothing to the team right now, and we need that to be fixed if TT want a chance here in game number 1.
Yeah, in lane, and it was fantastic. You know, Feather was having such a good game, but he's had it rough in the last couple of fights. We talked about how Thunder Talk, they get to their 2-item spikes. They're going to be really hard to take down, and with the early game that they had, we figured out they were going to cruise to that, and they were going to crush it. But RNG, we said they needed to leverage their team fight ultimates. They have done so perfectly.
What I want to see now from TT, if they want to right the ship here, is make sure that Beishwan and Feather are linking up together. We have not really seen these duos being able to walk around the map and make sure that we're confirming the crowd control for someone like Feather, right? Because Nico Ultimate is very predictable. You can see it coming from a mile away if she's not immediately cloned or coming from Fog of War. So we need to see these two and the rest of the team really kind of gather together, right themselves, and make sure that they're able to get something going for the team as they grab themselves the Rift Herald now. So again, 6 grubs looking to try to potentially demolish into mid, although I would like to see TT save this, as we do have Otacon spawning in 3 minutes, and that is something that I think is going to be a big game changer for both of these teams.
We've seen so many times the team that starts Otacon, if you're not incredibly far ahead, it's a bit of a throw machine, Ulk, and could be just what one of these teams needs to take full control of the game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll see what the moves are going to be for both of these sides. Waiting until then, as I'm sure they want Milky Way on a second item before the next fight.
Close second items coming in for a lot of team members, especially when I look at a player like Satab on this rise. 2 stacks already on the Rod of Ages, a fully stacked tier of the Goddess, but not quite finished on that Muramana. So once those items come in, that's like that ticking time bomb that we're looking at TT to really come online, as some of those second items again are starting to breach that near moment for players across the board.
All right, Beishwan, let's see what you got. Driver's license has been revoked. Boo. And Shelly's not going to even go to the bottom side. Sure, she probably wasn't going to charge anyway, but still very sad.
Yep. Especially with 6 grubs, would have wanted to see a little bit more, but it seems like TT want to get the gold now so that they can get some of their resets in. But again, that mid-tier one, we talked about it a little bit earlier about the fact that it is providing RNG with a little bit of safety so that they can use the mid lane wave to walk into their bot side river and start to put down vision. But now with that gone, let's see if TT can continue to be aggressors, because despite the last 2 team fights going the way of RNG, TT still have a gold advantage. This Caitlyn is still really far ahead, and if they're able to kind of, you know, mend the ship, mend some of the wrongs that they've already had here, I think they still have a really strong front to back here with this Poppy and with this Nico.
Yeah, we're going to have to see Zhaozhu and Tang Yuan really disrupt 1xN. Both of them on their 2 items. 1xN going to have a hard time taking down this Ornn at this point, and I don't know if we'll be able to survive the M-Pesa. So as long as you're able to get to the back line, you'll be in good shape if you're RNG, feeling much better about the game now than they were just 7 minutes ago.
On paper, this should be a great game for M-Pesa to play outside of the Poppy, but so far what we've seen from Tang Yuan is he hasn't been landing a lot of those public executions. That is a big game changer for the team. Niket immediately has to use the Mikhails, so that is not going to be available for this upcoming Otacon fight in 15 seconds. Big things that I'm kind of looking at right now. Xiaoxiu on this Ornn, already level 13, so getting closer to those Masterwork upgrades, going to be able to give those out to the rest of his team. And Hoya, despite being on the side lane, is actually down 30 to the Ornn. So not what we want to see and not what we're expecting from a carry top. But, I mean, hey, that's kind of like the bread and butter of someone like Hoya. He's really been good on less resource-intensive champions.
Yeah, he's just got to straighten up those equalizers. You know, he had that one that was pretty okay in the fight near the dragon, but you know, the last one, you know, we don't talk about that. You know, he had one okay one bad one. He equalized them.
Okay. So RNG immediately going in towards the top side of the map. We're seeing Milky Way and Tang Yuan take their resets now. You're going to come back out onto the map. There are 2 objectives to be played for within the next minute here, as not only is Otacon available, but you do have this dragon. And I think this is the more important one for me, especially because it is a voracious Otacon. It is just going to be that revive passive for the next 2.5 minutes. But after that is gone, you are potentially looking at Soul Point being the case for RNG. So I want to see them put their vision towards this bottom side, start to reinforce, and I think that starts with them coming through the mid lane, clearing this out, and moving as a squad.
RNG moving as a squad through the top side right now. We'll see if they elect to go for vision on the bottom side. We'll see if Thundertalk maybe says, hey, we'll let RNG have an Otacon if they want it. We'll go and take the dragon away. As RNG is just kind of clearing out their camps right now is Milky Way. Really need to see them get down to one of these objectives soon.
He has 2 items, already finished the Rift Maker here, so him and Tangyuan, big game changers here coming into this. As for Milky Way, you know, coming back to the team that originally lent him out to FPX before the start of 2024, I think that there were some questions as to whether or not Milky Way is going to be able to replicate some of that spring performance. And so far this year, this has not been the case. He's had some okay games, but he has not really been the guy for RNG, and that is also reflective, I think, of some of their placements early on into this year. So they're going to go for that dragon, and I like what we're seeing from TT. Play the map. You have this rise. You have these 6 grubs. Force RNG to get into a really tricky situation. And maybe, Yanni, maybe it's a little too late, because now 4 minutes before this dragon, you haven't, I think, developed the map in a state where it is very difficult for RNG. I think we're going to potentially see a Baron have to come down to save TT in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy with your 700 gold you got on Satab there for that top inner, but is he going to be your savior? He's a guy who's been known for these melee champions. He's going to have a really classic Rise performance, reminiscent of some of the best to ever play the game, to turn this around for Thunder Talk in the weird position that they're in, up gold, but almost the underdog at this point.
It doesn't get easier for RNG to play this. Again, Poppy's going to continue to get more stats. She's going to be tankier and tankier. She is a great counter to champions like the Kalista and the Ambessa. You even have, again, the Rise that we're talking about, the amount of stats that he's going to have access to. So he's going to be very resilient, but I mean, from how they're playing the team fights, I don't know if it'll matter. So we need to see whether or not Thunder Talk can kind of, I don't know, get their act together, because the last couple team fights have not been going their way, and we're seeing them set up around this top side. I need to see Satab with this Rise. How creative are we with the Realm Warp?
Yeah, we haven't really seen that happen yet, and that's the bread and butter of that champion. Is Milky Way is just going to flash on the feather. He's going to put him to sleep. Milky Way is so deep right now, but hammered out of the fight by Beishwan.
That's a win, though. I mean, you're trading the jungle's flash. There's no longer a flash Nico play here for Thunder Talk. Hoya now on the side lane. This is RNG having to just make their call. They have to be able to start up this Otacon. Hoya will be able to TP.
All right, Hoya going to TP into the mid lane. Tangyuan has to deal with 1xN and Beishwan as Satab Realm warps in. Tangyuan dashing away, using the Blast Cone, trying to link up with the rest of his team as the Otacon has gone down. He now has the revive passive. So if he goes down, it's not all bad. Whoa.
No,
but
now we're using the flash from Satab. He already has the respawn. This was, I think, Thunder Talk getting a little too hyphy. Yes, they tried to make that play, and a great delay from Tangyuan. It's another turret going down, and so meanwhile, all of the outer structures now for RNG are down. Can they make good on this dragon spawning? The Otacon buff is going to be gone before the dragon spawns. We need to see them play aggressive and utilize this buff.
So much gold spilling into the pockets of the Thunder Talk carries. You cannot wait for your revive to fall off. You may just lose the fight. You may just lose the game. Now, 2 minutes before this dragon is up, is Niket trying to do what he can to get some vision down.
Okay. RNG, they get pushed into mid. They're going to move into this bottom side river. You already see that Niket and Milky Way are pushing forward into the enemy jungle, getting vision and getting wards down for their team. And this mid-tier one is going to be so important. That is going to be the evolution of the Rod of Ages at the same time here for Satab. So level 16 at 25 minutes. Kind of feels like him and 1xN have to put the team on their backs if they want any chance of staying in this game one.
They're in a good position too, and they are precisely the players that you'd want to be able to do so. As you mentioned, RNG just controlling Baron side here. As Thunder Talker just chilling in the mid lane, waiting for waves to come in, waiting for them to decide, all right, now's a good time to go in. Feather can use his clone to light the way as they're looking to sweep out some vision, but the Baron has been started. It's down to 10,000 HP. Call the Forge God coming in. Tangyuan manages to get on some key targets. Big knockups there on Hoya and Satab. Zhaozhu is tanking them all up as Tangyuan got forced away. The Realm Warp coming through as they're looking to kill the mid laner of RNG. Feather off to the side. Finds Milky Way in the Pop Blossom, but he lives. Jachi is dashing in, but he's hitting a clone. And they can't get into the mid lane. Niket will fall. Milky Way only putting one member to sleep as 5 members strong of Thunder Talk. Wait a minute. What? Is he
Yeah,
reviving
so
right
he
there?
pulled him. So he pulled him in the middle. I think he's still gonna have to
Oh.
go back to base. Let's see what happens. I'm interested. Okay, so he still
Oh.
ends up going back to base. Yeah, unfortunate there for Ajachi. He's not able to save his support in time, but look at what they traded. No flash now on Beichuan. No cleanse coming in from 1xN. And this now opens up the dragon spawning in 18 seconds. Yes, Beichuan is here, but they don't have some key ultimates. Can RNG contest for this Infernal Soul? They have a lot of movement speed on their team. And you look at this, Tangyuan's going to be able to teleport back into this play, but they're also missing some of those crucial ultimates.
The red buff giving some regen to Beichuan. RNG has gotten into the fast track on the Dragon as Milky Way has started it up. Saytab on the way. Tang Yuan on the way. Dragon getting pulled down, and it looks like it will reset. So both teams short-handed on ultimates. Alk. Dragon down to about 8,000 HP. Milky Way needs to be the one to get in there. He could potentially save the game for his team.
Oh,
his
what
ultimate
the
just
hell,
doesn't
man?
do anything. Beichuan going all the way in. They find Jachi. Beichuan is low. Milky Way forced away. Tang Yuan in the middle of the fight. He's got to make big Ambessa plays, but he gets blown up as Milky Way can't do anything more. Saytab and Feather pushing forward. Call the Forge God coming through, but you got no health bars left as RNG melts away. Milky Way goes golden, but you're stuck in gold because these guys are challenger over on Thunder Talk. It's an ace.
Yeah, but it's not clean coming in from them. It's just, hey, you're missing out on those ultimates. I think RNG trying to pull the trigger a little too soon. You just lost your Otacon buffs. You need to be able to wait, stall out the enemy team. And now a full-on ace. That's just going to be the Baron going over to Thunder Talk in a pretty big win.
The savior of Thunder Talk, the big purple worm, completely free for them and will be over a 10,000 gold lead. Let's take a look at the Otacon fight that happened here with the Otacon
All right,
buffs.
first of all, the Ornn
Oh,
ultimate,
no.
that hurts. I think Niket, while he is doing a fine job of being able to track where Beichuan is, the damage dealers are just not in a good spot here for the side of Royal Never Give Up. And hey, while this part of the fight is split, I think that the fact that this dragon play is just so sloppy. It starts with this Rumble ult, and we're thinking, okay, well, now there's another ult missing. But again, Poppy, too damn tanky with a steadfast presence at this moment. And a lot of the damage dealers are just not here. Kalista went down early into this fight, and the ultimates from TT come up just that much sooner.
Yeah, you mentioned that Beichuan was going to be damn near unkillable. If he's the first one to go in, RNG are going to dump all their damage on him. And if you ain't able to kill him, the fight is not going to go well for you. Saytab picks up his triple and is now looking mighty fine on this rise.
Well, Baron, and with 6 grubs, you have to imagine the base defense is going to have to be legendary from RNG if they want to stay in this first game of the placement stage here in LPL. But this was about what we could have expected, I think, coming into this matchup. TT, they had some really good games from Split 1, and while I think some of the jitters of playing on stage are starting to catch up with them here in the first game, RNG just do not look equipped in this game to actually play. The bottom lane win condition never got off to a good start, and then we saw that the mid and jungle, so far Tang Yuan has had a really rough game 1 to start.
Yeah, their composition's so good in these skirmishes with their big ultimates, but when you're down that far that early, it makes it that much harder. Thunder Talk is that much stronger. You need to overcome this deficit so in later fights you're not ahead anymore. You're more on even footing. And RNG was never able to turn it fully in their favor. Now both inhibitors down. Here comes the call of the Forge God. They can't find 1xN. Feather coming through. Big double pop blossom, and 1xN is free hitting. Niket wasn't even there. Jachi gets rooted. Milky Way going for a big sleep, but he gets put to sleep as Niket is pulled back by his support looking to save the KDA. The turrets go down, and Thunder Talk win their first game of the double round robin.
They make it look easy as well. They smashed through the bottom lane. They had some pretty worrisome middle of the game fights, but thankfully for them, they were able to pull it together around that Baron, around the Dragon. Good job from Thunder Talk, but some worrying trends for this group.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't clean. And for a team that had such high expectations after the end of the Split 1 regular season, you want them to be a little bit sharper. You lost to a JDG team that had a pretty good finish. You lost to a BLG team that people thought, well, where they weren't perfect, they were getting on form. You need to be better than what you showed here in order to be a serious contender in the LPL in Split 2.
This does feel like the group of really anybody can take second place here, as with RNG, ThunderTalk, Ultra Prime, maybe not the Ultra Prime one. I'm thinking about it a little bit more, but
maybe
there's some hope. I just
yet.
want the Ultra Prime social media guy to stop being sad posting on the timeline. It's I don't want to see it. It makes me sad, and they seem pretty funny from what I've been able to gather. But
yeah.
Focusing back in RNG. I don't know what happened this game, man. Like, Xiaosu did not really find any success at all on the Ornn. This bottom lane got completely smashed. Less, I think, so about their mechanics and more so, again, the creativity of that level 1 opener with the Poppy after the first clear, or first camp. But I don't know, man. It just felt like no one on RNG was really kind of coordinated and leading the team.
Yeah, they had a lot of consistency issues because, Xiaoshu had a couple of good Ornn ults, but then you saw the last couple of fights. I mean, that fight near the Baron, you've got a great double knock-up with your charge, but if you're missing your Ornn ultimate, you're going to have a bad time. Tang Yuan as well had some pretty good Ambessa fights earlier on where he's being a big disruptor, forcing 1xN away. I harken back to the Dragon fight where Feather really couldn't get in there, where he sequestered them off to Tang Yuan. But then later in fights, he's in a 1v4 scenario, and he's not a stupid Fed Ambessa, and he's not going to be able to rip them apart.
Yeah, he also just missed way too many public executions, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That makes it quite a bit much more difficult to actually play and execute for this Ambessa. So it sucks. I really am hoping that RNG are able to bounce back. They do have another game in... they are playing the third game and the last game of the day. So hopefully with a little bit of a break, they can kind of recalibrate and retool what exactly was working for them. Because I think we got to see some glimpses of the great spots, especially Jachi and Niket. These two individually, I think, were able to perform in small areas of the game, but just the rest of the team was not really all coordinated. We never got to see a proper team fight for them, and I think that unfortunately that level 1 really stalled out the game and made it very difficult for this Kalista Renata to do anything.
Yeah, and credit to Niket, that mid roam. They were able to get a kill onto Satab. You thought, hey, if you're able to do more of that, maybe you'll find a way back in. You'll see a way back into this game. But if he's on a different kind of champion, one of these engaged tanks, then maybe you're able to do that. But a little limited in that department on the Renata. His ultimate's part of the Red Sea a lot of the time. Maybe caught a couple of guys, but never really caught 1xN. Was never able to use 1xN's early strength to beat the crap out of his own teammates.
Yeah, and now coming into this, we're looking at our next matchup, Ultra Prime versus AL. We do expect this to be anyone's legend as kind of the favorites, but when we look at what ThunderTalk were able to put up today so far in this first game, I am worried about their matchup going up against AL, because AL is a team that has been really, really solid, especially around their carries. When you look at that team right now, Hope and Shanks are playing on another level and just barely weren't able to win a couple of those games in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough matchup for Ultra Prime. Take a look at these damage charts. Tang Yuan, a little bit less damage than Xiaoshu. That is pretty tough when you're playing Ambessa and he's playing Ornn. Yikes.
I don't know what to say. My solo lanes were griefing, unfortunately, in not a fun way. I feel bad because, again, I was a big Tang Yuan hater in Split 1. I thought that this guy from 2025 did not look very good. He's the franchise player for RNG, and I think his Split 1 performance was admirable. It was something that we could be really excited for, and I think it was also something we could say for ThunderTalk as a team that, I mean, historically has just not been able to make very deep finishes in the LPL. They were perennially like a 10th to 8th place team, and finally being able to see them kind of pull it together in Split 1 gave a lot of hope. It's just those playoff games when you're playing against some of the best in the LPL that we start to maybe look a little different at ThunderTalk.
Yeah, and I like the look of, hey, we're gonna play Ambessa mid. Maybe not the call if Zhaozhu can't really play it that well. Maybe it's like, hey, in that scenario, we just leave it up. I mean, the champion's just so strong, but I don't know, Ulk. Maybe this has to be a ban out of RNG.
I don't know. I feel like there was, I don't know if there's any individual champion that was really very overpowered. I just feel like there's a bit of a gameplay gap going on. This is like yesterday's Callista game that we got to see from LNG versus LGD. They never really got off to a good enough. Or sorry, it's LNG versus JDG. The bot lane never really kind of took off. They actually were losing against Pays, and then it kind of just fell over the rest of LNG. But that is kind of the story of all of their games, unfortunately, right now. So
often the story.
We got to be thinking about Pog here. Who's our player of the game?
Yeah.
I think it's Beichuan. Beichuan made that entire early game happen. He was really, really consistent, I think, in team fights. He knew mostly what his job had to be. And some of these fights, again, like his support, like the Feather ultimate there just doesn't really land onto very many people. I don't think this Nico did very much, but I don't think you had to with the team composition that you had in front of you.
Yeah, I was thinking like, maybe there's a world where you could give it to Seitab. I didn't see enough Realm Warps. I'm with you. I'd like to give it to Beichuan. He did a lot of the dirty work this game, and hopefully they recognize that he was the GOAT. I mean, he stuffs this engage in this very last fight, and he's been doing that all game long. So, yeah, let's give it to him. Big hopes here for Beichuan. Deserved.
Let's just hope that the Chinese broadcast is not griefing me with some of these votes, because we had... Oh, hold up, Brad. Pull that back up. We gotta pull the live feed back up. Come on. I need to see this. I need to see this MVP vote because I need to flame.
I gotta roast you.
I need to make sure because yesterday they gave it to Missing for a random ass Nico game for no reason.
No. Bro had a great game.
Just like Feather.
No. It was night and day. He became JDG found that game. Like he actually showed up finally. I will defend that Missing vote so hard.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see if it was either... honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was given to 1xN for how solid he played most of the game. I think that some of the moments looked pretty weak. But, I think, again, looking forward, I was talking about a little bit before, if Thunder Talk are going to be able to push AL, it's going to come off the back of their bottom lane being able to kind of surprise Beichuan being a better jungler than Tarzan, which is not something we thought would be saying coming into this year. But for RNG, they really kind of got to get things together, and it is Beichuan. Okay.
Respect.
There we go.
They are ball knowers. Great game out of Beichuan. Really happy. But back to your point of being able to push anyone's legend. I mean, if you play the early game the way you did, I mean, I'm not sure if anyone's legend is going to give you those opportunities that were given to them by RNG. You play the early game the way you did, great. You play the mid game the way you did, you're gonna get blown off the rift.
Yeah, so we're going to take a small break, but before we do, we want to say thank you to all of our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who have helped level up the show. A lot of the initial payments have gone into trying to upgrade the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it is going to paying on-air talent and our content creators. So please subscribe to our Coffee, which is going to be linked into the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. When we are back, we're going to be here with game number 2 of Group B. It's going to be Ultra Prime versus Anyone's Legend.
What you have made, you will see what I have
welcome back to the LPL Split 2 placements. We have Ultra Prime and Anyone's Legend coming up here in this second game. And you know what? Let's just take us right in. Let's take us right into this Ultra Prime team that they have some interesting pieces here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of looking forward, especially because they have made a swap. Xiaoxia is going to be starting for Ultra Prime. Means, unfortunately, Rosie Love is at least going to be taking a seat for the first couple games of their group stage. But coming over from BLG Junior, being a sub over there, we are expecting to see Ultra Prime. I don't know if this support changes all that much. I think Rosie Love was one of the weaker members of this squad, but support usually can't have that much of an impact, and we'll see what he's able to add, as Ultra Prime have been struggling so far in 2025.
Yeah, the solo lanes have been not so great. Saber and Jiang, not really their strongest showing. Jiang, known for being a 1v1 extraordinaire, didn't really get too many opportunities to show it with the lane swaps. Hopefully Split 2 will be a little bit kinder to him.
Hopefully. And I'm looking forward to Junhao. He made it, I think, into our rookies of the split. He was top 3 at the very least, and he did a fantastic job despite some of the misgivings that this roster had. So, again, it kind of sucks because we're like, hey, this Ultra Prime roster didn't already have very many things going for them, and then you look at their opponents, and it doesn't get much easier.
Nah, it's really not that great. Let's take a look at Anyone's Legend, a legend in the making of a team. You know him, you love him. Let's talk about Shanks. This guy, Xiaohu Jr., perhaps, real good player.
With the way that he was playing from Split 1, damn, I believe it, man, because he was already gapping some people. I think he was one of the most consistent players in the LPL coming into Split 1. And you have to think, AL, they win Demacia Cup, they beat TES in the Grand Finals, and then we're all kind of thinking, as the upper bracket favorites, AL should have been the one to win that series, but TES completely rewrite history. They send themselves to first stands. They send themselves back away from first stand with their performance. And now here, AL need to kind of bounce it off and say, look, we got second. I think that's better than anyone would have expected from what this majority of this roster had accomplished with Shanks, Hope, and Kyle in 2024. Tarzan and Flandra really need to be able to bring this team to another level alongside Coach Tabe.
Yeah, they really already have. They just need to get that little bit more. They were so close. Sky's really the limit for this team. If they continue to play the way they do, certainly could be a world's representative down the line. Now, their coach Tabe was interviewed by I Will Dominate and Yamato and had some really glowing things to say about Tarzan, the fact that he's the spirit of the team.
Yeah, I want to thank all the guys on the sack down for being able to grab not only an interview with Tabe, but the fact that we got to kind of hear a little bit about him as not only just his journey with AL, but also him as one of the most legendary coaches that has ever been able to touch League of Legends, especially in the LPL. And just the big quotes for me is Tarzan being the spirit of the team. I know early on we had kind of joked about like Flandra coming onto AL, and he's like the heart because he's just so vibrant. He's very just a very joyful guy, but the fact that Tarzan is kind of leading the team, especially as someone who is, I think, from an international community perspective, is pretty maligned when we have all these viewers who don't really typically watch domestic regional play in the LPL. They just get to Worlds, get to MSI, and they're like, Jesus Christ, what is Tarzan doing?
Hey, yeah, you're right. And some people are like, hey, internationals only, that's all well and good, whatever floats your boat, but you cannot discount what this guy has done domestically. He has been one of the best domestic junglers for as long as I can remember, at the very least. And I must say, this is going to be a big test for Junhao here, right? Going up against Tarzan. This is your time to show, hey, I'm a top jungler in this league. I can hang with some of the guys like this as the third place rookie of the split.
It's tough though, because Junhao, like you're saying, it's a mountain to climb. Tarzan, you think about the fact that he didn't even get to play in the first part of spring last year. He comes into summer, and barring a couple of handful games from a very similar placement tournament, he just looked like the best jungler in the entire league, bar none. He could play every single style. He was so good at the farming champions in the Nidalee and the Zyra. He's able to play the AD Bruisers. He's able to play the Sejuani and the Maokais. He was by and far away, I think, one of the most impressive players. And while they weren't able to kind of get it over the line when we talk about his performance at Worlds, Tarzan, again, just revolutionizing this team, and I think able to bring such a depth of champions, especially because of the the advantage of playing in Fearless this year. I think he's been able to really use that and also bounce off of ideas for someone like Tabe.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that because like this is the perfect storm, right, for Tarzan to potentially make big international waves this year with Coach Tabe, with how well the rest of Anyone's Legend is playing because of his champion Ocean. Listen, if Tabe thinks that something is good, he's going to pick it. He's going to say, hey, we should pick it. And you know what? That means that the sky is the limit. The door's wide open. We could see some crazy stuff. I'm hoping that maybe we'll get like a really cool jungle curveball in one of these games.
Neferi jungle, please.
That'd be cool.
You. I
dislike that champion just on a personal level, but listen, I'm for it. I'd like to see it. I ain't playing the game, so it's cool by me.
We got some unique champions last split from Tarzan. We got the Shen jungle at one point. Didn't win and looked a bit miserable to play in that game, despite what we were seeing from the draft. But yeah, I am kind of excited. Not only I know we've been focusing a bit on Tarzan, but this entire AL core. I mean, you talk about the fact that Anyone's Legend, not really an organization that since the rebrand has been able to put up successful results, but then they bring in Hope, or they have Hope, Kyle, and Shanks. This core kind of pushed this team a little bit further. Then they had brought in Allah, and suddenly, like, hey, maybe with him and Kroko making an improvement, this team started to make waves in the LPL last year. Then they brought in Tabe, and it feels like AL have been building over the last 2 years to make a championship roster around the three core of this bottom pair and mid lane.
Yeah, just really good decisions coming from the top to hire Tabe, to pick up these players. These are moves that I'm really big into traditional sports. These are moves that you love to see from teams that are looking to contend for championships. They make the right moves. They're willing to do whatever is necessary to get these players, acquire this talent, and sky's the limit for them. I really hate to use that platitude, but it really is, and we just need to see them, sharpen and refine little parts of their game to make sure that they are the ones on top by the end of Split 2 and going to MSI.
Well, according to Tabe, the best move AL made was actually getting their team manager, because their team manager is actually friends with Tabe and is the original reason why he's even on the roster. So,
yes.
Shout out to the team manager. Better than he's already doing more than the GM, I guess. Turns out, but. For when we look at the gameplay of these two teams, I think the issue that we are going to see for Ultra Prime, because we expect them to be underdogs in this matchup, is the fact that their bot lane hasn't really been on point. I think we've seen a lot of mechanical errors, not just from them, but also the team as a whole. I think some of the laning phases have been particularly rough for UP, as I'm seeing Saber, unfortunately, I hate to pick on the guy, but he has been losing so many matchups. He goes down like 20-30 CS against multiple different mid lane champions, and it feels like it is so difficult for Ultra Prime to get out of the first 15 minutes without a game state that is so tragic.
Yeah, it's been a little difficult for Saber. Rough sledding, you're going to run into that sometimes, but I mean, with the champions that you've been playing, you really need to be winning these lanes. I mean, he had that really fun Tryndamere game against OMG, like sweet, cool, great, but you're playing champions like Yone, you need to come up huge, right? Like you can't come up small like he has been most of the time.
It sucks because we really wanted to see Ultra Prime. Again, the social media guy has been great, and because Kelsey Moser does sign my paychecks, I do not want to slander her team as much as possible. But she isn't here right now. So, I do get a little bit of wiggle room in that matter.
Just a little bit of slander as a treat.
Yeah. Who knows if she's watching? If I get a ping in the next 15 minutes, I mean, she's used to me slandering Ultra Prime, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine.
Listen, she's in Hawaii, I know she loves the LPL, but enjoy Hawaii a little bit,
that's
okay.
not happening.
You don't need to be
Kelsey.
around. I know it's Kelsey Moser. Kelsey Moser is an absolute demon. But
she's
you know, enjoy Hawaii just a little bit. Maybe you can miss this one game of Ultra Prime because, listen, let's keep it a stack. It's setting up to be not so great. As we talked about earlier, I don't really see a conceivable spot where I think Ultra Prime can really contend with anyone's legend outside of the jungle, and even then he's going to need a lot of help to get ahead and take over the game.
It has to be some like tragic gameplay going on. AL just have to now. AL have not been impenetrable, especially if you look at their split one performance, where there is a really, really random loss to Team WE. It was a single game, but for the reason why, not only in terms of results and just the resumes, when you look at the players on AL versus Ultra Prime, I think that anything less than first for any AL in this group is a disappointment. The fact of the matter is, they made it to grand finals just under a month ago. They should very easily sweep this group if they lose a game to any one of these teams, RNG, TT, Ultra Prime. That is a massive upset. I don't think there's any contest, even if they lose the game, that they're going to lose first. But I think as a community and as fans and as part of the broadcast, we need to be honest with ourselves and make sure that we're holding our teams somewhat accountable.
Yeah, and that could very easily turn into a red flag because based on the makeup of anyone's legend and their creativity, they should be really strong in the best of one format, right? So this is essentially their format. This is a group that should, maybe Thunder Talk could give them a good game or two, but they should be able to deal with them without too much of an issue. It should just be a standard 6-0, right? And if it's not, as you said, you're going to have to take a long look at those games and see what goes wrong if indeed something does go wrong for anyone's legend.
Yeah. And we can kind of wrap back onto the format here as we're getting closer to draft. Sorry to everybody at home. We are waiting to see when draft is going to be started. But in a double round robin, best of one kind of format, you are looking to have, you don't have to worry about champion pools all that much because you don't have to worry about champions being gone after game 1 and game 2. So I am hoping that AL are going to continue some of their wild and wacky ways and kind of try to flex on Ultra Prime a little bit.
Yeah, if there's ever a time to go with a pick that you're like, you know what, this could be really solid, let's go for it, it's in this game against Ultra Prime. And asking you shall receive, as the walkouts are going to come through in just a moment here. All great job by you, Caster, progressing the broadcast.
I pressed the button.
Really good stuff.
I pressed the button for us to start.
We always say we don't have the button. We have the button.
Yeah, I unfortunately cannot save or fix the LPL Chinese broadcast run of show. For those who know, you know. But I can try to do what I can here on the LPL English broadcast.
My goat, single-handedly making sure that our broadcast is the best broadcast. You're a real one, Hulk Battery is.
Thank you.
So a small fit check here. All right. I love purple. I think purple's a great color. I need to see something else out of Ultra Prime's uniforms, man. It's just all purple. Give me some variation somewhere, please.
Man, I love the royal purple too. I'm just really sad because I know when we brought you and Slayer on, one of the big things that we kind of like joked about was the walkouts, and then grand finals happened, and we actually had Flandra show a little bit of personality in his walkout. But unfortunately, Slayer wasn't there, so I'm hoping we get a little bit more with the full teams. But for now, we're getting the handshake the waves.
Yeah, I feel like once we get to actual split 2, or maybe the end of placements when teams are super comfortable about where they're at, perhaps it's when we'll start to see a little bit more personality shine through. But over on the side of anyone's legend, just taking a look, they appear to be all smiles, man. They are ready to go. And just loose gaming, like it's a flex queue game with your boys.
It might look like one, depending on some of the gameplay that's going on.
Well,
maybe. But big things to note, small wins for Ultra Prime. Wenjiang was one of the most solo killingest players when we talked about him coming into the split, so hopefully he's able to continue some of that dominance in the laning phase. Again, a big weakness for this team is some of the lanes, especially in mid, have been struggling very early on. And how are they going to leverage Junhao? Because as someone who was one of the better performing members, I think he has a lot on his shoulders to be able to lead this team across the finish line. And as a jungler, you're like, okay, cool. I finished my first clear. I press tab. My lanes are losing. Crap, what do I do now? So I'm in immediate damage control.
Yeah, the good news for him is that they've put him on some of these more aggressive playmakers, right? He's had one game of Sejuani throughout the first split, so the team knows where the bread is buttered. Can't imagine that they're going to really go away from that. Yeah, it wasn't overly successful, but you can at least be like, you know what? We know that this guy he's a, as you call in the biz of sports, a walking bucket. You know this guy's going to come in and actually make plays. He's never going to be the reason why your team loses.
So let's see what happens. We've got draft on our screens here for the second game of Group B. And something already changing up a little bit, that Poppy and Renekton Ben is saying that Ultra Prime do want to grab themselves the Ambessa, but Jace, Skarner, and Rumble, the expected ones coming in from AL on the red side.
All right, are we going to see Ambessa into Gwen? I'm ready for it. Let's see if Jiang is ready for it, right? I don't know.
Maybe Flandra's been someone to cook. It's going to be the Vi instead, though. That has been something that we're starting to see. Junglers, especially the AD variety, have been very, very important.
Yep, and with the Yone lock-in, always follows with the Sejuani. Will come through for Tarzan as well. The ball is in Ultra Prime's court because do you really want to give over a dynamic solo lane duo of an Ambessa, of a Yone? Akali seems to be a pretty good answer into Yone. We've seen a lot of different players take that. Saber, if they want to put the ball in his hands, he's going to have to come up big.
Okay, so already the makings of a dive composition here from Ultra Prime with the Akali and the Vi. AL, though, the game does not get any easier for their opponents. I mean, you're looking at a Sejuani and a Yone pair. This duo is already very potent early on, and as the game goes longer, Shanks will have the ability to kind of sit in a side lane, have Tarzan shadow him, and suddenly this 1-2 is incredibly dangerous. Ultra Prime are going to be able to pick themselves up the Ambessa on 3. And there's the Gwen that we were expecting, something that the LPL has really embraced coming out of day 2.
LPL Gwen, baby, let's go.
There we go.
Yeah, I got my pair of scissors here too. Like, we're so ready, man, you know. The scissors have fallen off of the figure. I need to glue those back on. But so nothing too surprising coming out from anyone's Legend or Ultra Prime for that matter. Now we get to talk about some champions that'd be really good into these compositions. I'd like to think that Braum could put in a lot of work against these melee champions.
Yeah, and no support. I mean, no Kalista banned on either side. Could be something that they're looking for, but I think when I'm looking at these two AD carries, there's a potential to start looking towards things like the Kai'Sa, like the Varus. Ashe still up and available. Ezreal has been, unfortunately, a champion that has so much extra value with, I think, the mobility that has been added to some of the solo lanes, like the Yone, like the Ambessa. So, interesting to see what AL are going to be able to grab for themselves on 4.
Yeah, we'll see what this last ban is going to be. The Nico was clearly targeted toward the bottom lane. Wonder if they'll just go with a second support ban here. Mentioned the Braum earlier, but there's lots of really good supports that could deal with these melee champions. Karma going to be the one taken off the board, so don't want to deal with any poke bot lanes.
Yeah, the Nico seems like it was very targeted towards a Kalista. The Karma seems like maybe we're trying to focus away from like a Karma. I mean, you have so many melees. Karma does actually end up adding a lot. Yeah, the poke Varus that we were talking about. Ashe still up and available. We'll see what the last man is going to be. The Alistar. So Rakan starts to gain a lot of value. Leona as well, something that is available to both of these teams. It's going to be the Renata, and they're giving last pick over to Hope.
Yeah, this Renata certainly will make a big impact against the triple melees of Ultra Prime. The question is, what is going to be your answer if you're Ultra Prime? You know, hook champions could do very well in instantly blowing up Renata. Could always go with your roaming support and a bot laner that can stand on their own, like the Ziggs, maybe like a Ziggs Leona or something like that for a little bit more hard engage.
Yeah, I like the Ziggs Leona, especially when you see on the opposite side. We know we were talking about Ultra Prime having a lot of melees. Now with this dive composition, the Ziggs is going to be poking away at the opponents, and as soon as they're able to find an angle, you're setting up for this Ambessa, for this Vi and Akali. And from Ultra Prime, what AD carry is going to be able to stay safe? I'm expecting this to be a Xayah, but the lane matchup versus something like a Ziggs is not all that great. The Xayah would obviously give a lot of tools over to Hope to be able to survive and invite some of the chaos that Ultra Prime want, but there's not a lot of mobile AD carries that are going to be able to dodge out and contest. I think Ashe or Varus is really going to be their best option.
Yeah, I think Varus for the disruption of the chain of corruption on to these big divers. You know, you just hope that, hey, we're going to go all in on Hope. Great. Here's a chain of corruption. You're now all rooted under the turret, and the rest of my team can come through. So something that Ultra Prime will need to be cognizant of, but as you mentioned, shouldn't have too hard of a time at least killing Hope at the start.
Yeah, AL, they're going to have a composition that does very well as the game continues on forward. I think you have such a potent duo, but the times in which they can actually start a fight is going to be difficult. So at any moment where they find themselves at a disadvantage, they're going to be very much reliant on this mid-jungle in Tarzan and Shanks. So we need to see them take control early. We need to see how they're able to leverage these side lanes, because Gwen and Yone are so annoying to deal with for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, these are champions that are so difficult, especially in side lanes. We want to see anyone's legend go and grab some of these grubs. You know, if they take advantage on grubs, get at least 4, these side laners are just going to be going absolutely crazy. One adaptation I really like from anyone's legend, so a lot of what we saw from the Gwen was pairing it with like a Vi. Actually very much like the idea of pairing it with a Sejuani. It feels like teams have been trying to dive with Gwen's early advantage into an Ambessa with Vi's instead of champions like Sejuani, who can make the dive a little bit more stable. So that's something that I am really hoping pays off, because it's just something that through casual spectating, I'm like, why are we not doing this?
And for Ultra Prime, I think that this draft does give them some options to play. I like that we are seeing the tools available for them, but my worry is that it is too one-dimensional. It has one way of kind of operating and isn't able to succeed in very many ways after that.
The Gyos ring out. It's a little bit different when it's not in a best of 5, so no, not as crazy exciting, but always happy to see the turnout here, especially for a team like anyone's legend. Now, we mentioned that we're looking for anyone's legend to go and get these early grubs. It's going to be up to Xiaojia, the rookie coming through and helping out Ultra Prime, specifically Saber in the mid lane, maybe get some of that advantage at level 6.
Early lanes here, again, for people who are maybe unfamiliar with the Gwen versus Ambessa. Gwen is really strong in the early game and is one of the few champions that actually can match Ambessa, I think, across the game as a whole. Ambessa does have a much stronger first item spike than the Gwen, but Gwen scales like a monster. And for this bottom lane, it is so reliant on who lands poke. Hope actually going for the Halo Blades. I think in a matchup where you get outranged in this manner and you want longer skirmishes, I can understand that. But when you are playing up against something like the Ziggs, being able to just land an ability first and get that Arcane Comet proc is so meaningful.
Yeah, perhaps Hope is just deciding later on, hey, I want to get out as much damage as I can when they get on me before I die. You know, maybe the hope for him is you trade 1 for 1 later on in the game, and that Hail of Blades will help out, as Waco just looking to have a good time on this Ziggs, get Xiaojia out of the lane, get him roaming around early.
Okay, and both junglers are pathing up towards the top side of the map, so we've seen a lot of tension from teams be thrown up to the Gwen. Gwen is a champion that, again, while can have some prowess in the laning phase, she is particularly susceptible, especially because some of her mana costs are very, very high early on. So going to be seeing what they're able to do. Has some hidden synergy, or I guess some additional synergy, thanks to being a melee champion alongside the Sejuani. So going to be interested to see what AL and what Tarzan and Flandre are going to be able to execute with.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Junhao is going to have to be up there for an early cover. You see Flandre already shoving in. Hasn't really gotten too much damage onto Xiang yet, but Getting the shove in means that on the next wave, maybe you get a little bit more in, and it's prime dive time.
Okay, and a small advantage starting to pair up here for AL. Okay. Get the cleanse out immediately.
All right. Now, not too bad. Zhaozhe doing his thing. Jiang getting taken a little bit lower. We still see Tarzan hanging around. Junhao hanging around in these top quadrants as Saber gets a level up on Shanks here and takes him very low.
Hey, look, the electrocute was not something that we got to see earlier of last split thanks to the electrocute changes coming in pretty recently. Seeing if Tarzan could do something mid here. Shanks, one more auto, has to flash out, and now Tarzan's abandoned.
Yep, and Saber might be able to move over to help out Junhao. Instead, they'll let Tarzan off the hook.
I mean, Gwen should be able to move, but Gwen doesn't have a lot of HP. Neither does Wenjong, but is Tarzan still going to be able to go for this? I think it's so risky. I think this is mostly just, hey, I'm here to cover for my mid. I'm making sure that they can't contest. But I like this from our supports on the side of Ultra Prime, moving and protecting. Wait, we're getting the teleport. They want to fight for this grub.
Yeah,
okay.
Tarzan's going to be able to dash out of there. So the teleport from Waco going to be used, but we're not going to even be able to secure the crab. Tarzan will just take that.
I like how aggressive they were playing, and some good early vision now coming in from Ultra Prime. We'll see what this actually turns into and what are the effects of such play coming in for UP. But we do need them to kind of keep the ball rolling in this manner. If they can continue to snowball a lead, if they can maybe get some early grubs, they're going to be in a good spot to contest the AL in their first game of the group stage.
Yeah, they're really going to need to leverage the fact that Shanks is down a flash. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to move. Going to be a target that's a little easier to kill. Everybody knows that Yone is a little bit difficult to kill. Gets the snapback, take reduced damage. He's going to luckily lose the CC immunity he's going to have on snapback soon, but not yet. And you focus him down, all of a sudden you can get Saber rolling.
Okay, and already I think despite some of the early game woes, Tarzan is with a small advantage. It's going to be an early dragon started here by the side of UP. Does get spotted by that ward, but Junhao just wants to try to make sure that with his bottom lane having early push, this is a wave that AL are giving up during this. I think Hope and Kyle need to kind of get out of this situation.
Junhao? Oh no! Ooh, okay. Junhao secured it, but it had 3 HP left. He will flash and he'll get over the wall.
I mean, that's fine, but this is still an advantage here for UP. I like the way that they're playing, and despite AL contesting, they got very little for that. Yes, it was the flash from Junhao, but that's another wave being missed by Hope and Kyle. So I think level 6 is very, very key for this bot lane matchup for both sides. So being able to get that just that much faster is, and potentially, going to be changing up the matchup.
Yeah, very good point. We see Leona's move around so much, but Ziggs Leona does have some kill threat. Is Saber going to try to put down some kill threat? Fate sealed, just going to get Shanks out of there.
Okay, doesn't want to try to risk anything under the turret, but Shanks is under so much duress in this mid lane matchup now. The wave is going to eventually push on over to him, but he's going to miss out on this cannon, which definitely sucks. Tarzan is taking the grubs early on here, and so far, Ultra Prime are matching up against AL, and at least Saber, for the time being, is doing a very good job of trying to keep Shanks under wraps.
Yeah, it's been pretty great. They haven't allowed Tarzan to pay any attention to this top side, right? So while Flandre is getting his lane advantage, they haven't actually been able to, dive this Ambessa in the top lane because Tarzan's had to pay attention elsewhere.
Yeah. So what now we can hopefully expect from Ultra Prime is with 3 minutes before either a dragon or the grubs. Once Junhao hits level 6, I do want to see whether or not they're going to be able to execute on a dive, whether that be around the mid lane or in the bottom lane. Shanks is going to be able to get his recall in now, but with the bottom lane just now coming back, this would be a great time for them to be able to punish Hope with playing with the Ziggs, playing with this Vi.
Yeah, without a doubt. Get your advantages there, start to get the ball rolling, a little bit of gold in your pocket, a little bit of momentum. Then all of a sudden, the objectives could just become yours. Junhao going to need to, as you said, be the one to go first. Tarzan's the one to set the pace, drop an ultimate gank somewhere. That could result in a snowball that Ultra Prime can't come back from.
Junho's wrapping around. It looks like he wants to go towards mid. They know that Shanks' flash is not quite up, and they'd already used the teleport. If they can make this play, it's going to be around Saber getting the perfect execution in 3 seconds. And it doesn't seem like we're getting that much action out of all of this. The AL are able to contest in the bottom wave. Shanks should be able to survive now that he's gotten himself the Hex Drinker early on. Feels good.
Yeah, not too bad. Now, all I have to say, if they decide to be quiet for these next 2 minutes and Ultra Prime isn't going to make a move, who do you believe this favors? Because, you know, if you're going to give anyone's legend these time for these solo laners, it's going to be pretty good.
Oh, wait a minute.
Waco is the one who gets caught. He's alone, and he will fall all alone. Hope gets first blood.
That is a max range Chains of Corruption coming out, and Tarzan slides into mid, but finding that kill is so important. It's right before Waco's TP timer. He'll have at least a recall here for Hope. I think they want to try to make a play in a minute's time. Tarzan.
Yeah, they're trying to make the play onto Tarzan. He's got to try to find a way out. Flash over the wall. Shanks able to help him out a little bit. Here comes Kyle as well. Saber is able to slide out, and the jungler for anyone's legend survives.
You trade out some summoner spells. It's I think a perfectly fine trade. Good job from Junhao and the rest of Ultra Prime. They wanted the respawn chickens. They go and grab most of the raptors for themselves. And not only are they getting vision onto Tarzan, but they are also taking away some of these resources. Really good openers here for the side of UP, despite their bottom lane going down.
And a big thing for Ultra Prime there is they were able to get down a lot of vision on these top side grubs. You see Xiaozhe getting an extra ward down before he takes his back. A lot of pings up near the top side here. Is anyone's legend 60 seconds to the next grub spawn? We talked about how important it is for them this game.
Maybe they're going to try and make a double lane play here with Wonjong and Saber. They do have their ultimates and the ability to teleport for this play, but you already see Ultra Prime are behind on this. It's going to be the wave that is just now crashing onto that top tier 1. AL are retreating to their side of the jungle so that they can properly contest the mid lane brush and that entrance into the river.
Tarzan and company just walking their way in. Waco and Xiaozhe not too scary yet, to the point where they'd be shoved off. As we saw in the bot lane a couple of moments ago, Flandre getting his first plate down there. He had gotten one up top as well. And he's having a pretty good time himself. Just not disrupted means that you're pretty okay with the way the game's progressing.
Yeah, I think for right now, AL are going to be playing onto this side of the map. They just saw Saber TP for that wave that we were just talking about. So make sure that we're not only reinforcing Flandre, giving him resources if we need to, but with our duo sitting in mid lane and how easy it is, or how comparatively easy it is to clear the wave versus a Ziggs compared to other AD carries. They're just going to try and leverage this and take the second drink of the game. But this should have been their moment. They, as Ultra Prime, you have the ward on the dragon. Why are we not just starting up the second set of grubs here? I feel like this is a pretty big mistake and something that now AL, they still have ultimates up for them. And now with the redeploy, they'll have items to boot. I mean, this is a completed Riftmaker here coming in for Flandre. If he teleports for this play, Ultra Prime are in a pretty tough spot to try to contest.
Yeah, and anyone's legend really only needs to take one of these grubs for it to be worthwhile for them. Now, Junhao has started them up. He's pulling back a little bit, but he is on vision, so we'll see what the move is here for anyone's legend. They're going to try to look for Waco, and they're going to layer all the CC. He's got nowhere to go, and Hope will get his second kill, and they'll move it on up. 2 grubs left standing. Junhao's not going to be able to clear these out. He has quickly realized, oh my god, everybody's here, get me the heck out.
And now with that, it's going to be 5 grubs going over to AL. Already having a tough time playing this game, and Ultra Prime's bottom laner, this AD carry in Waco, is just having such a tough time. The first one, look, I was willing to excuse because that's basically max range. Oh, Shanks?
Oh, Saber gets hit with the Fate Seal, but he's going to go deep for it. The shield, the ultimate from Xiaozhe, not quite landing, and Shanks will be able to walk it out.
And that's tough because they were hoping they were trying to make a play and get something for this. It's just the ultimate here from Shanks. And again, I don't think you were asking before we got into one of these fights, if this game does go longer, which one of these teams are we expecting this to kind of favor? I think with a team that has a Yone and a Gwen, you have to be looking at them to be in a much better spot compared to what Ultra Prime have. They are, again, so one-dimensional, and you are cutting out the legs from underneath some of this damage profile. Yes, you still have Saber to kind of add to that, but if you have the Ziggs gone, you are so reliant on this dive working, and so far AL have not given you the space, and you still have to be able to play against stuff like the Renata, right?
Yeah, Saber can't kill anybody right now, but maybe with a little bit of help from his jungler, he could be able to. As Shanks is taken low, is running toward a side of the map that is not his, and Junhao gets the kill.
All right, how much damage can they get on this top lane turret? You got 45 seconds before the plates start to fall. AL are in position. Waco does have the ult if he wants to clear the minion wave. I think this is going to be tough.
You have a 3v2 dive attempt. Zhao's the one who was engaged on first, and the ultimate comes through, and Wonjiang is split from the rest of his team. Good tanking here, but a lot of damage coming in from Waco and Wonjiang. Kale is bleeding out, and he will go down. Flandra's got to flash forward, and he won't take a turret shot on the way out. Junhao is here. Hope is trying to kite it out, but Waco is free hitting. He's done so much damage this fight. Junhao looking to find the last kill onto Flandre, and he will. 3 kills for the jungler of Ultra Prime.
He starts off 3-0, has the completed Sundered Sky, and that was incredibly messy from AL. You know that they have a Ziggs. The Ziggs is off timer, and they had a vision ward, so they saw where Waco was. You have to be expecting, with the Ziggs ultimate, they can always clear the wave. The dive was incredibly difficult. I think that Wonjiang and Xiaoxia played that very, very well, and it ends up into a pretty good advantageous state here for Ultra Prime.
As it turns out, Anyone's Legend just didn't have the damage to be able to take out the support so quickly. Take a look at the replay. I mean, Tarzan starts us off just fine. He's the one tanking it up, but the rest of the fight doesn't go their way.
Yeah, the Gwen ultimate doesn't quite land. A lot of skill shots actually end up missing here from Hope, and Wonjiang's like, oh, cool. That means I can just utilize my public execution. I can get all of the Drake Hound steps. This is a great flash to, again, stall this play out. And this entire time, by the way, in the top lane, Saber is just hitting at this top tier 1 after they killed Shanks just a little bit ago. So Ultra Prime able to punish on some of the over-eagerness coming in from AL. There's Rosie Love hanging out in the back rooms with the coaching staff.
It's probably like, damn, Xiaoxia played that one really well. But 15
He's like,
minutes
bro, I could have done that on Leona.
Yeah, I would have gotten all the kills. That's not a good thing. But 15 minutes into this game, about a 600 gold lead for Ultra Prime. They looked pretty listless early on, but they've really come alive here. And now, Anyone's Legend, they're going to have to really rely on the strength of these solo lanes to get them back in the game and get this gold on the map.
One thing I will say is that play felt more like AL making a bunch of mistakes than it was Ultra Prime really, creating a situation that was unplayable for Anyone's Legend. And when you look at the map, the fact that AL were able to grab that first dragon, or one of these dragons, it does delay some of the scaling that we were kind of expecting, or some goal setting for Ultra Prime. They weren't able to get all of the grubs. It's 5 grubs to 1. They weren't able to secure both of the early dragons. So any soul win condition is going to be delayed by another 5 minutes. We've got the Herald spawning here now. I think this is pretty tough. Ultra Prime are immediately on this, and they're starting this up. Flandra does have teleport if they want to kind of contest, but I don't think AL are in a very good spot to try to make anything of this. Maybe they chase them out of the pit afterwards.
Gonna have a hard time walking up to Waco because he's got a little bit of damage. You can see Tarzan is getting chunked out. No contest here. The Herald will go over to Ultra Prime. And now it's time for Junhao to spread this lead around to his solo laners. Make sure that they're able to stack up against the powerful solo laning of Anyone's Legend.
Saber might find a second kill here onto Shanks. Oh, just barely out of range from the perfect execution. But this is going to be another turret falling for them. They already got the one in bottom lane. It'll be a top tier 1 as well. We talked about some of the side laning threats of this AL composition. And while Shanks has kind of gotten a lot of focus and may not be able to match this Akali, Flandra is starting to pick up a lot of steam here. Finishes his Hex Drinker, or sorry, finishes the it's the Rift Maker. I hate this item so much, man. They need to rework this item already. But aside from my hate for this, he's in a pretty good spot. If you can get those Nashor's Tooth second, then I think AL are in a pretty decent spot for themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty much Gwen Thanos moment there when you get to those 2 items. Rift Herald getting used in the mid lane here. Shelly got hands really shook away. That was I love that, but we'll get the crash off anyway, taking the turret down to about half HP, giving Ultra Prime control of the bot side river.
Yeah. For now, it's the river, but you see that AO are able to take the inside track because it is their side of the jungle. That mid-tier 1 not falling isn't great, but I think setting up for the Ziggs, right? Ziggs, when he is on your team, you get more points into the satchel charge, and suddenly turrets just disappear around the map, especially with his passive. 2 items here for Waco, someone that had a lot of pressure thrown his way, has been kind of the focus for AL, but right now, 2 items already on this Ziggs. Feeling pretty good. Honestly, if I'm Ziggs in this moment, I'm saying, wow, my more expensive mage items are kind of trumping the not even 1.5 completed items here for Hope on this Varus.
If I'm Waco, I'm like, thank God my team was able to take all of the aggro from anyone's legend on that bottom fight. It was about as easy as it gets for you in fights like those. You throw your Mega Inferno bomb from miles away. You're throwing your bombs from miles away, your Qs, and you're just having a great time. That's true Ziggs gaming right there. And if anyone's legend continues to not focus down Waco and get rid of him early, he's going to be able to do this all game long.
Imagining that he's going to have a Seeker's Arm Guard / Zonia's as the 3rd item, which is just going to make it more difficult for AL to get into this back line. It sucks that we're kind of the way that we're framing this, because while Shanks has been a pretty early target here for Ultra Prime, he has a large burden of his team's ability to actually start fights. We talked about it from the draft, and I think barring this single game, Shanks has been one of the most consistent members and also one of the most the highest performing member for his team from Split 1. So to see him already taken down a peg, I want to see how he'll be able to bounce back, especially as a player who has a lot of experience under his belt.
Yeah, all it's going to take is one fight, Alk. You know, one fate sealed that you find on a couple of members, or Tarzan goes in, you get a good follow-up, and then Kyle's there. You got a stew going, baby, with the hostile takeover. See a little bit of fighting going on in the jungle. Zhao's got to burn his ultimate. Oh, my God! Hope just evaporates. All hope is lost, and Kyle is the next target, too. Zhao is there. Teleport coming through. Kyle will bleed out. Saber in there. Flandra TP's in and gets the heck out, but Saber's going deep, and everybody is showing up for Ultra Prime.
The plot armor is looking quite fallible here for AL, as they tried to make a play, tried to stop Xiaoxia, and it turns into a kill onto both of the bottom laners here. Maybe they could chase for a little bit more. There's a dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and so trading those summoner spells was great, but how much can they actually get from this? It's a little bit of gold for them, but they lose priority on this mid-wave.
They did have Otacon on their side of the map, elected not to go for it as it had just spawned and weren't able to spend their riches from that fight. You'll take what you can get, open up the gold lead a little bit more, just about 2,000 here, but you mentioned that dragon looming in a minute could potentially be sole point for anyone's legend, and Ultra Prime's not going to want to give that up. So much pressure you'll get from that.
Okay. I want to see how AL kind of bounce back from this one, because this is not an early game that we were expecting coming in from Ultra Prime. These are the underdogs up against our Split 1 Grand Finalists, our Demacia Cup Grand Champions. And here in this game, I mean, they try to make something happen. This starts, again, like I was saying, with Xiaoxia. Hope gets satchel bombed into some of the oh my God, we get oh, it's double snowballs!
Yeah, it was the double
It's
snowball.
double snowballs at the same time. Okay, that's really cool. But yeah, it's so many of these skill shots landing onto Hope, and now we're in a spot where close to 2.5 items for a lot of the members of Ultra Prime. Wenjong and Flandra have been farming in a side lane against each other, and this doesn't get much easier for AL. If Tarzan and Shanks can't find the engage, then Ultra Prime are feeling more than happy to say, hey, we're just going to dive onto you and provide just enough damage for our Zeeks to take you down.
Yeah, and anyone's Legends engage has to be snappy, because if you allow Waco to just sit there, he's just going to kill you. Now Xiaoxia, that is flash. We'll be able to walk away. Thought for a moment there that could be worrisome, as Hope is completely zoned off, has his Edge of Night, so he doesn't die like that again to Waco, but that's a very scary Ziggs who just took down the mid turret as well.
He does so much damage here, and Ultra Prime trying to find the delicate balance of, can we start Otacon? Can we start this dragon? Xiaoxia doesn't have flash. I wonder if Tarzan is going to try and make the snap onto this Leona. And I liked what we were seeing from our two mid laners here, Shanks and Saber, fighting off in the other side lane, seeing who can teleport first.
Here we go, full engage out. Zhao's the only one hit by the hostile takeover, but he is getting snipped away. You might be as strong as a rock, but those scissors are made of steel. Has anyone's legend managed to find one?
Saber teleported for this. They need to make something happen here. Otherwise, Yone is going to continue splitting on the opposite side of the map. They already lost one member.
Tarzan going to be the target. He's taking below half HP. Teleport coming in. And
Oh,
the
Chains
turn
of
it all
Corruption!
around.
Woo!
Chains of Corruption catches Junhao. Waco dealing as much damage as he can, but it's not enough. And AL start the Dragon.
This will put them on Soul Point, and Ultra Prime make a few too many errors around this bottom side objective. I wonder with some of the recalls, were they willing to kind of risk it for an Otacon? They're going to instead play it a little safe, take their recalls, catch their waves, and push back out onto the map. A good job from AL to bounce back in what has been a pretty tough early game for them.
Yeah, and Flandra is now 4-1, by the way, as so many champions that are able to enable him this game. That is where we're going to see anyone's legend potentially turn this game around. Let's take a look at the replay and how this started.
Ooh, they find this pick immediately onto Junhao, knows that he doesn't have the Q and it's on a bit of a lower cooldown, and no one from Ultra Prime feel willing to kind of go in. I think maybe they were waiting for Saber to teleport, but by that point, I think that this is just too little, too late coming in. It starts off with a bit of damage down, but that Chains of Corruption. Oh, Kael's dead?
What the heck is going on? Saber goes all the way in. He trades 1 for 1. And anyone's legend looking for more. Flandra looking to go crazy. Zhaozha gets stunned up, and he's got to run away. Shanks off to the side, targeted out. In the middle of the fight is Wonjiang. He's got to do what he can, but he's got to flash out of the fight. Zhaozha ends up in a 3v1, and he's going to fall too. It's a double kill for Hope. And just when you think Ultra Prime are in the game, it's slipping from their fingers, Hulk.
No one is focusing Gwen, and we talked about how difficult Gwen was going to be for Ultra Prime to deal with. How much damage can Wako get with this? He'll have his auto attacks as well with the satchel charge. Honestly, I think he could go for a little bit more. You know that Shanks isn't dead. The only person that can match you is Kael. A ruinous Otacon going over to the side of anyone's legend. A lot of Blood Roses as well. And this starts with Saber finding the pick onto Kael. I just don't think it's worth it, though. Look at how much of a rough spot this puts your team. You're already behind, and now you've jeopardized not only your position, but Xiaosha and Junhao.
Yeah, with Flandra showing on that wave, it's not so good. And, you know, I like what Shanks did there, although it looked a little ugly. Waco was kept completely out of the fight, right? He's able to get this one bouncing bomb in, and that's it. He's got to walk away.
Just was not worth it here for Ultra Prime. Feeling a little overzealous. The gold lead has almost completely collapsed at this point. And AL are starting to pick up steam in a game where it looked a bit difficult for the first 15 minutes. And I'm looking now. Waco's still not opting for the Seeker's Arm Guard. I think that, you know, you are dealing with double AD threats. There is someone like Tarzan that you're going to have to deal damage with. But I think that without Azonias, you are under so much threat, as we've seen early on into this game. So coming into Baron fights, coming into Dragons, I mean, now we're at Soul Point here for AL. 2.5 minutes in time. Ultra Prime are going to have to rock up and fight them. Otherwise, they lose the game.
Yeah, without that Seeker's Arm Guard, you know, we saw earlier in the game him get picked a couple of inopportune times, and anyone's legend were able to kind of build a lead off of that. Now the game in a bit of an even state, and I have to say, I want to give a lot of credit to Ultra Prime regardless of how this game goes. Anyone's legend, a team that is expected to make it first out of this group easily. We thought, hey, maybe they'll pull out something creative. It's not really that creative in my opinion, and the fact that Ultra Prime has played them straight up like this has been a really sight to see. Saber gets spotted out. Now he's going to quickly be in a 3v1. Shanks is going after him. Zhaozha looking to back him up. Saber going to get slowed, but the stuns are out. But Saber gets knocked up and caught, and he falls on the side lane.
Does this mean they're going to start up the Baron? Anytime you have a Gwen on your team, you should always be thinking, can we get a Baron? Can I immediately take one of these Elder objectives? It's going to be a numbers advantage here for anyone's legend. Wanjung is looking for a teleport. He gets his level 16, which is huge.
Yeah, the teleport's a little far away, though. Waco is still able to free hit Baron down to about 3,000 HP. Looking to rejoin the fight is the Vi. Zhaozha tanking everything up, but is able to walk out as the Baron resets to about 10,000 HP.
And a good delay. I think AR are going to be happy with the fact that they were able to trade some of the summoner spells away from Ultra Prime. Without the Sejuani ult, without the Yone ult, I think they're feeling just a little bit pressured, but I like the fact that AL were willing to call them on their bluff. And now we're sitting here, 45 seconds. Ultra Prime are first to the Dragon, but it is only Junhao and Wanjong. They have no vision, they have no wars right now that they can place. Xiaoxia is finally here, But Ultra Prime, this is a continuation of that Baron play. Remember, Wonjong teleported for this play for the Baron. They got him off the objective, and now they need to be able to make good. This is the more important fight for the tail of the tape in this game.
And the ultimates out from Anyone's Legend are coming back up. Shanks and Tarzan going to have those available. We're getting pinged out. Flandra and Tarzan just looking to potentially pick somebody off here, but Ultra Prime have an idea. Something's not quite right as the dragon has spawned.
Okay. Waco is going to rejoin up with his team. They are losing position on mid, so I like what Hope is doing on the minimap here. Goes into mid lane. He knows he can clear this very, very easily. And with 5 grubs, while I would definitely prefer for AL to please just grab this dragon, they can feel very safe about potentially going for a mid-tier 1.
Tarzan coming in from around the side. He's going to get into the back of the pit. 5,000 HP on the dragon. Remember, this is Soul for Anyone's Legend. Saber is in the back of the pit. Waco trying to do what he can with these bouncing bombs. Saber is going to go all the way through on the Hexgate, but here comes the ultimates coming through. The knockups are there, and Anyone's Legend are taking out Ultra Prime. Here's the execution coming through for Wonjiang, trying to get to the back of the fight, but the Fate Sealed is going to be able to knock up the Akali. They find Saber, they find the key members. Tarzan finds Waco too, but he falls. Shanks unable to land the knockup, but now Waco all of a sudden can turn around, but he gets a little close. Flandra coming around on the side, ready to snip away at the life of Waco. He flashes over and takes him down. Anyone's Legend win the fight and the soul.
Waco, he could have definitely won that fight. Just a few different skill shots land a little bit differently, and Ultra Prime come out on top. It is the soul now going over to AL, and what feels like the game is going to continue to slip out of Ultra Prime's hands. I mean, we have a 3.5 item, almost level 18 Gwen in this game. Those 1,000 cuts passive is going to do so much, and in this, the first start of this is pretty strong from AL. A lot of crowd control lands onto Junhao, but I love what the solo lanes of Ultra Prime have done here with Saber, with Wonjiang. They move immediately into the back line, assassinate multiple members of AL, and this right here is where it gets a little dicey for AL, because Shanks does not land the damage. This Q landing is quite unfortunate. If he just continues to walk back, it could have been fine, but he's just not expecting for the Gwen to come over the wall.
So tough. The solo laners for Anyone's Legend just a little bit thicker, able to survive from all of this damage that Ultra Prime is able to put together. And that is the difference maker. Ulk Battery, top turret going down. Flandra getting that one. He is so far ahead, man. Nearly 4,000 golds. And Anyone's Legend ready to start this Baron at will.
What can AL get done in this time? They're taking over a majority of the vision, but I like that with the Scuttle, it does make it a little difficult for AL to just immediately go for the Baron. If Flandra was a true knower, by the way, of the Gwen, with 4 items, you should be able to solo Baron. With the additional healing for the passive, they're going to make this play onto Xiaoxia. It's going to be the ultimate thrown away. Junhao is on a flank, but you see the ward, the pings coming out. AL know that they're going to be going Vi hunting soon.
Oh no, Junhao. Junhao, no! They know you're there! Alright, he's able to dash away for right now, but he does get spotted once again. They're on a wild goose chase. We're burning some flashes to try to take him down. Kyle will get there. Are you going to handshake him? You will handshake him.
Yeah.
Junhao is dead.
Okay, look at what Ultra Prime are doing this entire time. Oh, it's even the Guardian Angel. Low-key, keep him alive. Keep him alive.
Oh!
Kill him. They killed Kyle. Look what's happening on the opposite side, though. Saber trying to fight. They can find Shanks.
Shanks is stunned. He's under the turret. They're going to go all the way in for the public execution, too. And they find him. Great plays from Ultra Prime. But Tarzan with a big stun onto Xiaoxia. Teleport coming in from Flandra. He's on top of Saber. But Saber trying to get out with the angles, and he can't. Flandra takes him down. And now Hope coming in to cut off Wonjiang. He's going to slow him up with that Hex Tech Soul. And Wonjiang, he's desperately trying to get away. The Drakehound step, but Tarzan will chase him down, and the touch of the Freljord will keep you in place.
You know, maybe if Ziggs got a little bit more damage onto that turret, there is a way. It feels so tough for Ultra Prime. They take 1 step forward, it's 2 steps back. They got stopped on the Baron, they make a play on the bottom side, but guess what? Flandra and the rest of AL are still able to collapse, utilizing some of those teleports. They now will be able to grab the Baron on the side of Anyone's Legend, and this Baron timer is going to run perfectly into the Elder Dragon spawning. So with 5 grubs and a Baron, we we are expecting for Ale, the expected favorites of this group, to be able to close this one out.
All right, Junhao getting chased off by the rest of anyone's legends.
In the same area as last time.
Yep, Shanks, though, is at full HP. He's trying to get away as Junhao. Saber maybe trying to help his teammate. Good buffer on the ultimate, and they find Tarzan, but he will not bleed out. He will survive. Saber gets one kill. Saber needs to go back in and try to find another, trying to dodge out of the damage, but Flandra does too much. Saber can't get in there.
Waco was also pretty low on that mana. If he had the ultimate, maybe there was a big enough change, but with those two deaths, Junhao had almost 2,000 gold in his advantage versus Tarzan. That has completely gone down the drain. That is 1,500 gold almost immediately going over to his lane counterpart. So sucks to see here for Ultra Prime. They had a strong opener, and there are still glimpses, right? These two items, these three items coming in for Saber and Wonjong, even Waco, as the damage carries, they are getting their jobs done, but it just feels like they're doing it after Junhao and Xiaoxia have already died. If they can maybe coordinate this just a little bit tighter, we can start to see Ultra Prime really start to contest AL.
It's going to be so hard to stall out this Baron, too, if the minions are buffed up just because of all their damage is magic damage. We do know that this Herald is going to, not Herald, I'm sorry, this Elder is going to be up in 40 seconds. You know, the good news for Ultra Prime is if you don't want to go in for a full fight, if you get enough vision down, Junhao can sneak in, Waco can use his ultimate, and maybe you get a miracle.
And then look at the solo lanes right now. The CS differential between our two laners. 60 here for Shanks, despite all of the work that's been going into him. Flandra here with almost 80 CS over his opponent. It's not helping some of the gold deficits that they're finding themselves in. And Ultra Prime now, 10 seconds before that Elder like we were marking, it doesn't get any easier if you lose this objective.
Saber's going to have the perfect execution out, but Xiaoxia is getting taken lower and lower. These champions will deal a lot of damage as Tarzan just onslaught, just going forward on these guys. Teleport coming in from Waco. Flandra's ultimate getting used just for a little bit of extra damage.
I mean, Baron, 5 grubs.
Wait, they're going to try to combo him out. Fate Seal doesn't land on a Waco, but he will fall all the same. Wonjong goes down too. The flash onto Saber as Flandra looking to take him out. Doesn't quite land the snip, but he still has the damage. And anyone's legend found their way, have broken this game, have broken the base, and are looking to win.
There it is again. Baron still here. It's 20 seconds. Hextech Soul and the grubs. Come on.
Going all the way in onto the support, but they will fall. Ultra Prime fought valiantly, but anyone's legend were inevitable, and they will get their first win of the round-robin stage.
Minor mistakes from AL in the early game, and still, I think a big improvement from our solo lanes here. The bottom lane for Ultra Prime, still a big question mark as to whether or not they're going to be able to level up, not only today, but in the second day of the group stage here in Split 2 placements. So, unfortunate. It's kind of like a heartbreaker for Ultra Prime, because in spots there, you got to see them actually do what their composition and what their team champions want to do. But especially Xiaoxia, I know it's your first game on the stage. You're coming over from BLG's developmental league, but just getting caught out too many times, you need to be able to be more in sync with the rest of your team.
Yeah, this Leona ults can only go onto Tarzan so much, right? You're using it to keep yourself alive, and Tarzan's taking, what, 500 damage on the way out? It's like, well, we're missing this big team fight tool that needs to be better served to go on top of the Yone or on this Gwen when she's not immune. And having that big tool down, it's those little things that compound and really made a big difference in this game. And, you know, anyone's legend, again, as you mentioned earlier in the game, not perfect. Their plot armor starting to show some cracks.
Sure. You know, look, they are a team that has not been infallible. We've seen them not really have kind of the execution, and I will say part of the kind of strength for a team like AL, especially in best of one, is they are a team that is very creative and looking to always kind of push the boundaries here. So I like that we got to see the Gwen again from Flandra. I think definitely a player of the game for me, just because of how much influence and almost backbending he had to do for this Gwen in terms of carrying the team.
Yeah, bro was just going crazy. I've never seen such a good game of rock, paper, scissors where scissors actually beats rock, but that's how powerful Flandra was that game.
Yep.
Dude just played out of his mind, and The Gwen into Ambessa, if anybody had any doubts about how good that actually is, it is that good. And
It's
certainly
pretty
needs to
strong.
be on the radar of every single team.
Feels pretty good. Things for AL as they move forward, they're not going to have a game immediately after this. They're going to actually have the game after we do our play-by-play swaps in between. They're going to be going up against Thunder Talk in the 4th game of the day. But
Big match.
still, I think, playing along the lines of what we saw from them in Split 1. So, you know, I don't think they need to be ramping it into overdrive right now. This is the start of a split, so take your time. Eventually get to that point where you're looking closer and closer towards contesting our other top teams in playoffs of Split 2.
Yeah, no need to hit the panic button just yet, especially with all the games that we still have to go.
Yes.
Not only for this group, but for all of placements. One thing that I've really enjoyed to see is that some of these teams that we've kind of defined as, maybe teams that are going to be third, fourth, actually putting up fights against some of the best the LPL has had to offer. Sure, it is best of one, and it could be seen as, quote, very fake, potentially. But still, it's still very nice to see a game like this where Ultra Prime, we're not listless. We're actually making plays and getting advantages. There's hope for these guys.
Yeah, it's so fun because you look at the last 2 days of play. I mean, there was an EDG that almost was able to take down BLG.
Mm-hmm.
There was a game
WE
yesterday.
Too.
Yeah, we were looking at the very last game of last night, LGD versus JDG. They almost got taken down, and LGD would have been second in that group immediately. So there are a lot of games coming in already through these placement stages where these teams are looking to play, and honestly, a best of one is basically, you could just say, the start of a best of a series, right? Like, they could have these same strategies coming into a game 1 of a best of 5, of a best of 3. So I think it is good to see that our lower place and lower expectation teams are pushing some of the teams that we do expect to kind of go out early in these groups as top seeds.
Yeah, it's going to keep them sharp. And let's take a look at this damage. Oh, Flounder did a lot less damage than I thought. He still did a lot, but I just feel like
he was go.
I just feel like it felt like he did more.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't. It didn't seem like we were getting much tussling between our 2 top laners, not comparatively to what we saw yesterday. And when he did get into fights, there's only so much you can do as Gwen. I mean, you have a lot of true damage as well, so you're already kind of ripping through a lot. I want to give my flowers over to someone like Saber and Waco. I had big question marks as to how they were going to perform, and it is only one game, so if we can get a bigger body of games throughout this group stage and the placements, then I think we can start to maybe look on the upsides for what Ultra Prime were able to get done this year.
Yeah, Saber in lane looked quite good, actually. Was able to burn the flash of Shanks, had a lot of pressure. It was just the side laning that really was his undoing. A couple of times getting caught out. We mentioned earlier, when you get caught out, it ruins your team's tempo. It slows the game down, and it's what happened a couple of times. Ultra Prime wasn't able to push their advantages. It gave time for anyone's Legend to get back into the game and get their foothold and then take over.
I just feel like the liabilities this game were Junhao and Xiaoxia. Like, Junhao and them were kind of trying to take space. Look at how a lot of these plays and all of these highlights are a part of Xiaoxia being on screen. I feel like if there was just a little bit better communication, some coordination between the jungle and support of Ultra Prime, maybe this game goes a little bit different. Because, yes, the laning phase for Saber was good, but even outside of laning phase, I feel like he was really contesting Shanks a lot on the Akali. So if we can get more of that from Ultra Prime, hopefully this means that this group is not as dead in the water as we expect it to be. Because we are looking at it to be AL first, TT RNG maybe, probably looking more like RNG is going to be third, and then Ultra Prime in dead last, which was kind of the same as what we expected from Split 1.
Without a doubt. And yeah, you know what? You are right. It does have a lot to do with the fact that he's alone on those side lane plays. Support your guy who is going toe-to-toe with Shanks and was beating him out in some scenarios. And, poor Waco, man. This guy did a lot, had a really, really rough early game, but was really the engine that made this team go, doing so much damage, making things good for them. Fortunately, wasn't able to bring it home.
He made, I think, a lot of great plays. The fact that he was able to keep himself relevant through his resource management was really, really smart. And so maybe that means we get a little bit more from this team. It's just, I think the problem is, again, it is so hard to play without your jungle support in the game, and
Yeah.
they just don't look coordinated. So coming into this, AL, we're expected to be the favorites. We are thinking it's probably going to be Flandre with the player of the game. I think that that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I think that with the early game, we didn't get to see too much from Shanks. Hope and Kyle were kind of I wouldn't be surprised, personally, if maybe Kyle gets a shout here, but he's playing Renata, so not too many flashy plays you can make.
The one thing you do have to worry about, Ulk, is that Hope did get a lot of kills, which means there could be a couple of voters that were like, look at all the kills this man got. You know what? Let's vote for him. Don't do it. Vote for Flandre.
Please no.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah, right. I'm hopeful. Here we go.
Yeah!
Yay!
Woo! Gwen Enjoyers rejoice. Gwen Enjoyers rejoice, baby. 10, 1, and 11. Bunch of damage done. Bunch of KP. MVP count 1, baby.
I'm so proud of you, Flandre. Keep it going. Keep it going. You still got a couple games. Remember, it is a double round robin, best of 1 format here. So you're going to be playing 6 games in total. We got a couple of games for the rest of tonight and in a couple of days' time. But, yeah, good job from AL.
Great job from AL, able to pull it out in the end. We're going to go and kick it to a short break. Game 3 coming up soon, RNG versus Ultra Prime. You're not going to want to miss it, especially the way Ultra Prime played in the last game. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast. We got our third game of the day coming through. RNG taking on Ultra Prime in a big match for third and fourth place. This is going to do a lot of storytelling here, Ulk.
Yeah, it's the early matchup. You know, we're going to see these two teams face up against each other again in a couple of days' time, but this is an early look, an early preview as to who exactly is going to be battling for third and fourth, especially with the gameplay that we've already gotten from both of these teams early on into this group tonight.
Yes. Need to keep a careful eye out for a guy like Jachi for RNG because he had a really, really rough first game, just getting absolutely focused down on that Callista. This time around, he's going to need to be the one to pop off for RNG to get them a big advantage and potentially win the game.
Especially with how the bot lane has been looking. That is something that we can take a look at. But what I want to focus on for RNG and for Ultra Prime is our two mid laners, because Saber just came off of an Akali game where he was able to do a lot of great things up against Shanks. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take the win. Versus Tangyuan, who, at least early on in this group, is starting to show signs of struggle and weakness. So I think we need to see how these two mid laners match up because of how important they are to their team's success.
Yeah, you know, we had mentioned that Saber struggling a bit in Split 1, Ultra Prime not looking so hot. That first game looked pretty good. They were in it for a long time against someone like Anyone's Legend, so I think you hit the nail on the head. And Tangyuan, it feels like we're just waiting for this guy to take over a game, and he just has not been able to yet. But against a team like Ultra Prime, could be prime opportunity for him to do so.
And this is the kind of place that you have to do it, right? These are the matches when you are expected to be like third and fourth. You need to win games like this. And actually, I think this would be a great time to bring up, if we can get the format graphic really quickly before the start of this game, I want to kind of highlight why we are kind of looking at this. And you could say like, hey, RNG and Ultra Prime, what happens if they get third and fourth? Well, fourth immediately gets you sent to the Nirvana group. Third place, however, in each of these groups are all going to have to play against the other third seeds of each of these groups and play for a chance to get into the Ascend. Now, to play against Ascend groups is great. You're going to have access to, you know, some of the better teams. You'll have access to double round robin. But the big point of making Ascend is you don't have the possibility of having your year competitive calendar cut in half.
Yeah, I mean, if you finish in the bottom of Nirvana, like, you know, obviously you don't have a third split, but even if you finish in third, fourth down there, you don't have a playoff split, right? You have a long layoff. So for teams like RNG, who we're talking about, hey, they need to gel together, they need more games. A single round robin best of 3 is, you know, if I did my math correctly, not as many games as a double round robin best of 3.
Yes. Good job. I'm really proud of you. And it's best of threes. And it's best of threes. So
yep.
It's no longer best of ones. I don't know how you feel about having a bunch of best of ones. At first I was like, damn, we just went from all best of 5s to just playing some best of 1s, but for the sake of just trying to get teams into groups, I appreciate how quick this turnaround time is for split 2 placements.
Yeah, I kind of like it, honestly. It's a bit of a refreshing change, especially since everything was best of 5. It's kind of nice to be like rapid fire games. Everybody gets to see the teams. If you're not somebody who has been a long time watcher of us and you're really just hopping in here and split 2 placements, it's a great little sampler for you to get to know all of the teams in the LPL.
Exactly. So looking forward now, we kind of have to get down to the brass tacks. I know that coming into this, we do expect for RNG to be the favorites in this game when we think about how far they're able to make it in Split 1, how, in comparison, their season had went versus Ultra Prime, but I don't think it's by an overwhelming manner, and we did see some really good things from UP. So in terms of gameplay, I think if you were to kind of put the two games side by side, some would say that Ultra Prime played a better game than RNG did, and that could potentially lead to a pretty big upset, like we were saying with this format.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I had RNG finishing third in the group. Not gonna lie, after that last game of Ultra Prime, I'm not feeling as confident anymore, Alk. I know you have really big confidence level in RNG, but I don't know, Ultra Prime, it seems like something about them. They were able to fight a little bit harder, and sure, a lot of it had to do with the team comp they put together, and maybe they're not going to get a similar comp going into RNG, but, you know, if I'm Ultra Prime, I know they're playing back-to-back, but they got to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to kind of work on, and I think the the thing that I will be looking at is the momentum, because you are a team that just came off of the stage, you just lost, and RNG did have a little bit of time to kind of bounce back, think about what they wanted to do, and prepare specifically for this match.
Yeah, get a little bit of rest and relaxation, as you said, and get to really lock back in. Meanwhile, Ultra Prime, they got to go and do the back-to-back. And I mean, that wasn't a short game by any means, right? And now you have to completely switch everything up. You're playing against a different team. They're going to give you a different look. You know, coaching staff going to have to prepare really well for that, because obviously you prepare differently between RNG and anyone's legend. And Ultra Prime being on the other side now. They're on the red side now.
Yep.
So we'll see how it affects their draft.
They will have to ban Skarner. They'll have to ban
True.
Rumble Jace, assuredly.
Skarner got through once already. You know, maybe he gets through a second time. It'd be a mistake, but maybe he does.
I was there for that, and I said it on the cast. I don't think Skarner was the problem that game, but it definitely didn't help. So
True.
we'll see. And again, I don't know if either of these junglers really want to play Skarner.
No,
I think
no,
specifically, Milky Way, he just doesn't seem and hasn't been a player that really kind of excites me when we're talking about playing the Skarner. So we've got draft here ready to go.
All right, so it's do or die almost, essentially. It's the first do or die, right? The third, fourth match. The first one and the second one, so important, right? This is really important. You gotta win one game on the first day of play. You feel really good about yourself, but also put yourself into a spot to potentially get third. We see the Skarner getting banned by RNG. First pick Vi coming over for Milky Way.
Very, very interesting bans coming in from Ultra Prime. A lot of focus on some strong picks for the enemy team, especially that Aurora for Tang Yuan. So what is going to be the answer? I mean, Yone Sejuani is available, and Saber has been kind of a melee specialist, picking up things like the Tryndamere that we had talked about earlier. We get our Nefiri!
Let's go!
We get a Nefiri finally! Now, is this going to be Nefiri jungle? Nefiri just got a rework. We are playing on 25.6. We'll hold out to see where exactly it's going to go, but finally, we're able to grab this one.
All right. Listen, that's a pretty big curveball, and I have to say, you know, I wonder how much they've been able to practice with it, because it feels like playing a Nefiri here and trying out something new instead of going with your quote-unquote standard game, perhaps, is a huge risk here that I'm not sure how much the reward would actually be, because I think these teams are pretty even in skill level. But we'll have to see how this Nefiri comes through and makes an impact. We're seeing another Akali come in this time around. RNG stacking up the melees, but the Galio pick too, really big.
By the way, I want to really quickly touch on this. This is Nefiri's second game in Tier 1 play. Fisher was the first player to play it in LCK last summer, so really exciting stuff. RNG just copy-pasting a draft that we had just saw from Ultra Prime. And Bessa, Akali, Vi, heavy dive coming in, a lot of focus into this backline. And Ultra Prime, with this Galio, I don't know if I like this. You can try to prevent the dive, but they have so many ways of getting out from underneath this Galio that I think he does struggle a little bit with having to deal with some of the AD bruisers as we get into the second phase of bans.
See what the move is for Ultra Prime to take out. Once again, you know, a Braum support might be pretty good into these triple melees, if that's something you want to go toward, but the Nefiri really throws a wrench into a lot of this for me. It's not a champion that we've really been able to see a whole lot. Ulk, what are your opinions here? Does RNG have the tools to be able to keep it in check?
For now, it seems like it. I like how much crowd control they have with the Vi and the immediate lockdown, but that does mean that opens up someone like Wako on this Varus to kind of get away with it. You can only Vi ultimate one target on the stage, so true. Getting rid of the Nautilus and the Renata, I like this as an adaptation here. I do want to see from Ultra Prime, because we are assuming that this Galio is going mid, probably should just be looking to pick up a support and leave that Nefiri flex for some of the solo lanes.
Without a doubt. And you also maybe get a nice pick for your top laner if you end up sending the Galio mid. Give him R5, have a good time. Again, seeing the rest of the team comp and determining if you're going to just slam Gwen or you're going to go with something else. Is Leona locked in for Ultra Prime?
I think a Braum goes really hard here for RNG.
Mhm.
So what Braum lanes do they want to pick up? Jachi has been an Aphelios merchant back down in the LDL and even bringing it out here in the LPL in Split 1. They're going to take the Ashe. Again, Braum I think is just too strong. He has good matchups into the Leona. And you look at what Ultra Prime have. Now we got to see, where is this Naafiri going? Is it going to be the jungle? Is it going to be a top lane pick? We do assume it is in the jungle because it was very broken on release.
So interested, man. Like, I have no idea. And yeah, all right, this makes sense. No surprise in the end with the Gwen getting locked in for Wonjiang. So it will be Naafiri in the jungle.
Yeah, so some changes coming in for Naafiri. They moved around some of her abilities. Her ultimate that used to be her ult, so the big thing where you got a lot of vision and you gave a sight of the nearest champions, got moved to her W. She becomes untargetable, and she does a lot more damage now. She has so many more dogs available to her packmates. So from Ultra Prime here, they have a composition that kind of plays a little bit weirdly. They're going to be having Leona kind of frontlining alongside this Galio. Gwen can be very difficult to deal with, but it feels like, to me, the comp does come off a bit disjointed, whereas I think RNG have a very simple, very structured team composition to be able to go straight into the back line and provide a lot of damage.
Couldn't agree more. When you have the Ashe ultimate as your setup, makes it really easy for everybody else. Like, oh man, my Vi's out of range. No worries, bro. Here comes the arrow from downtown. You're now all of a sudden very much in range. Just so much damage to be able to jump on these single targets. And then win 5v4s from there. That's the name of the game for RNG. I think for Ultra Prime, the name of the game is just letting this Gwen be up top unabated and go crazy on the Naafiri.
Ooh. So interesting, man. The fact that we finally get to see a Naafiri jungle. We've been teased every single day of LPL. It's been every single game. One of the players, at least in the early stage games, immediately go and hover it, but they never end up locking it in. We said today, were we going to see some spicy picks? We thought maybe it was going to be someone like Tarzan, but immediately now it's going to be this Naafiri, who has been all the talk of the town this patch. Let's see if Ultra Prime are able to deliver, or if this is just another bad hound dog.
And, you know, we did talk about it. It's a hell of a pick to really put a gambit on. Because if this group goes the same way and you lose this game on this Naafiri, you're really not going to be able to make it out of this group in third place. So Junhao, he is the carry. He is the guy for Ultra Prime. Finished third rookie of the split, remember. If you're going to put it on anybody and put the game on their shoulders, it's going to be him.
It's going to have to be him with this Naafiri. So just taking a look, I'm not as familiar with Naafiri jungle as I think some of our other LPL broadcasters would be. Seems like it's just like a normal tank build with Eclipse, Black Cleaver, at least from what I'm looking from online stats sites. So seems like that is fine, but gonna be interesting. I think he has a lot of early skirmishing versus the Vi can be a bit difficult. So I think we're gonna be learning alongside the broadcast what exactly Naafiri jungle has got and if Junhao is really him in this game.
Hound's Pursuit gonna be big ability to target out some of these members if you're going in for ganks or if you're just a full clear Andy, right? And if you're a full clear Andy, I don't know, man. I think that kind of favors the Vi a little bit, but I don't know how much of that is just because we know what Vi is going to do. We know what the game plan is typically. You go, you hit level 6, you drop your ultimate on people, you get kills.
Why are we doing cinematic camera? Yeah, there we go. Rotate the cinematic camera. We actually have to see the dog.
Can I pet that dog?
We can't see it. All right.
Dude, that skin is dope.
Yeah. It is the first Naafiri jungle of the LPL. Respect. It is also the first Naafiri of the LPL as well. So,
true.
glad to see Junhao is here making history. Coming into this game, though, both junglers are pathing into both of these into the top side. And for RNG, we are expecting this bottom lane to have a lot more prowess, as Braum Ashe is a very potent duo, especially when the Leona doesn't have very many options.
For those who may not know, you get hit with a Braum Q, you're almost guaranteed to be stunned against an Ashe because you are going to be slowed forever until you are stunned.
Yes. Plus, the Ranger's focus doesn't make it any easier for you.
No.
And going topside, I think the Fury ganks are not as easy as they once would have been, considering the fact that you do miss out on that like guaranteed jumping onto someone else. It kind of sucks, but I think that when you look at her solo lanes, I think it's going to be very reliant on Junhao moving with Xiaoxia and finding some angles. So maybe this is the game that we had looked at after the last one, where the jungle support from Ultra Prime really get it on lock.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do so, because we saw in the last game where Ultra Prime were doing quite well. Saber had a lane advantage over Shanks, but this time around, just because of the way the matchup is, it's going to be pushed in most of the time against Tang Yuan. And in a situation like that, it could make it very hard for Junhao to actually make plays.
So right now, Junhao's already finished all of his camps before the Vi. They'll be ending on a pretty similar timer here, but Gwen doesn't seem like they want to be able to come on down. The wave isn't in a great enough spot at this moment, so Wenjang is going to be pushing down. And we see that Milky Way finished the Scuttle Crab, and immediately he's like, I'm racing down bottom lane. You're not getting this other one.
Junhao lying in wait. He's going to be able to hop out, does a little bit of damage to Milky Way, but double scuttles for the side of RNG.
And you lose out because the enemy bot lane has priority, so RNG playing very well around their lanes, and Milky Way being the biggest benefactor out of all this, getting the double crab.
Now what's next? We have the grubs in about 2 minutes, right? So we'll be around that time very soon where we expect to see the bot lanes head up top. And, you know, I'm not entirely sure how this Ultra Prime squad intends on trying to get any of these grubs. Would be very useful for the Gwen, as we saw in the last game that was played. But outside of that, I think you're just like, hey man, Wenjang, you're going to have to go without this game perhaps.
For sure. We're already seeing some plays potentially set up on the bottom side here. Niket did clear this tri-brush, and they're wrapping around the bottom lane.
There we go.
Milky Way is here. They get the flash immediately out from Xiaoxia.
Oh, flash volley as well. They're going to go all the way in. Their focus is a little split here, but they're going to go on to Xiaoxia. Junhao is here to turn it around, is sticking on them very well. There's a lot of damage coming through. Niket will fall too. It's a double kill for Wacko, and they're going to look for Janchi as well, and Junhao gets that one, a 3-0 for Ultra Prime.
And that completely backfires for Royal Never Give Up. Ultra Prime are able to turn that play. Like you said, some of the target selection was not there, and it is a bevy of summoner spells now gone from both of these teams. An immediate feat of strength completed here for Ultra Prime as well, so you get that jump start and acceleration for two of the carries that we were looking for. As we take a look back at this, first the flash, not landing onto Xiaoxia, that's fine, and the slow is great, but why are we exhausting a Leona? This is a huge mistake. I get it, you want to try to lower the movement speed, but this just sets up for a perfect re-engage from Xiaoxia and Junhao.
My goodness, that Neferi damage was a lot, and Wacko did quite a bit as well. Very much earned 2 of those kills. He now has his serrated dirk. Junhao's got a pickaxe as well. I mean, this is going to be really tough for RNG to fight out of this early hole. Ultra Prime have started the grubs because guess what? You win the bottom fight, you win the grubs too, baby.
Oh man, they move their bottom lane over. They'll grab themselves grubs, which is a big takeaway, especially when we're talking about the fact that you do have this Gwen. So later in the game, we are expecting you to have some side lane prowess. And while the trade on the opposite side for RNG is going to be them grabbing the dragon, I am, again, looking towards these level 6s that are coming on through soon enough. Xiaoxiu by himself. We already see that Niket is on his way. So as long as this wave doesn't crash within the next 10 seconds, they should be dissuaded from finding the dive.
Looks like they won't go for it, although Junhao has an idea that he's there, just takes away the Gromp and makes life a little bit harder on Milky Way. Junhao now level 6, Milky Way still stuck at level 5. Just less time that RNG has to be able to try and make a play, but although right now, not really the best time to do so.
So we're getting a bit of some time here on the map, 3 minutes before the very next objective is up and available, and some items that are going to be coming on through for these teams. I mean, the acceleration, because of that bottom lane play, because Wako was able to grab those 2 kills, he's going to be getting a Youmuu's very early into this. So expect a 9.5-minute first item here, and I want to see how Ultra Prime are able to play around him and Junhao, which, hey, you've got the level 6 now here for the Naafiri. How many plays can we actually make around, some of these laners?
I love that you mentioned the 9-minute Ghostblade because, God, whenever I get a 9-minute Ghostblade in my games, it's feeling real good. And you look at the health bars on the side of RNG, they don't really have any true tanks. You have a Braum, but that's about it. You're going to be doing so much damage if you are Wako. And, I mean, you put yourself in the driver's seat that way with these strong early game champions like the Naafiri, like the Varus. As long as you don't let go, you're in good shape.
So here for RNG, we do have those level 6s that we were just talking about beforehand. They're going to try and clear some of these bot lane vision in the river. I want to see RNG play around these really strong ultimates because, yes, while they can be reacted upon by Ultra Prime, I think if they have a really strong opening fight, they can find themselves at a really good advantageous state. Here's the ultimate. It's going to go wide. So that's one of them, but it has a pretty long cooldown at rank 1, which is fine. But they still have the Vault Breaker. They still have the Perfect Execution. So there is a lot to still play for RNG. We just need to get them into a spot and in a fight where Ultra Prime are willing to be there.
Yeah, if you're going to wait until the objective to use these ultimates, you're more than welcome to do so, but I feel like RNG gets a quick opportunity to use them, would be able to get a little bit more vision, put themselves in a better spot. They're going to look for Saber potentially here. The taunt goes down, but nothing doing as Milky Way just continues to lie in wait, looking for the perfect opportunity. So Ultra Prime heads at the top side in preparation for Grubs in a minute.
But now he's also cut off from his topside camps because Ultra Prime can very easily just invade into his jungle and try to find him. Maybe they try to go for a dive on top lane. Since, Wonjong can very easily clear this lane. They can use the snip. They're moving in. You see it, Xiaoxia and Junhao moving in onto Milky Way. Get the flash out and steal his Gromp. Great job from Ultra Prime. And 35 seconds before the Grubs, you have to expect that they're going to be in a good position for this.
This is such a tough game for Milky Way, man. And without that flash, your ultimate's range is lowered by that much. RNG, with the first Ash Arrow they tried, were unable to make a play or do anything for it. And Ultra Prime continues to keep themselves in a good spot with these Grubs in 15 seconds. Niket moves up, but see what the move is Ultra Prime heading to the bot side and taking some backs.
We're seeing that Junhao, he did want to try to go for some of his bot side camps, but recognizing that so much of their vision is on this top side. Wonjong is crashing a wave at the same time, so might as well get themselves 6 Grubs, which is really good. RNG do have a play here. Saber just teleported into mid. Tangyuan can look to play on this next mid wave and try to drop this and look for something on bottom lane with the dragon spawning in 45. And with Milky Way there, I want to see them move into the bottom side jungle, get some vision, and potentially set up for a dive. Because outside of that, we're going to continue to see plays like this where 80 carriers are trading flashes. Jiachi cannot step up into this lane now because he knows Xiaoxia is somewhere waiting in the wings with a Leona ult soon coming.
Yeah, it's so hard. RNG need to start being proactive somewhere along the map, as you mentioned. If they're just going to bleed out and just allow Ultra Prime to get too many advantages. There's 6 Grubs already for Ultra Prime, so every auto attack on the turret means that much more. 10 seconds until the dragon is up. The bot lane is free for Ultra Prime right now if they want to move over toward it. Junhao moving down as well. Teleport coming in from the Akali mid.
And this is going to be Ultra Prime first to this objective. Look at where Milky Way is. He's on the top side of the map. Brother, you got to do something this game because you're losing the farm battle versus Naafiri. You're losing the impact on the map. Maybe there's a play on top side here. You already see that they're kind of starting to fade into this side of the jungle. Milky Way just walked around, took a recall. Please do something, brother. Take a camp.
We're setting up for a dive potentially. Here we go. Wonjong going to try to back. The ultimate gets dropped down. Public execution too. Wonjong able to flash away. Milky Way just able to survive. It was ugly, but it gets the job done.
40 HP, and look what's happening on the opposite side. Yes, it's Xiaoshu being able to get some advantage on the top side, but I mean, look at this bot lane wave that's just being missed out on. And 6 grubs. This could very easily be the first turret of the game going down.
You just give them too much time with 6 grubs. I mean, this is the result you're going to get. Really disappointing play by RNG and really good stuff. The control of the early game by Ultra Prime. I mean, Junhao has done so much in this early game.
And for a team like RNG, who we expected to, at the very least, end third, every one of these matches matters. And if you lose such a tightly contested game against a team like Ultra Prime, that only hurts your chances at being able to have a chance to make it into Group Ascent and fight your way out of Group Nirvana. So RNG, they got to pick up the slack. They got to be able to improve where they can. Shout out to Xiaoxia trying to steal this Scuttle Crab. But, I mean, it kind of feels like Tangyuan and Milky Way, again, not able to do anything this time around. It's a bad matchup for our mid laner and one of our rookies of the split from 2023. And it doesn't get much better in this game, right? You have a Gwen you're playing up against. You're going to be dealing with this full tank Galio and then Nefiri as well, picking up 2 or 3 items. I don't like their odds here.
Yeah, Ultra Prime may already be on cruise control. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Because if the game just progresses the way it's been going so far, you're going to be in great shape taking all these turrets, causing a lot of problems. You know, RNG, a team that were expected with time to be able to gel together and be really good. This is a split 2 team to watch for, right? Well, we might be watching them in Group Nirvana, man, and if we're watching you in Group Nirvana, maybe you weren't a team to watch after all.
So we'll see what happens in this game. We've got Herald spawning in 2 minutes time, a Dragon in 2:30. I want to see if RNG can properly contest around this. You do have the Ashe ultimate. If all of these abilities up for you, with the Hawk shot, you should just be playing with perfect information around the map. So RNG really need to kind of dig into their heels and find a spot into this game where they can make a stand.
Yeah, they have all these ultimates, as you mentioned, just haven't done anything with it. You know, the Ashe ult still chilling in the back pocket. We're going to need to see it come through very soon. Herald in a minute 20 now as Ultra Prime have complete and total control of this topside river. I don't see RNG doing much of anything to make something happen, man. Like, drop an Ashe ult on somebody's head.
I'm waiting.
Now, over the wall, getting very aggressive with it, but is tagged by the Braum, so he will go untargetable, invulnerable, and dodge out on the stun. Golly.
Yeah, I don't
annoying.
know. I'm so sorry. I don't want to be, like, complaining about Riot balance, but we need to stop giving champions untargetable. Please, I'm begging you.
He should have been punished for that, man. Like,
this is just really disgusting. I thought we learned with Akali that just giving people untargetable is not good, but whatever. Again, these objectives, we saw that during all of this play, RNG moving into top side, and they tried to put some vision down, but Ultra Prime immediately cut that from underneath them. Trying to take a look as to what exactly and where Ultra Prime are deploying to. It seems like they're getting some vision down towards the bottom side of the map, maybe looking to play for this 3rd dragon of the game.
well, with that dragon up in a minute, RNG now over on the top side to try and stop this Herald from being done, clear out some of this vision perhaps that's been put down. Ultra Prime congregating in the mid lane, looking to get this wave pushed in and fight their way in. Milky Way has not started up the Herald yet. Ward's going down, and he will make his own exit.
And they just have complete control of the topside river. RNG, we have to fight, guys. We have to fight. Tangyuan is going to be looking for a teleport. This is on vision here. Xiaoshu has the ultimate and is trying to stay. Let's see what RNG can do. Ultra Prime, I mean, they can very easily continue to take this this Rift Herald. And Saber's even getting pushed in mid, so we're just doing Wolves. All right, cool.
Yep.
We're just going to give every objective on the map. All right, nice.
But
Thank
he
you,
got
Royal.
Wolves.
Oh, I'm not mad. 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 It's fine.
Well, he got Wolves. So good. As the Herald has gone down, now a fight might break out. We're going to engage onto Xiaoxia, but Xiaoxia goes all the way in. Let's look for Junhao in this fight off to the side. Looking to maybe fight his way in. Going in as Tang Yuan, they're going to go and focus down Won Jiang, but here comes the Galio ultimate, trying to disrupt some people. Jun Hao going through and finding a double kill. Public execution on the backside. Zhao Zhu, he may have been taunted,
Jun
but it's
Hao's
now
coming.
time for him to rip through the fight. They go over the wall. They're chasing down Waco. He's trying to get away, but he will fall. Jun Hao takes the portal over on the other side. Zhao Zhu getting run down by the dogs. Jun Hao, is he able to get there? The turret should be able to keep them both alive.
Oh, man. I mean, they still won the...
Oh, wait.
The Herald fight. It's close coming in. I'm glad that they're trying to at least be a little annoying to their opposition. I'm going to consider that a win coming in for Ultra Prime, getting themselves the objective, still winning, and getting some of those kills. So RNG just look out of sorts. It's kind of sucks. They need someone to pull it together, someone to drive the ship, because we go into this replay and it's good. I like the fact that we're at least calling our shot. We're going to try to make this engage onto Xiaoxia, but look at where the damage is. Wako's not doing anything in this fight. Jun Hao has not been able to land anything. The damage goes onto Niket, but after this, where is the damage? Jachi's already dead. I mean, Tang Yuan went into the backline and he's like, cool, I have to hit onto a Leona and a Galio. Incredibly miserable. The only reason RNG don't lose more here is because they got rid of all of the dashes that are in Neferi's kit and put it on our ultimate.
Exactly. Jun Hao, so much opportunity in that fight, was able to find 2 kills for himself. And, yeah, you know, you mentioned the RNG engage, but it goes on to Xiaoxia again, right? It didn't work the first time. While this fight wasn't that bad, it still was a 3-for-2 in favor of Ultra Prime. Not a fan of it, but Zhao Zhu, at least he was able to get some kills. So maybe he'll be really, really strong and be able to do broken and best of things in these later fights.
With 2 items, I do have to think that RNG are going to have to play the game at a certain point, right? You're going to have what looks to be either a black cleaver or what looks to potentially be... Actually, this is just a black cleaver coming in for Xiaoxia. So black cleaver for him, same for Milky Way. Tang Yuan's close to potentially getting a Leandri's. Maybe they can make a play then. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Otherwise, we're seeing Ultra Prime just continue to slowly but surely take over this game. They have 6 grubs. They'll be able to summon Herald wherever they want and take a turret.
All right, this time around, going back onto Zhao Zhu, but he's ready to turn it around. He will get stunned. He's still alive, but he'll finally fall. Teleports coming in, though. Matching each other means that Ultra Prime cannot continue the fight.
But what do we get from this? So we get the teleport out from Saber, and we lose out on our TP from Xiaoxia. So I feel pretty bad, and you're like, okay, cool, you killed our support. It just buys us a little bit of time. They're going to use the Herald here with 6 grubs, move Wako over. They're going to potentially look to start up the Otacon. I mean, again, you have this Gwen. I think it is a perfectly reasonable gambit to ask for. And Tang Yuan, if they can even grab the teleport from him, you just back off from this objective.
Well, they are going to go for it, and they do have a heck of a lot of damage onto this Otacon. The ward's getting cleared out. Tang Yuan, as you mentioned, that TP in the back pocket, but where is it going to go? It could really only go on the wave. It's going to go into his own jungle. Down about 4,000 is this Otacon. RNG trying to find a way in. Still dealing some damage. Jun Hao scares off the rest of RNG. Milky Way ready to go over the wall. 4,000 HP on this Otacon. It's starting to regen. Ultra Prime. Are they going to blink? RNG, will they blink first? Jun Hao going to target Jachi, getting to the back line. The Galio coming through with the knockups as well. They dive onto Jachi and they take him out on the backside. The other AD carry has fallen. It is just a bad day to be an AD carry. Otacon getting low, down to 1,000. Secured for RNG. And now the rest of the fight coming through. But they are able to pop the Otacon GAs. Can they actually get anybody for it? You might burn some flashes and some ultimates, but you will lose out on the Otacon GA.
They lose 3 of them, so Jachi and Niket will have the Otacon when they respawn. That is the saving grace for this team, and the fact that they were able to deny Ultra Prime from grabbing it, but they are still down 3,000 gold versus their opposition. They lose summoner spells in this fight, and now they're going to be looking down the barrel of going in a minute and a half's time to this dragon. Jun Hao on this Neferi is looking to carry this game at this point. I think he's using the untargetability incredibly, and I love the fact that we're comboing this with the Galio.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch. You just buy so much space. You just kill the AD carry and you force RNG to go elsewhere. And your AD carry might be hung out to dry as we see Milky Way on this replay, able to get to the back line with Zhaozhu. But like I said, bad day to be an AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, that's just fair. And this entire time, this is what's happening to Jauchi. So you're giving a Leona. Wenjiang as well has joined Saber here. The bottom lane duo of RNG just get picked on, and they get picked out from the fight. Yes, it's the Otacon going over, but I just love how Ultra Prime have been navigating in this game and putting themselves in spots where not only are they winning the fights, but they're in a very good spot to win this game outright if they are able to maybe get 1 or 2 more dragons. And we're looking at that timer in 30 seconds.
Yeah, their carries are so strong, and this Galio pick to be able to hop on Junhao or Wenjiang, very, very smart pick coming out from Ultra Prime. And Saber, it ain't pretty, but he's been doing the dirty work.
Okay, so time to check in. RNG needs someone to be able to go forward. Getting a little bit of damage, getting
God.
that double Q proc onto
Zhaozhu?
Milky
All right,
Way.
we're engaging on Zhaozhu again. Teleport coming through. Good stun is out onto this Nefiri, but they're able to turn it around. Niket will be forced to revive. Zhaozhu linking up with Tangyuan, but it is a 5v4 for right now. With Zhaozhu low, I'll take it back.
RNG, we need to do something here, guys, because... Oh, wow, we're actually seeing the Summoner's Rift be broken. You have no ultimates now. You know that they have no Nefiri ult, no Varus ult, no Galio, no Leona. We have to walk forward. Why are we not forcing with our Vi ultimate alongside the Akali? It's going to be the Dragon started here for RNG. But they're just completely out of sorts. They're completely split up. Look at where Tangyuan is. Look at where this bottom lane is. Ultra Prime are walking straight into the Dragon Pit.
Yep, RNG trying to link up Zhaozhu on the side with Wenjiang, trying to take care of him, take him down to about half HP. Dragon getting a little irritated here, looking to reset, and it finally will. So RNG not able to make a play off of this with no ultimates on Ultra Prime.
Looks like they're just going to trade tier 1 turrets. For Ultra Prime, it's them grabbing this mid-tier 1. For bottom lane, RNG are going to be grabbing the mid-tier or the bottom lane. Tanya has to be very careful about stepping up there. And we're going to continue this dance around the dragon. For Ultra Prime, it's their sole point if they're able to grab it.
Oh, Leona
Another
ultimate,
missed ultimate from Xiaoxia.
Yeah, a little tough there. He's been having a rough time with some of those ultimates on the Leona so far in today's games. See if he's able to rebound later as the dragon has once again been started up. And Jauchi taken down to half HP solo. They're going to get onto the Varus, but the Varus is able to flash away. 2 big ultimates down, and now it's time for Ultra Prime to go crazy. Tangyuan on the side has been taunted, but Junhao on top of Milky Way. Zhaozhu forcing people away. They take out the support, and now Saber's getting rifled down, but the health bars are low on RNG. Ultra Prime down a man, but healthier.
Just completely scattered there from Royal Never Give Up. And regardless of what happens in this game, I think Ultra Prime have played these 25 minutes so well. They look like the more coordinated team, the more cohesive unit right now. RNG are just fighting on so many different fronts, completely disregarding where other members of the team are. We can take a look in this replay. Xiaoxu's on this flank. They make this pick onto Wako, but this Edge of Night does so much work, the flash as well. And this just means the fight should have never have happened. After these points, just let these members get out. You see on the side, Tangyuan is trying to fight Saber. This is Galio versus Akali. Absolutely useless. Jauchi is trying to hit, but he's playing Ashe. He does no damage into these champions right now on 2 items before the Infinity Edge. So, I don't know what else to say here, Yanni. RNG just do not look like they have come to play today already in their 2 games. And you're starting off the group stage 0-2 potentially. That is not at all the way that you're going to be able to even barely contest for a top 3 finish.
Not in the slightest, and it only gets harder because you're going to have to play against Ultra Prime as your last game for the first part of this double round robin. So, I mean, Ultra Prime, I'm sure, or I'm sorry, Anyone's Legend, I'm sure, is going to be looking to clean up their game against RNG, who they've looked like a punching bag in this game. Sure, they have some kills. Sure, the goal difference is not that deep, but it's, as you said, just the team mentality. Ultra Prime's got that dog in them, and RNG does not.
I think it's so exciting for Ultra Prime that we have some newer players showing up in the LPL, and especially two different kind of development orgs coming through. Ultra Prime this time believing in some of that APAC
Oh, good
region
ultimate
dominance.
there. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
They're going to blow up Xiaoshu. Perfectly done by Waco. And now the next target's going to be Milky Way. He's going to fall too as they're getting knocked down like dominoes off battery. RNG limp away. And Ultra Prime, I'm sure they're going to be looking for the Baron.
They're going to grab Baron. That's an insane teleport coming in. I get the fact that you want to try to kill the Varus. The rest of the team has to walk up, though. No one from RNG is willing to step forward, so it's going to be the Baron going over to Ultra Prime.
This developmental squad, as you said, looking to take away the moniker of RNG being a team to watch, and Ultra Prime saying to everybody in the LPL and the LPL fandom, we're putting you on notice. Watch us and respect us.
Yeah, the person with the most experience would be someone like Wako, but you look across the board, Junhao coming from BLG Junior, even now Xiaoxia doing the same thing, and Saber, it's his second year of playing competitive in its entirety. He's playing on Ultra Prime's academy team, and we just get to see this, like, the Ultra Prime, they use their ultimates to try to lock down multiple members. Jachi is just trying to kite backwards. Tangyun is nowhere near the start of this fight. And it's just going from bad to worse. It feels so bad because I had so many high hopes for Royal Never Give Up in the second split. But so far in this first day of Group B, they have just not come to play. They're a shadow of what they once were just even a month ago.
Yeah, they're not looking good, man. It has been a tough watch to see a team with the tools to be so proactive, just not doing so. You know, the Ashe ultimates haven't hit key targets. You know, it's going to miss this target too. It goes and splits the uprights, man. Like, you know, I understand the skill shot can be difficult to hit sometimes. You know, it feels like you just miss them all, but when you are missing them all, you're not going to win a lot of games. The bottom tier 2 is under siege as Ultra Prime is just waving around this Baron buff. The team dressed in purple off the rift are draped in purple on the rift, and there's just nothing that RNG can do about it.
Milky Way, I need you to throw your body in there,
Here
bro.
we go.
There we go.
He's going to go to Waco, so is Tangyuan as well, but the protection is there, and they just turn on Milky Way. The guy still has full HP somehow. The AD carry, who was focused, lives, and the other AD carry, Jachi, goes down finally. Tangyuan able to get to the backline, show is Xiaoshu, and he will finally fall, but they peel all the way back. Junhao, the dog in him, doing the most. I know who let the dogs out. It was Ultra Prime. He's kind of low now, but he will be able to walk out and survive as Wonjiang and Saber just do too much in this game.
The mid-jungle from Ultra Prime delivering here in their second game of the placements. And they just went straight into that backline. I know I wanted to see the Milky Way go forward, and we said from draft that Vi target can only be onto one member. Is it going to be onto Wako? Is it going to be on to Junhao? And this Edge of Night is just doing so much work here, forcing Milky Way to put himself in uncomfortable positions. Xiaoshu with this perfect execution does not land onto anything, and Jachi just now has to deal with the backline threat of either a Gwen or a Nafiri. We're in the picture-in-picture right now. They're starting up what could be the Hextech Soul for Ultra Prime and potentially the finishing touches on this second game.
Could be the final fight. Big double stun from Xiaoxia and the rest of Ultra Prime, like a pack of rabid dogs, show up, get the kill. Dragon going to reset, but they don't very much care. They will take it down. They will get the Hextech Soul. And Oak Battery, it looks like they will win this game versus RNG.
They're going to be going towards the bottom side of the map, continue to push. They don't have the Baron anymore, but still, those 6 Void Grubs going to be doing a lot of work here for Ultra Prime. They're actually just finding Tangyuan here.
He's stuck.
Does have ult too, okay.
Yeah, he's going to ult out. He will survive, sure, but Ultra Prime going to continue the onslaught and the shove here. Niket up in a couple seconds. Milky Way up in 10. They're going to take it into the mid lane and knock down mid-inhibitor turret.
Okay. Let's see it. Let's see how much damage can they actually get done here. Milky Way is back up and available, so it's just going to be an early inhibitor, and that is just it. Seems like we've got a little bit of time here, Yanni. 2 minutes before the Baron spawns, and Ultra Prime now with an 8,000 gold lead for themselves. A Hextech Soul as well. Honestly, it is so impressive to see this team really starting to pick up the pieces of what was a devastating Split 1 performance.
Couldn't agree more. And, you ask a lot of questions when they play a game like they did against Anyone's Legend. It was a long, drawn-out game where you were in it for a long time and you couldn't take the victory. What are you going to be like when you go into the next game? Are you going to be emotionally exhausted? Are you going to be ready to go? Ultra Prime was ready to go. RNG, this could be your last chance. You need to make a play. You can't find a kill on the Xiaoxia. Wanjiang is just off with Jachi on the side. Down goes the Braum, and they continue to push forward. Ultra Prime will wipe RNG off the map and will give them a winless start here in the first half of day one.
Oh man, this sucks to see as an RNG fan. How heavy and how mightily the greats have fallen. RNG a shadow of what they once were, organizationally speaking. But Ultra Prime here take a big game decider for them. One that might help them secure a 3rd place here in Group B.
And all of a sudden, Alk Battery, if I'm a team that's finishing 3rd place, I'm not sure I want to see this version of Ultra Prime because they looked very good in that game. Cleaned it up pretty easily. I mean, man, there was no way for Milky Way to just play this game once we got the Edge of Night on the Varus, right? Like,
I think
you can't target anyone.
A lot of exciting potential matchups here. Still not confirmed as to who is going to be 3rd in this group. Not only do we still have 3 more games after this, but we still have an entire 2nd day of every single one of these groups to play. The 2nd half of the double round robin still in the future for these teams. But an exciting start here. One that was much better than what we got in Split 1. Junhao and Saber really starting to work together very well. And Wako and Xiaoxia, it is an early start. We don't have the data for it quite yet, but it seems like Wako is starting to find some of that form alongside the rest of all of UP.
Yeah, he looked pretty good in both of these games. I think of that clutch of Aerosol on the mid lane teleport. I say it was clutch, but it was pretty telegraphed, but it was smart idea to do, and it really just ensured that Ultra Prime were going to win the game from that point forward. It seemed insurmountable after that for RNG, and Ultra Prime's next game, it's going to be against ThunderTalk, and this was a ThunderTalk team that did not look super sharp. Ultra Prime, they all of a sudden, they could have a shot to knock off ThunderTalk.
That is the possibility, but, there's going to be a little bit of time in between those games, and so what we are looking forward to as we go further into this group, for Ultra Prime, can they keep up this level of performance? Because we are seeing Junhao, he is still kind of on the edge of whether or not, because remember, we had this great Nefiri game. We have to contrast that with the Vi game that we just saw beforehand, where he's getting caught out, him and Xiaoxia not really on the same page alongside Ultra Prime, and making it pretty difficult for them to actually contest objectives. They need to calm down, make sure that they're keeping their heads on straight, and hopefully they're able to roll this into their game later on tonight versus ThunderTalk.
We'll have to see if the Ultra Prime of 30 minutes ago is the same as the Ultra Prime of now, right?
Yeah.
Big difference between that time. A lot can happen if you get a tongue lashing from a coach or anything like that. But you're absolutely right. We saw Junhao get an advantage in that first game and wasn't able to translate it elsewhere. This time around on the Nefiri pick, potentially putting the rest of the league on notice that, like, hey, maybe you should be picking or banning Nefiri because it was just allowed to do so many disgusting things in this game. Like, just couldn't get caught.
Yeah, the untargetability was nice. I think the pairing with Galio was something that we didn't really set up too well early on, but we got to see executed very, very nicely from him and Saber. And on the opposite side, we'll never give up, man. RNG, I don't know what's going on over there. I know that, compared to Split 1, I'm not going to say that they were amazing over in the first couple of months of the LPL, but they started to really ramp up as they got more and more games under their belt. It feels like they've really started to regress in their form from this break, which is really sad to see, especially for a bunch of players who I think were starting to change and rewrite some of the narrative around themselves, especially for a player like Tongyuan, who's currently struggling a lot right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have reverted the narratives. We are back to wondering if RNG, if this iteration of this roster, even if they grow a little bit more, are they going to be able to even contend in the low end of Group Ascend, right? Are they even going to get there? Are they going to be stuck in Nirvana? Now we have to talk about, we thought that, Ultra Prime could potentially be near that bottom four. Now we have to talk about maybe RNG could be near that bottom four. It's a ways away in the future. We still have a whole nother day, a whole half a day still in this one, but a whole nother day later on in the week. And I mean, we talked about that 4-day gap for teams to kind of, recover and learn a lot. RNG is going to need to make great use of that.
And is Milky Way one of the biggest flashes of the pan junglers and players we've ever seen in the LPL? I mean, he has literally a split-defining career, basically.
Really,
just
really.
Oh, that spring of last year, he was turning heads internationally, getting an entire team to basically buy in on FPX to his style of play and being able to carry. But now, I mean, you talk about that summer performance from FPX, still wasn't as great. Some of those things that were happening on that team were outside of his control. But here in RNG, coming back to the old ball and chain, it doesn't seem like it is quite working as well. And we are starting to see the cracks through the armor for RNG.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in the game that he looked completely lost, and he was. That dive in the top lane just took so long to develop. You need to be snappy in this league if you want to be successful. Ultra Prime were just a little bit more on top of the plays than RNG and just continue to run them down on the Rift. As you can see in all of these replays, it is Ultra Prime just charging forward every time.
I just think what we need to do, what the RNG coaching staff needs to do, is they need to have a bunch of trust exercises. They have Milky Way and Tongyuan physically restrained to each other, and then they have to walk around and try to figure out how they can do that, because we just haven't seen this duo perform together today. And that has been, I think, a really big block into whether or not RNG can find success.
Ultra Prime and RNG swapping places in the minds of many, in the minds of myself, hopefully not in the minds of you, because I think if RNG has no fans, then you are not of this earth anymore, Alk Battery. And I'd like you to still be here.
I might have to return the fan signs, boys. I might have to. I'm really regretting the. I'm probably gonna have to put our predictions graphic on a moments before catastrophic events.
King Valakir on Twitter said, if RNG loses, they'll stop tweeting until the end of summer, and just tweeted a couple minutes ago, I'll see you at some point later this year. I'm out.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
God, I love LPL Twitter, man. It's so great.
Yeah.
We got a lot of characters on there.
But we are coming up on the end of the first half of our games today. So thank you, Yanni, for kind of making it through the first three. Pog, are we just giving it to Junhao and then Neferi? I think it's...
Yeah, man.
So,
yeah, why not?
All right.
Just give it to him.
All right, cool. How are you feeling about this Group B already? You think it's kind of turning up to where we expected, or...?
No. I mean, obviously, the bottom swap of Ultra Prime looking so good. Really, really big difference there. And up at the top, about as expected. In best of ones, I feel like it's kind of hard to just absolutely crush your competition. But I think this next match is going to really tell us a lot. Anyone's Legend versus Thunder Talk. This is a match that I have been waiting to see for so long. During Split 1, watching both of these teams and the way they've progressed, I'm like, wow, this is a matchup that's going to look so much fun. We got the player of the game. Who's it going to be? It's Junhao.
Yay!
Beautifully done. Well done. Perfect stuff. No lies detected here. Junhao is the one to get this MVP on Neferi. The first Neferi, it's 1-for-1 on MVP, is going to be a champion you're going to want to watch out for. But that's going to do it for me at the very least. We're going to kick it to a short break. And when we return, it's going to be Slayer taking over from me for Anyone's Legend and Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk fans, rejoice. Slayer and his 100% win rate will be here. Slayer, go Birds.
Welcome back, everybody. Day 3 action of the LPL. I'm ready to get onto the riff for some of these games. My camera is not ready to get on, but I am stepping in for Yanni. Yanni, go Birds. Alk, here we go, though, with the big matchup here, talking about group. It's anyone's legend and the Thunder Talk conversation that I know you were dying to have back here covering this squad.
I was excited to see more AL games in the back end of this split, or the back end of this group. I am worried to see more Thunder Talk games because they put up a pretty good performance in Game 1, but we're a bit sloppy coming into the mid-game portion.
Yeah, a bit sloppy indeed. So let's get an updated look at the groups, though, that we are sitting at currently. Got an updated standings look at here. And yeah, it's definitely an intriguing picture to look at right now with how Group B is just up in the air. Obviously, got to remember that you're going to get a double round robin look. So this is really kind of slotting yourself for positioning to really play for the second day for Group B here, Dimitri, when you really slot in to figure out which group you're going towards.
And we're starting to get some of the last matches for these teams, not for anyone's Legends and TT, but as we finish out this group, I think that there is a lot of potential here for these two teams to potentially be an upset. These are our top two predicted teams coming into Group B. So as we get ready for this draft now, AL get to be on the blue side this time around, and Red Side has really, I think, evolved in what you're allowed to get rid of. The Skarner and the Jace feeling more and more like you need to get rid of those, but Callista and Rumble priority has really started to ease up.
Yeah, that's been an intriguing thing to watch, obviously, alongside the new LPL adoptions of things like the Gwen that you see. We obviously just got to see the first bit of Nefiri, so those are obviously fun little wrinkles we're going to have to track as this draft goes on. But so far, I know some priority picks you like a lot, Dimitri. The Jace, the Rumble, both being taken away from Thunder Talk. We do still have a potential Mbessa you could leave up here, and that's been like the premier top lane pick. There's a lot of options, and if you're talking anyone's Legends, it's never a bad idea to give a guy like Flandra another Mbessa game.
Yeah, Mbessa was one of his best champions, and, not to be too surprised considering how strong it was a couple of patches ago. Looks like they're going to go for the Gwen immediately here. So we have made it full circle. I know yesterday we had that Gwen blind coming in from Ala on JDG, but now we're just going straight up for a first pick here. I like that Flandra's throwing down the kind of the gauntlet because he knows Hoya's champion pool has been remarkably a lot of tanks.
Yeah, a ton of tanks, right? So, but it is kind of a big spot to see if the flexibility can come across playing more of a diverse champion pool. Not very diverse picks of the LPL coming through on this Thunder Talk side. I'm glad we're getting to see the Setab Akali. I believe this held an undefeated record in the LPL split until we got into playoffs, but he was diabolical on this pick, and then putting Beichuan on a really primary jungle playmaker like the Xin Zhao. This is what I think Thunder Talk are doing best at, when Beichuan can control the tempo of Thunder Talk's gameplay. That's when they've looked at their premier.
And now they're going to be able to take some pretty good matchups going into that mid lane with the Galio. It does mean that they're going to need a pretty hefty amount of attack damage coming in from either the jungle or the AD carry position. And already AL building out a pretty flexible shell of a composition. You do have the Galio who can play both a receiver and a diver. You also have this Gwen who can do kind of a lot around the map and is a scaling monster. Here for TT, they do have a pretty aggressive composition already. How low range it is, I think a Pantheon from AL is perfectly within that wheelhouse, being able to stop their engage.
The Pantheon not going to come through here. They're going to go towards the Wukong here. Likely throw that one Tarzan's way. I like this approach, right? This isn't they have to point the skill shot, right? We don't have to see a couple missed glacial prisons from Tarzan, all right? This is just stick on top of somebody, press the Wukong R, and you got a much better team fight setup. But there is the Mbessa to come through. This is the interesting wrinkle, because Hoya, especially during the lane swap meta, was the guy you would pick tanks on. You'd leave him in the 1v2. He'd be fine. Rarely do you see him go for these, resource-dependent champions, but in this meta, you got to go for the Mbessa when you get a chance. So Hoya in a huge spot against one of the premier top laners right now in the LPL.
And we just saw him on a Rumble game that didn't look all that great, so going to be interesting to see what we get from this Mbessa. Again, another dive composition here for Thunder Talk. A lot of priority now going towards the bottom side of the map. Hope and Kael have been more than willing to go for scaling lanes more often than not, and so I want to see if Thunder Talk are going to try and slam the laning phase yet again. We just saw them play a Caitlyn Nico lane and do so good up against RNG.
Very, very potent against RNG. As we get some of the marksman bands starting to fly through. You get the Ezreal, the Misfortuned. A lot of 1x10 staple champions. If I would say the Jinx would be something if you want to take that way as well. But there's a ton of support champions you want to take off the board. On top of that, the Nico, pretty good ban when you talk about with the Galio, the Wukong, just getting all those powerful circle ultimates. And despite Feather already playing a Nico game today, Thunder Talk don't want to deal with it in their second game of Group B.
All right, a lot of 80 carries, especially with that Ezreal gone. I wonder if we're going to potentially see a Caitlyn ban. No, they're going to get rid of the Renata, which I think is perfectly fine here. AL playing with a lot of tools for a dive or for a team fight composition. I wouldn't be surprised to eventually see a Kai'Sa here. It would be a bit dangerous, but we should see one half of the bottom lane from Thunder Talk, and would allow for them to be able to play very flexibly. Into the Ashe, though, would require something like a Nautilus to help pair up with it.
We are seeing the shortcomings of an Ashe pick coming through in that last game between RNG and Ultra Prime, so you got to be really careful with how you play around this Ashe, especially into another Gwen, right? So we're seeing that staple sort of interaction to really cancel out the power of Ashe with her ultimate, potentially showing against a much more formidable opponent. The Corki here, also one of those more slept on, really powerful marksmen, and I love this for AL because it really just shapes out how brawl intensive this Anyone's Legend comp's going to be. Everybody's going to be up in your face, all trying to push out as much damage as possible.
And I think this is going to be a tough game for Beichuan here, because you now are looking at 3 lanes that, at the very least, are, you know, somewhat slightly favored towards AL. The mid lane matchup for Shanks versus Sitab on this Akali is going to go neutral, as Galio should be able to tank up a lot of the damage from this Akali. And now you have the skirmishing power of this Corki very early on with the Alistar. I think the only way you might be able to save this from Thunder Talk is going to be this double range matchup. But even we saw this coming in yesterday for LGD. There were some points of the game where it looked good for the Seraphine, but I think the Braum might just be a little bit better, especially when you talk about playing into something like this Galio, being able to also help with the laning phase versus Corki Alistar.
Yeah, and it just the most potent level 1 bottom lane that you really see in the game of League of Legends. I know Yanni was talking about it before. The last time we saw it, it's like you land one of those Braum Qs, the slows are coming across, that stun is almost a guarantee. So definitely something that Hope and Kyle are going to have to watch out for in this bottom lane. But this is a really intriguing look from Thunder Talk, because a lot of people like to signal, you know, 1xN is kind of the potent carry of this team a lot of the time. I've been really impressed by how Feathers do it up with his former LDL partner. But this game, Thunder Talk, if they're going to beat Anyone's Legend, it's going to be an Mbessa and an Akali masterclass from those solo lanes.
And Sitab is playing the Mbessa this time. This is not Hoya getting this champion, so we're getting a fresh look at Akali top lane coming in. It's much better. The Akali versus Gwen is a bit easier to play. Same thing with Mbessa versus Galio. Slayer, I know you're having a little bit of issues with your cam, but we have a graphic real quick that we can fly before we head into draft. You might be here in spirit, and you might be here physically. You are a great wish charm for the boys in blue. TT, man, they're going to need to rely on you today.
Yeah, I will say the caveat does have to come that they have lost single games while I've gassed them. This is a series win rate, so keep that in mind as we get into these best of ones. Yeah, count as a series, but I'm here to support them as best as I can. No matter how much my internet is trying to limit me right now, it will not keep me away from Thunder Talk for long, as this is the matchup that really could decide what the scope of this Group B looks like. Anyone's Legend, one of those top LPL contenders, and Thunder Talk looking to answer the question, Split 1 was not a fluke, as we go on to Summoner's Rift.
Getting some gyos coming on through. As for AL, big focus is going to be how much can they stall out on this early game, and how willing are they to just make a player swap, put Shanks into that top lane versus the Akali. Both of the solo lanes here for TT actually opting for the Electrocute matchup, so big amount of burst damage, and so can open up Thunder Talk for a lot of early plays and getting Beichuan active into their map, which has been a recipe for success. We saw it in their RNG series earlier in tonight, and series prior has definitely been very helpful with getting this team over the finish line. No shenanigans early on going in for level 1. So Tab's going to get an early ward to try to spot out Tarzan. Should spot him on the way out, but might just be perfect kiting coming in from the Wukong, meaning he won't get spotted. Ash Braum level 1. Look, it is Alistar with 1 ability point. Walk this guy down. Hit this guy right in the head. There we go. Get 1 more stun. Okay, we missed a minion. Happens. Junglers are starting on the opposite side of the map. Kael's probably going to lose a pretty good chunk of his HP. Aftershock proccing there does mean he gets some resistances, but with junglers heading to the opposite sides of the map, I am worried for AL in the top side. It is an Akali, and she's going to be particularly difficult to gank, especially with a Gwen. There's no hard crowd control going on there, and it is a pre-6 Wukong as well. Flandra's already down half HP. Hoya, pretty sure he wins this. If he gets a little bit more energy, he very easily could grab this 6 seconds before the W is back off of cooldown, and if he hits level 3, I think there's a very clear all-in for Hoya to find onto Flandra on this Gwen. So, as we look right now, I said from draft, if this was going to be the standard lanes, that would have been very hard for Beichuan to actually find very much action or find some winning lanes, but thanks to the creativity and the willingness for them to swap, it has definitely opened up TT's early game playmaking ability. Ooh, Shanks takes a turret early on. Not going to do all that much, but definitely is going to help at least try to equalize some of the lane here. Feather and 1xN, a bot lane duo coming up from the LDL in the past couple of years. Really starting to make their name. Last year, unfortunately, weren't able to do all that much with Thunder Talk, even with my boy Yukal still sitting in the mid lane. But this year, at least in Split 1, with that upset win against BLG, and some of their run in playoffs, 1xN, I think, and all of Thunder Talk really captured the eyes and the audience of the English community and the international community at large with that series. So both junglers now invading on the opposite sides. Beichuan should have seen that there's going to be a play onto mid here. Tab still has flash. Can he get away? The taunt's going to land from Shanks. Tarzan doesn't have all that much damage. He can go for the EQ, but it's not going to be enough. Him and Beichuan are going to just simply cut open this map vertically, so Tab can teleport back in. Kael barely doesn't get the concussive blows to land. Teleports in mid. Tarzan is getting screened away by Beichuan. Kael does not have flash. He's going to have to look for the Hex Flash. No, he actually finds the headbutt pulverize. That's first blood going over to AL. Can they continue to chase? Tab now joining the rest of the team. Hope Valks forward. Does not find Feather, but Flandra has TP'd into this play. It is an all-out brawl. It's the feats of strength now going over, and AL have completely blown open this game. It is a double kill going over to the Gwen. Hoya never wanted to go for that teleport, and is a huge win for anyone's legend. Such big action already into this game. It did cost a lot of the summoner spells from so many members, but remember that started with them looking in the mid lane. As you take a look at this replay, the fact that Kael basically gets a perfect amount of space to find this headbutt pulverize is a huge win for anyone's legend, and then they can just continue to turn on this. They have the numbers advantage, especially with this Gatling gun rolling from Hope, splitting open the magic resist and the armor, just shredding all these resistances. It makes it so easy for anyone's legend to find this, and now even this bottom lane is particularly susceptible. If Tarzan decides to make a gank with this bottom lane, you're now looking at a 1xN Ashe that has no flash. It becomes very difficult to play. We'll see how AL continue to navigate this game, as with pairing their bottom lane up there, it seems like they really want to have a big focus on some early grubs action. For anybody who is just wondering, wow, Alk Battery is really talking a lot. He must hate this Slayer guy. We are trying to fix his router at the time being, so if the play-by-play clips do not roll, you can blame him, okay? It's not my fault that his internet is getting limited. Maybe it was because I'm a TT hater sometimes. Well, we're going to see Shanks and Kyle, the rest of AL, they moved in after pushing this top wave. They'll find a little bit of damage down onto Thunder Talk's mid and support duo sitting here. And instead of moving for the grubs, they've just completely rotated their bot lane duo into the Dragon to try to supplement Tarzan's take of these different objectives. Flandra's kind of sitting around here and going to be able to help him. Has his ultimate available if he really wants to. It's going to be a teleport coming in from Hoya to match. It's going to be, I think, a very big objective advantage now. 1xN gets engaged upon. That's just a complete kill going over to Flandra. They're trying to contest onto these grubs. I don't know if AL's allowed to do this, but it's a huge taunt coming in from the mid laner of anyone's legend. They're just going to let Feather die here. Can Beishwan be the next one? Flandra flashes forward, and that's going to be another kill. They're dashing the hopes of Thunder Talk. They do not want to give them any chances of being able to find this game. All right, there we go. We're trying to fix Slayer's audio right now, so it's unfortunate, but I have lost access to the game. There we go. We've got the game back up. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. Again, we are an unofficial broadcast, so things of this nature can happen, but yeah, 8-1 start. 7.5 minutes here for anyone's legend. They're coming out swinging, and again, dashing the hopes of any Thunder Talk hopefuls. Slayer, are you alive? Do you think?
As well.
Okay.
I don't know if who can hear me. We're getting me on stream. Okay. All right.
All
so,
right.
Man, what?
Slayer,
I mean,
don't look at screen.
I mean, this is what is this like? This is depressing. What happened? I mean, I can read the scoreboard, but I need the cliff notes.
Yeah, they tried to go through bottom lane to try to fight, and AL were able to turn. They got 3 kills there, and then we just had a fight around the top side grubs, where TT, yes, they got 2 of them, but they lost out huge. Now we have Flandra with massive amounts of gold in his back pocket. Both of the solo laners here, I think despite Shanks being down a little bit, he is perfectly fine playing this Galio and just supporting the rest of his team.
Yeah, and I mean, might be able to just fair in these 1v1s now against Setab. This is an impossible angle to play up against, and I think, you know, one of the things you mentioned that were really important when we saw Thunder Talk in the last game, where they were, you know, a bit shaky at points, but they ended up cleaning it up. You mentioned you can't get away with doing that against AL. You definitely can in the early game. They're going to look to throw down the Cyclone combination with the headbutt pulverized. Beichuan gets off the Crescent Guard, but it just doesn't matter right now. They don't have enough damage to turn out any of these kills until Hoya uses the perfect execution to come across, gets a second onto Tarzan, but it just sets up for this Corki and the Gatling gun to rain through. Flandra grabs himself a double kill and is back to dominating the top lane like we know and well.
Well, we said, hey, there was a, you know, this could be our decider between our first 2 top teams in this group.
God.
And Shanks just puts the hands on him on the Galio matchup. This game just looks dusted already. 3,000 gold to be expected, right? This was AL, a team that was just in Grand Finals not only a month ago, going up a Thunder Talk who, hey, they made it into playoffs, but they completely burned out as soon as they got into the bracket. So, I mean, not to be unexpected from these 2 teams, but it is surprising with how much ferocity AL are playing with. They're just completely dismantling Thunder Talk.
Completely dismantling. Talked about it before we got into game. We'll get a replay of that last fight, but you wanted the soul lanes with Thunder Talk to really be the heroes, and it's really been the exact opposite here. Hoya, I like the flank idea to find one of those aggressive opponents, but we got to go right back to live because it is Shanks getting up to nothing good for Thunder Talk. Just shuts Beichuan completely out of the river. That taunt combination and with Flandra's damage, it's just as easy as 1, 2, 3 by this point.
Look, we were talking about after their first game of the day for Thunder Talk going up against RNG. Yes, they had a really explosive early game, but in the mid game they started to flounder a little bit, and against better teams, you are always going to be punished for that. And we are seeing it here again, except we didn't have to wait till the mid game. AL just came to play very early on. 7-0-2. Flandra is playing Gwen for the second time today, and he is just not missing a beat. This game is already over. I'm going to keep it a stack, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really impressive. And what's more impressive about it all is, like, retrospectively looking back at the draft, a Gwen lane, a Galio into an AD, bruiser lane in this, on top of the Ash Braum. Like, Thunder Talk on paper, take the nameplates off, really should have had a lot of avenues to at least find plays to make in that early game. And the fact that they've given up these kind of leads to these scaling threats, like Flandra with a 10 seal dark stack on this Gwen already done, going to be not far off this Nashers, is a problem in itself, and it's just going to compound further. But what I like to see from AL right now is that Kyle and the rest of the crew are just unrelenting on this rift. That is Flandra using the needlework just to cancel Satev's back, saying, no, buddy, there's only a one-way trip. You're going back to that fountain, and it is through the gray screen. He's going to use the public execution to buy a little bit of space, gets away from the Surfer Cyclone. It's a bit too late, though, and the arrow does not find its mark onto someone under turret aggro. They're just going to knock down the turret as well. Anyone's Legends looking pristine after that tune-up game 1 in Group B.
And Satab thought he was going to get a little bit more in terms of reinforcements. Hoya's TP got canceled. We're getting a little bit more gameplay now. Okay. Flandra and Tarzan.
Flandra does have to use the flash to get away from those Braum stacks. Beitron really wants this kill to Flandra. Ton of gold he can get back, but there just isn't enough. You can't brawl. You can't go hands to hands with one of the best top lanes in the AL franchise. Flandra and Tarzan get 2 more down.
Oh, and Shanks just got a solo kill. Okay, guys, FF, guys, we're opening this game, guys. Like, we get to, the picture is just to see the teleport that got canceled. Shanks, I don't know, guys. It's 16-3. It is 12 and a half minutes. Maybe we shouldn't have flown the graphic. I think that is another moment of catastrophic events being preceded by a legendary image. That, alongside my predictions about RNG being second in the group, I think we're both eating crow on this one.
Yeah, it should have been foreshadowing when the immediate 30-second call to go live and my entire setup decided to completely boot. Maybe that was the universe just telling me to try and save me from the embarrassment that has been this game as a Thunder Talk supporter. I think I just look forward to the next game. At this point, they're still going to try and find some sort of fights around this dragon, but AL are just playing with their food at this point. The double headbutt pulverized knockup brings in the hero's entrance for Shanks, and it's just time to mop up the scraps. More kills over to anyone's Legend. There is nowhere for Thunder Talk to go, certainly not their own jungle.
Shanks is so tanky, he's literally just willing to walk past the tab at this point.
All right.
Hope you're trolling.
Okay, yeah, that's a pretty big shutdown.
Happy gaming.
1xN actually doesn't grab his shutdown, gets a kill, and yeah, we're starting to limit test a little bit. That's what you do when you're up 5,000 gold before we even get to 15 minutes. Like, is Opticon even a conversation this game? Like, there's no point.
I mean, it'll spawn. Whether or not it'll actually be particularly useful is another conversation we can have. Gwen is just too strong at this point. Gwen into range matchups can be very good. Gwen into melees, I think, has some hidden uses, especially with just being able to stack the Q, the amount of healing that is part of the 1,000 Cuts passive. It's just too free. And even here, Hoya tries to find this, actually gets his E canceled in the middle of this. It's just unplayable. Every single matchup's not looking good for Thunder Talk. And to be honest, I want to say Tarzan on this Wukong. I know a lot of eyes have been on the solo lanes and kind of how all over this map has been, but I think Tarzan and Kyle this game have been such a great duo. And again, around mid lane, they find 1xN. I mean, we were talking about it before. We got the interview from the Sackdown. Beishwan, I don't think this is real, brother. Tabe personally quoted Tarzan as being, the 2 reasons he wanted to join was 1, he knew that if he joined, he could trust Tabe, and 2, he thought that Shanks would become Xiaohu by the end of the split. So he has been leading this team from the inside. He's been helping Kyle bring his level up in this game. So I think it is so important to see these two already working together so well.
Shake's certainly playing with the confidence of a player, the level of Xiaohu's performances with this Galio. I'm always impressed by Kyle as well with this Alistar. I'm glad you pointed out him and Tarzan. If they had a duo rap album for this game, it would definitely be Knock Up City with the way they're playing this Alistar and Wukong, man. Just always finding those huge engages. And it's hard to look for a way back in here for Thunder Talk. If you look across the map, right, you're going to get a dragon spawning in a couple of seconds here, but dragon stacking really isn't going to be a reality here. You've got 4 grubs for AL. They're going to have an Otacon to play for. It's kind of just Thunder Talk biding their time to see if they can maybe find a pick potential with this Ashe and Mbessa Xin combination, the Akali, but they're going to have to come play for these big neutrals, Hulk, and that's just going to further tunnel them away out of this game that's completely blown over in their face.
Second dragon, and there is 19 kills for AL. I don't think this is going to be, like you were saying, there is just no possibility that we're probably going to be seeing scaling in this game for going much later than 24 minutes. It's a great job from Anyone's Legend. You should be able to close this one out again with 4 grubs. You have to imagine it's pretty simple. You also see that Kyle has a pretty nasty flank if they want it after this dragon. They can look for the turn. You also have a couple of abilities after. You're seeing Hope pushing around in the mid lane, doing a fantastic job of making sure Thunder Talk always feel under threat.
They're pinging. You can see Thunder Talk, they're throwing pings down across the river, knowing where they're just going to have to give up so many neutrals. Rift Herald, there's a couple pings coming down there on that side. Maybe waiting for a 1xN hawk shot, but that thing should just be a freebie over to AL. They've got a ton of lanes pushing. They've been able to knock down turrets. I'm still impressed, though, how guys like Hope have been able to handle these mid waves, get these side lanes pushing, because those are the small things that are important to do when you have that lead to really just continue to restrict more and more map access to Thunder Talk. I mean, look how they're having to group up just to get Beichuan Crux. That's how much grouping up they have to do just to get their jungler a bit of farm back, or maybe look for a play on his Shanks. But like you talked about, Hulk, he's too tanky, and he just doesn't care how many people Thunder Talk throw his way by this point.
And remember, coming out of the draft, we were like, oh, this is a good member for TT. They've swapped over the Mbessa to the mid lane.
Yeah.
Shanks is getting caught out, but is it really him that's caught?
No, it's not at all. The Astro is going to hit it directly onto Tarzan's head, but the hero's entrance starts the chain of knockups. Watch how many members of TT fly into the air as Kyle gets a 3-man headbutt pulverized, and it's AL cleaning up shop, looking like the team that competed for an LPL title just a split ago.
There's not even the Baron up and available. We're 18 minutes into this game, and AL have a 7,000 gold lead. They have almost 4 times the amount of kills that TT have gotten. And it is just incredible to watch AL play. I was a little worried that we were going to get an AL that may have trolled a little bit of this game, but it seems like they are effortlessly pushing over Thunder Talk, saying, hey, that's nice what you did in Split 1. Let's see you get a little bit further than 8th place in the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe they took a page out of learning from BLG's woes up against Thunder Talk, saying, all right, we gotta give some respect to Thunder Talk. Can't mess around with them right off the gate. And they're showing it here as we get a replay look back at that fight, and there's really only one way to describe it. You know the famous Lenny Kravitz song, I Wish That I Could Fly? Yeah, that's haunting Thunder Talk watching this replay back.
They don't
wish
believe they can fly. They don't believe that they can fly. They know that they can, because they already see that the Alistar is coming through, the Galio as well. I mean, the fact that Galio gets to continue to build armor in this game does not feel good for the rest of TT.
Oh, that's a book.
It was just to be, we're getting double books here. Okay. Now, so because this game is already over, I'm willing to do, a little bit of fake gambling here. Let's do a little bit of over-under here. Okay. For everybody in chat, 15.5 is going to be the Magi stack over-under. What are we feeling?
Okay. I'm betting under for Shanks, over for Flandra. That's where I'm at.
Let's do Flandra, because Shanks is playing Galio. He's probably gonna die, even though he hasn't done it this game. So let's get behind one of the main characters of this game in the Gwen. So for Gwen, 15.5 over under.
I'm going over. I mean, I think he's just gonna. I think he's gonna out heal any pick that comes his way, and I mean. He's already got the Cosmic Drive done for the second item to buy himself a bit more survivability. That can't be said for Tab, who uses the entire kit and the flash, and it's just not enough to get him out of the grip that AL has over this map.
We still have Rift Herald available. I think 1xN's player cam just says it all. He's like, I guess we're just done with this game.
Let's see if we get the, you know, dancing Shelly potentially. Probably not. She's taking a fair bit of damage just to get to this inhibitor. Doesn't actually burn any health on this crash down, Shelly. That's just a furnace at this point, but this could be the dagger here for AL if they want it, but they're going to take a bit more consideration, try and play for those side turrets, but Kyle gets knocked out of his own Herald, but ends up throwing Beitron, the one that knocked him away from Precious Shelly, into his entire team. Down goes himself and Feather. Hoya going in for one big execution. It's going to get it onto Kyle, but it's just fleeting hopes. Single kills meaning nothing, because this is anyone's legend dominating to cement themselves at the top of Group B, just like everybody expected.
I thought this was going to be at least a game that goes to 25 minutes, but AL are looking to try to finish it in 22 here. Could have been one of our fastest games of LPL here in 2025, but a couple of blinking HP bars means that AL are going to be disincentivized from finishing the game here and risking it. Apparently from chat, I got a report. A lot of people were saying they're going over on 15.5.
Yeah.
Currently, you are right. But
Let's
knowing
go, chat.
AL and knowing Flandra, they're going to do a random death, okay? This was a good enough try coming in from Thunder Talk, but Kyle says, hey, thank you for getting me straight into position. I don't even have to use the headbutt. I can just use that to bump you into the rest of my team.
We don't talk about that part, though. We don't,
you know what?
No.
Doesn't matter. He's played most of this game great. I'm willing to give it to him, okay? You get one, you get a couple, you build goodwill. It's like, you know, when you're a good student in class and you're like, hey, teacher, like, I might have to, like, you know, can you slide me on this grade real quick, or like, can you make sure that like, I don't have to do this assignment right now? And they're like
can I turn in homework like a day late? You know, it's like, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're like, okay, you know what, Kyle, every other part of this game has been fine. You get one. So this is going to be an Otacon going over to anyone's legend, and kind of this you know, the crossing the I's, dotting the T's here as they look. I don't even think we're going to get a Saw. I'm surprised we got 2 more dragons.
I'm surprised we got Otacon. I thought that, I don't know if my tone gave it away there, Dimitri, but I thought that last push was going to be a push for the end here. But maybe we won't get that Flandra grief death, because I think it would have been there. So now, do they look polished with Otacon in their hands? They're at least setting their ire onto that Tier 3 bottom inhibitor turret. In goes Shanks. The public execution for St-Tab whiffs. He was just trying to use it defensively. They're pouring so much damage into this front line, but it's just like tissues. It's feathers tickling the side of anyone's legend as they jockey for position around this turret. Off to the side, Hoya's getting hounded by Shanks. The Shroud will only protect you for a couple of seconds, Hoya, as he dashes back towards his base, and another minion wave reloads into the turret.
I'm looking at the mid differential right now. Shanks flashes forward, doesn't find the taunt. He is 3.5 levels over his lane counterpart. Part of that is the fact that they have almost 60 blood roses. So the amount of experience and adaptive forces that you guys are getting. This is fake.
Hoya.
This is so fake.
Oh my god, it's like trying to find the Akali in the Shroud, but once they find Hoya, he's eviscerated in an instant. So that flake falls flat, and it's back to the drawing board for Thunder Talk, cowering under their Nexus turrets until this game finally meets its end.
23.5 minutes. They have almost 30 kills. It is 10,000 gold here. TT's out.
All right, Flandres, be careful. Flandra is teleporting in late. He's not going to grief death. All right, chat, we've got our Medjai's bet. There's no way to blow it. A triple kill over to Hope to polish it off. No, make it a quadra kill. Anyone's legend with a legendary statement as they go 2-0 to top Group B.
They didn't even make it look competitive. They wanted to make sure that everybody knew that they are top dogs here in Group B and that they are looking to try to right the wrongs of a split one loss in the grand finals. What an insane game coming out from them. And that exploded just from a single play around the red buff. It was Beitron trying to invade, trying to look for a bot lane dive, and the game just ends basically with that and the roller coaster that was the rest of this.
All right, you know what? Brad, producer Brad, I know you were getting flamed for that RNG one. Run the Slayer graphic again, and we can all laugh at me. All right, let's if we could throw it up on the screen. This was shown maybe 25 minutes ago, and it is already completely irrelevant.
I'm just real quick. I'm taking a picture of this.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and draw over this with some marker.
Okay. All right, everybody, just remember that the guy next to me on the casting desk had RNG not playing in the promotion tournament.
Let's just
make sure we're on the same page, okay?
Look, RNG getting second was great. The fact that you had a 100% series, we made a whole graphic about it, okay?
I
it
felt
has
so
your
special.
name.
It was my moment.
Yeah, I know. And now I'm just gonna go to twitter.com.
Oh man, this guy's brutal.
Nice.
Hulk battery with the quick turnaround. All right.
Yes, man.
You know, at the very least, Hulk, at least I didn't have to watch like the actual heartbreaking part. Like I didn't have to watch the game actually get thrown. I mean, I guess we're gonna see it again if we get the
There was
the
no
show.
Game thrown to have. They
didn't have a game.
Yeah, they didn't have a game to play. They kind of just got bodied for 25 minutes straight. And well, for the fact that the community thought this was gonna be 1-2, I think that's it's good to know that AL are not looking to drop games, because one of the questions you were going to have and one of the expectations for anyone's legend was they needed to be first. Anything less than first is a complete disappointment for a team that of their caliber, especially of some of the members like Tarzan and of Flandra. We expect better of them, and to make it to grand finals is under no kind of easy feat. So good to see that they're able to make good on that and continue. They still have one more game, but it's against currently a floundering RNG to close out the night.
Yeah, the RNG that is yet to find a win, which is the same cannot be said for the rest of this group. But, you know, talking about that, you know, AL point, especially with how, you know, kind of shaky people have viewed the top teams in the LPL after this first stand tournament that I haven't heard much about. I don't really want to hear much about it, but I heard not great things. So anyone's legend, this is a great time to step up. The flip side picture here, though, Alk, is, as heartbreaking as this to say, the big question of, does Thunder Talk actually pass their Split 1 preliminary test? So far, it's been a shaky game and an absolute catastrophe.
I know somewhere in Hawaii, Kelsey Moser is just shaking her fist up to the sky saying, I can't believe these damn kids thought that Thunder Talk were good. It was only one split. Look, it's 2 games. They have an entire second day, as again, these are double round robin formats, so I think that's perfectly fine. Just, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, you know what it isn't tough? This Gwen win rate, man. I mean, is this going to be another Gwen MVP? I guess it's really hard to name an MVP this game. Like I'd want to give it to a lot of members.
I'd give it to Tarzan, low-key. I'd give it to Tarzan. Tarzan was the GOAT this game. But yeah, Flandra, too much damage on this Gwen. I think he got so involved.
Takes the stop damage, by the way.
So because we're going to have highlights coming up, we can have the Slayer live reaction to what the hell happened in the first like 7. Yeah, we're like a co-stream, except none of us have relevant experience to. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, Dom. This is the play. Right. This is the play. So Kyle had taken a bad trade. I was like, I don't know if he could do this. Perfectly over. They find this pick on the Bishwan.
Wow.
Flandra is actually TPing into this play, by the way. And then it just goes from bad to worse. Gets 1 kill.
Oh, no. Just gonna dash. Yeah. Okay. So you know what? You know what's the cool part though? The knock-up chaining started right off the rip, is what I'm learning, because I was seeing multi-combo knockups from Kyle right off the rip, and yeah, it just continued through here. This is fun. I don't get to live react to what I'm seeing, but this is the most painful live reaction I'll probably have.
By the way, look at what levels they are, by the way. So this is maybe
really
like a minute and a half away from each other. Flandra's level 7 instead of level 6. Yeah.
This is the first one I was here. Yeah, so this is
great job, Flandra. You earned it, man. We thought, you know, as an old man, there were some questions about your mechanics. You obviously have some goofy champs that you've been picking up, but good job. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, committing to the burgeoning LPL meta, showing that, hey, man, we're playing Gwen now? All right. This is exactly what I was in my Gwen game. This does set up for an interesting matchup, though, Alk. If we're talking the old momentum conversation, one of the last 2 matches we'll have tonight is going to be Thunder Talk off.
Yeah.
I would say their single worst loss of the LPL in 2025 so far. And then Ultra Prime, who, you know, looked pretty good against RNG. I mean, they got the win, so we're just talking momentum-wise. There's one team coming off a win, one team coming off a loss. Could be a pretty fun setup.
I think actually both of those games that Ultra Prime have played were pretty competitive for the most part. Obviously, they ended up losing the one against Anyone's Legend, but as we're seeing right here, I think a lot of people in this group are going to be losing to this team. So I think Ultra Prime might be on the up and up. I think Thunder Talk have been a team that in the past have a little bit of difficulties readjusting in series when we saw them in the best of fives. So they had a lot of winning ways back then in the early parts of 2025 this year. I think that this is probably going to be our matchup to, if everything goes to plan with how we're looking at this group, RNG potentially being 4th here. This actually, we thought that the RNG Ultra Prime was going to be 3rd, 4th. TT Ultra Prime might actually be 3rd, like the 3rd place decider here. It's pretty early in the group, but still.
Yeah, it's going to decide a lot. The positioning, and we're going to have to see here. I'm so glued to what this MVP pick's going to be, because I feel like with the LPL voters, like sometimes they're really good on like giving those setup guys the MVP. Like I've seen a lot of love for, like, I know Beichuan and a lot of those Thunder Talk wins. This might be a little salty to rub salt in the wound now, but he would get a lot of MVPs in their wins, even though he's playing like Poppy, Wukong. But Flandra's Gwen and the status that Gwen is at, does that earn enough for another player of the game? Of course it does. 12-0-12. And another MVP for Flandra. This one is really just if there was a player of the game award all for a single game that was team-oriented, it'd be this one, I feel like.
For sure. Yeah, I agree. Great job, Flandra.
Yeah, so, all right, we've gone through a rough start to at least my casting tonight here in the second half. I can confirm that I'll be back in clear picture. Thunder Talk, will they be back with a more clear mindset and game plan? We'll have to see, because they're taking on Ultra Prime to see which one of these two teams will likely finish 2nd and 3rd after the first round robin in Group B. We'll be back after a short break for that matchup. We'll see you on the other side. Back in a flash here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we have cruised into our second to last matchup of the night. But before we jump into that, as I'm the newest one on this desk here and this is my first foray into Split 2, let's make sure everybody, including myself, are very familiar with how the format looks, because boy, is it a lot different than last Split. It's a lot more complicated, and at least we're encompassing basically every sort of best of in this Split.
In competitive League of Legends, yes, we're getting best of ones here to start. Again, we have 4 groups of 4. The seeding for these teams were based on their performance in Split 1. But the important thing is top 2 of each group immediately go to the Ascend group. 4th in each group immediately go to Nirvana. And it's that 3rd place where they have the chance to be able to make it into Group Ascend, which is so important when we talk about this next up-and-coming matchup for Thunder Talk versus Ultra Prime. I know that I said earlier on the broadcast with Yanni that RNG Ultra Prime may have been our decider. TT Ultra Prime, now with what we've seen from RNG in their first 2 games, this is potentially going to help us determine who is going to be 2nd and who is going to be 3rd going into this group.
Yeah, especially with the way that Ultra Prime has been able to really execute on some of their drafts. It's been really impressive. Got to give extra credit to them, knowing that they just recently brought in Xiaoxia to play in place of Rosie Love. We got a shot during Game 1 of Rosie Love watching on as Ultra Prime were put together some pretty competitive games. And this is one of the biggest test spots for Thunder Talk, and it is intriguing to think about because last Split, they technically, I think officially had their most successful split when we talk about placement finishes in the LPL, but now for a team that has, young core pieces, especially in those leader roles, like I'm looking to Beichuan and the coaching staff to come up with a Thunder Talk style draft with all the champions available where if we want to keep putting them in conversations of, potentially can not contend for the LPL, but contend with some of those bigger fishes, they got to wipe the floor with Ultra Prime here.
I gotta say, that almost felt like if we didn't have the player swap of Hoya taking the Akali and then moving in and trying to play, that felt very much, you look at their previous histories of playing throughout 2025, Mbessa, one of Hoya's most played champions, Shinsao, one of Beichuan's most played champions, Akali, same thing for Sitab, his most played, Ashe tied for most played, Braum as well. That should have been a Thunder Talk draft. They got completely bodied and kind of kept running into bad fights, bad situations versus anyone's legend. And I said that earlier that these kinds of plays versus RNG you're allowed to get away with because RNG is a much worse team compared to AL. Up against Ultra Prime, who are currently on the back end, or kind of surging back up in the standings.
Right.
I think you might be allowed to get away with some of it.
I will say, you bring the stats there, Ulk. I do love the stats backing up some of those champion picks from that Thunder Talk draft. I still believe, though, that a Thunder Talk draft is putting Feather on an Engage for support here. You get, a Hoya tank that he can bring into the team fights. And most importantly, I know Ashe priority is always the conversation, but if you want the most out of 1XN, let's get this guy a Jinx game. Let's get this guy an Ezreal game. Give him a champion that he can glide across fights with and bring the damage home. Because as much as you get out of Ashe, unless you're really far ahead or you're hitting 4-item breakpoints, you're not doing that with that champion.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit tough, especially as the Ashe early. And what I want to see from Ultra Prime in this game in particular is, can they keep some of those winning formulas? Sitab so far has not had the best games, and when you look across from him, Saber, someone who had a lot of criticism levied his way from his Split 1 performance, there's that essence there that's potentially available to them. And Junhao, now coming off of 2 separate games where the Vi and the Nefiri, anything's possible. The meta's already changing in front of us. You look from day to day. Day 1, it was all about Mbessa and blindable top lane picks. Day 2, with the introduction of Gwen, everybody's first picking junglers. Now you go into day 3 here, Mbessa's starting to fall off. We're getting Gwen blind picks now. Everybody's kind of reverting to kind of more comfort. I think there's so much so much at stake here, and definitely one where you can kind of cook. We're getting Nefiri for crying out loud.
Yeah. You know what's not at stake here for Ultra Prime is drip factor. Yanni, shout out you. If you're still watching, you made sure to give the royal purple speech. I heard it.
Oh God,
Those boys are dripped
yeah.
out here. I wanted to come here with the drip, but then I saw, Alk with you got the comfy hoodie vibe. I wanted to match you.
Yeah.
And honestly, I decided once I saw that some of the macro we were seeing in in the early games, I was like, I'm gonna come in as some of these teams are comfy to Summoner's Rift, not sharp.
I was gonna say, if you dressed a little too sharp, then I think the only thing that would have been you would have been the cleanest thing on the broadcast, because it was going to be the gameplay
Right.
for some of these teams. As we get ready and closer, I should say, to draft, kind of expectations are thrown out the window in my mind. We could say that Thunder Talk are favored, but with the game that they were just coming off of, kind of might be tough to bounce back, and Ultra Prime are on the up and up.
Yeah, and you got to remember, when we talk about last split for Thunder Talk, as much as we've talked about, some of their pedigree in that last split. I know we talked about the all-pro votes some of these guys got. 1XN was contending, getting, if I'm not mistaken, split MVP votes in that split as well. I'm looking to those guys to take the reins here and say, all right, pick me my Ezreal. Hoya says, get me on one of these tanks I can dominate the weak side on. I need to see staple Thunder Talk champions as we get into this draft, and I'm not talking about a Braum Ash bottom lane, all right? I don't want any Freljordian representation in my Thunder Talk bottom lane.
Sejuani support. Thunder Talk now on the blue side this time. Difference in some of the bans. I think Vi being picked up is definitely more of a reaction to day 2 and day 3 here of LPL Split 2 placements. Third ban, what is it going to be? We still have the Kalista, we still have the Jace. Getting rid of a Kali, one of those, champions that we wanted to see, one of the quintessential Setab champions taken away by his own team.
Yeah, that is a big statement to make here. It also leaves up some of those bigger premier picks. So we're going to go into this B1 with Jace, Ambessa, and Rumble, all these, not Rumble, but who cares? The Jace gets locked in here. Now, it's important to remember, this is, for Thunder Talk, has been more of a mid-flex. We've seen Setab, one of his biggest plays from last split was that BLG Game 2, where he ends up with that huge quadra kill in the mid lane. So, while this is flexible, likely going to go to Setab as Ultra Prime come back with the classic Varus and the now newly classic, hovers on some of these champions we know, and the Gwen is going to play another game in Split 2 of the LPL.
Up to TT. Do you have enough games on the Fury? Are you willing to kind of pick it up for yourself and steal that away? Seems like Ultra Prime trying to prioritize the fact that, like you said, Jace is a flex. I like what Ultra Prime do have for themselves. They can play for a kite back comp, or they can try to go for that all-in. I think Gwen being able to just run straight into a backline with that hollowed mist and the ultimate makes it so dangerous. TT already have the makings of what looks to be like a poke composition. Wouldn't be surprised if we get something of a support pick trying to grab up stuff like the Nautilus and Leona.
All right, so Leona gets grabbed here. I like the poke style. Curious to see if Ultra Prime will maybe throw an Ezreal ban this way, because I think that's a perfect champion for 1XN to fit into this composition. But Ultra Prime, what are you going to do to try and cut down the range? They're hovering some crazy assassin picks right now. This would be a statement to make, but I do think the thematically, you still need to come with somebody that's going to go into the face of this Nidalee, this Jace so far. So we get Xiaosha on this Alistair. Always a good counter into that Leona as well.
Yeah. Second phase of bans. I'm expecting that TT might be looking to soak up a Nefiri ban here, considering what Junhao was able to do, and the fact that you can become untargetable versus a team that's trying to make sure that you're playing at a certain amount of range. Probably don't want to have to deal with that. Yone taken away as well, so a lot of the melee mids now being gone. This definitely means that kind of looking at potential top lane picks that are also playable into the Gwen, starting to squeeze a bit there.
Yeah, so I wonder if Hoya will just, how much he'll commit to sacking the lane to play towards his tank style. glad you brought up the melee bans coming across here because both these two definitely very melee-focused mid-lane pools. Interested to see that an Ezreal ban doesn't necessarily come across here, but I do like the idea of getting rid of a obvious Silas steal with that Unbreakable Will and then a Renekton pick, as TT are definitely going to need some sort of frontline potency next to this Leona as the Tryndamere ban comes through at the end here. So,
Yeah.
wow. A lot of melee options off the board, Hulk.
Yeah, that was the Tryndamere that we got to see from Ultra Prime. I think it was up against Weibo during Split 1.
I think you're right.
Doesn't matter. It's just kind of a shout recognizing where Saber could be playing this. I am going to be looking at either them looking to pick up their jungle. Seems like instead they want to prioritize mid. And with the Rise, you look at what TT have. He's going to have a lot of HP to work with and making sure that he can walk towards Thunder Talk.
Expecting to see this as an Ezreal slam here for 1xN. Compares really well next to the Nidalee and the Jace, right? You just got a ton of projectiles over these walls that you're going to have to worry about constantly. So I do like this pickup a lot for Thunder Talk. They're shaping that poke-style identity. This is a comp that they found game wins up against Billy Gaming with. So like we talked about, what we want to see from Thunder Talk, this is what I would expect for them, especially if this Gnar gets locked in. You bring that extra team fight threat. This is almost an exact mirror comp that we saw from Thunder Talk just a split ago.
I really like Jax over Gnar here. I think that Jax being able to jump onto the Varus and kind of fight back versus something like a Rise is very potent. Last pick here for Junhao. Maybe this could be a Gwen jungle. We don't know quite yet. Thunder Talk, though, with a very good ability to poke at range. Ultra Prime just want more avenues of being able to get onto the backline, give Junhao this Lee Sin, and you look at what UP have chosen. They have incredibly strong side laners with the Gwen and the Rise. They're going to be very resilient, but if they can make it to those 2 and 3 items, I think this game is done and dusted for Thunder Talk. So we need to see early game aggression, play around these grubs, make sure that Setab is able to play alongside Beishwan's Nidalee.
Yeah, I think side lane is a big thing for Ultra Prime, like you're talking about. Thunder Talk, it's setup. You need to constantly be forcing Ultra Prime to answer you. You mentioned the Grub Pit, but even as this game rolls into mid-game, Drakes, Herald plays, Octocon plays. Thunder Talk need to be the one controlling the tempo on this to make sure they don't just get split to death by Ultra Prime, who are coming into this one with more momentum. Competitive games to start out their Group B time. Thunder Talk have just been looking shakier and shakier heading into this second split. So this could be a really big defining game for Group B and potentially what the rest of this LPL second split looks like when you talk about those two major divisions.
Thunder Talk with a roster that isn't quite as developmental, right? They've been playing for, at least without, large majority of this roster outside of Setab, been playing for at least a year and a half, 2 years. And you look across from them, Ultra Prime, some pretty new pieces, specifically 2 players coming over from the Asia Pacific region and the LCP with Wako and Wenjiang. Also their coach Benny, a coach that actually was coaching both of these players over in the PCS before they made the brand change. So a lot of hope and prayers from Ultra Prime as to whether or not this developing talent around Wako can actually provide. And we're already here into game number 5 of the night. Again, decider here, one of our early previews as to who can be second and who can be third, who gets a chance at being able to make it into a Group SN, and who is guaranteed a spot amongst the top 10 teams in the LPL.
Like we pointed out from draft, really interested to see how Thunder Talk look to operate in this early phase, because as powerful as the side laning and solo threat is going to be for Saber and Wenjiang as this game goes on, especially knowing a Nidalee's in play here, having those pushing lanes will really help enable Beichuan to just be as aggressive as possible. You're expecting invades here, maybe trying to get aggro and force Junhao out of his tempo, knowing he's going to have these solo lanes pushing in his favor.
We're seeing early wards. They want to try to get vision. Saber is going to get pushed out here. Now, Jace level 1 is so dangerous, not only because of the fact that he technically has 2 spells, but the Jace basic or passive is just so strong. Getting armor and magic resist crush on 2 different cycles is very good, so I want to see if Setab is going to be able to abuse this versus the Rise early on. And going to see too much. Junglers are starting in the opposite sides of the map. I wonder if Beishwan's going to try and do an early invade here.
It looks like Feather is already looking to fight here level 1 to try and get wave control. Like this for Thunder Talk, they want to have control in all these lanes early to enable their jungler to go for whatever they want, as 1xN's able to get a ton of extra autos in there onto Wako. So this should give Thunder Talk control, getting level 2 first here in this bottom lane.
Seeing the minions falling. One more
Could be
here
close,
for Ultra Prime.
yeah.
They get it first.
Yeah, there Feather goes in with the Zenith Blade, but level 2 hasn't ticked over yet. There's one melee minion preventing either members of Thunder Talk from going to level 2. Ignite does come out from Xiaosha, so they get that summoner, but it is Ultra Prime definitely staying competitive, trying to get this wave under control. Luckily for Thunder Talk, though, they do have Beichuan pathing towards them, if you're talking Feather and 1xN.
Yeah, that just means that health totals are so important for this bottom lane coming out from UP, because if they get whittled away at, if they're 30% HP, there's a very realistic possibility that Beichuan comes down and tries to make a gank, makes a dive happen with the Nidalee Spears from Fog of War. So every little bit of HP matters for Wako and Xiaosha. And right now, Wenxiang is doing a great job in the matchup versus Anar. This is a very difficult matchup for Anar to try to navigate. She out-damages you in almost all stages of the game. You're just trying to survive through the laning phase and make sure that you can get to being a more useful Mega Nar.
We already see him having to take that teleport reset. Beichuan, though, does pay attention towards this bot side. Hits a spear, but does not commit fully in that Cougar stance onto Wako. Going to force the Varus to reset. But that's Hoya's TP already down. The wave pushing pretty far away from him as well. Beichuan on this bot side, potentially trying to be as annoying as possible. Doesn't get the back reset off of Wako, but he's going to make sure Xiaosha thinks twice about getting anywhere near that turn, as we have flashes galore in the mid lane. Junhao cuts down the angle, does not hit the Sonic Wave. Seitab 1 HP, does not get the slam to find the trade. And that is first blood to Ultra Prime and Saber's pocket.
That was a really good sequence coming in from Ultra Prime. They do trade both of their summoner spells, but I think the sequencing that they had there was very, very good. Great job from Ultra Prime to find themselves the first kill of the game, and also start forcing some summoner spells from their opponents. No flash from the Jace can be very dangerous. Also cuts down on some of the lethality that you're maybe expecting, as Ryze is just hoping to get more and more items, scale more into this game. If you take a look at this, Saber flashes to get this W slow immediately. Actually only gets the E, but this flash immediate after the ward hop gets the slow from the Tempest Cripple, and a good job from Junhao to open up a play for Saber.
And you mentioned it, while there are some serious summoners that do come off the board for Ultra Prime, as if they're able to inhibit this early aggression from Thunder Talk, they'll have success, but TT are coming back with a vengeance. Feather going to flash Zenith Blade, and it goes wide. The early game woes for Thunder Talk not ceasing in their third game on stage.
That should have been a kill there, but the phase rush from Saber saves him. Just small micro movements. Great job from the mid laner of Ultra Prime. We haven't talked about it too much, and I only brought it up at the very end of their series earlier, but this is his second year playing competitive. He was on Ultra Prime's Academy roster last year, and now that he's getting the call-up, I mean, it makes sense for some of the mistakes we've been seeing from him, but it seems so far he's starting to gain confidence and really gain poise here in the LPL.
A lot of confidence being shown by Wenxiang in that top lane matchup. And, you brought up how the Gwen could be in a rough spot here, but it's really providing so much space for Junhao to look for these invades, continue to be pesky. And the important thing, Alk, to remember as this early game goes on, the less Thunder Talk can get done in these opening 15 minutes, the greater a problem Ultra Prime will be in that latter half.
Can Beichuan secure this? Saber is walking over, so he's going to lose his Gromp. I don't think Saber really cares. He's like, I just took an accelerated shock blast. We are playing for these first set of grubs. TT's bot lane has moved over. It's going to be a missing wave. Maybe Ultra Prime instead decide that without more meaningful ultimates available, we're not going to be going for this.
Big for the grubs to go the way of TT. They are sacking some decent experience on the bot side here. 1xN does just walk mid, steal XP from his mid laner, and then try and get back bot side before he loses any minions himself. That is a base AD carry player, but hold on, we may have some action for the grubs late here. As Thunder Talk rotated off mid, they felt like these grubs were a shoo-in. Now they're late to the party. Junhao gets the last one, so no monster slaying stacks. And maybe Xiaosha's just looking to brawl here. Flash headbutt. Seitab's going to get stunned up. He still has no flash available. That's a 2-0 rise for Ultra Prime Saber.
Really creative stuff coming in from Ultra Prime. Realm warping your Alistar to just find that engage. Maybe they try to make a play on top side. Hoya's nowhere near to having his Mega Gnar.
Oh my god.
He just jumps over, he has
Junhao.
ult!
Yeah, he forces the flash out of Hoya. Gotta remember, this is the Ultra Prime team we were expecting to wait to scale up, and they're just so much more proactive. That momentum talk we had going into that draft, Alk is already showing in these opening 7 minutes.
Thunder Talk just feel a little bit lost, maybe still dizzy from the complete barrage of play coming in from anyone's legend in the game prior to this. Still have some avenues. Mostly it is around their mid laner, but Satab on this Jace is just getting taken advantage of. Really good stuff coming in from the mid jungle of Ultra Prime. We need to see if Thunder Talk can bounce back. Now you're starting to get a little bit more gold, some more items for some of these carries, and there still hasn't been a dragon taken, and we're already seeing Ultra Prime have strong control of this bottom side jungle.
And the more minutes go on, the more of a threat the side lanes become here as Wenzhong gets closer towards what likely will either be that Rift Maker or that Nashor's Tooth start. He'll start getting more of an edge over Hoya. Already has a pretty significant CS lead, doesn't have to really miss any minions as he gets back towards his turret. We just have to look for Beichuan. Feather, once he can get this ultimate online, they need to continue to be proactive because you cannot be satisfied with a small gold deficit if you're this Thunder Talk comp. But they just don't have a lot of control on the map right now, and I don't really think they're going to be able to play for this dragon knowing where Beichuan's on is clear and how this bottom lane is pushed under their turret.
Ooh, they did just get vision of Junhao here. Beichuan is going to take his reset. They can go towards this dragon. It seems like Ultra Prime didn't want to start this objective up. And again, another piece of vision here. It's a good job from TT to at least stem the bleeding for right now, make sure that they're getting information onto the enemy jungler and enemy team. All of these wards, there are no real wards coming in from Ultra Prime to not only scout out the opponents, but also keep themselves safe. It's a single ward here up in top lane for Wenzhong, while right now, TT, they've put some vision down towards this dragon. Again, like we were just saying, seeing Junhao on this Raptor's pit does mean that they have a lot of information, and that should turn into a dragon for them.
Would have been intriguing with Hoya having TP advantage if they'd went for a fight earlier, but top laners both going to have their TP available. But still, no real prio on this dragon here. Junhao not spotted on this top side. They don't know where Xiaosha is either. And they might set up for a Hoya dive, so the dragon not coming across for TT, and they might lose their Gnar here. Oh my god, Junhao just flies in, uses the flash, does not mess around. There was nothing for Hoya to do but drop to the gray screen.
Don't even give him the option to react. It's going to cause the teleport from the Jace, which means now Wako gets to hit on this mid wave for free. This entire time, we've now matched 1xN into the Rise. There's absolutely no kill threat here. Junhao's going to finish his first item at 10 minutes with the Eclipse coming in for the Lee Sin. And Ultra Prime, I've got to say, I think we can call it here because this is their last game of the day. They have bounced back from what was an abysmal split one. Maybe it was because they had Rosie Love. I don't want to pin it all onto one player, but they are, all of them, I think, have really started to level up.
And what's interesting about that all is we were coming into a lot of these group discussions talking about and leaving split one. There were a lot of teams saying, oh, all right, let's see what they get with more time. And what was interesting is the team that was marked for that moniker in this group was RNG. Another thing we got wrong, the way Ultra Prime has been playing, maybe they were the squad that needed more time to really gel and put out performances like this.
For sure. Now they're going to get themselves 4 grubs, feeling very strong. We already talked about how amazing their ability to split push is, how on side lanes they're going to not only be very difficult to deal with, but also very potent in terms of team fighting. So we're at 11 minutes here. Thunder Talk are down 1,000 gold versus their opponents. They only have a single dragon in terms of objectives. I think they're starting to feel the stress of this game. They're not quite out of it. When we see these first items, they're going to be very, very powerful. For Satab, it's going to be finishing off that Spear of Shojin. For 1xN, getting himself the Trinity Force. That'll be a big wake-up. And when they both finish their tier items, I think that is about the pinnacle of power that we're going to see from TT, at least in comparison to Ultra Prime. So we'll be checking in once those items come through. Where are we in the game? And have Thunder Talk really mounted the comeback here?
And what do the items look like on the flip side? Because as powerful as those spikes can be, if you've got this Ryze who's already got his Roa done, might have a Seraph done by that point, you point out how much health advantage Saber's going to have, it could really make the difference because ThunderTalk still have to play into the poke comp because they've lost a lot of that early game aggressiveness. By this point, Beichuan on that Nidalee, one of the biggest early game threats. I mean, it cannot even think about dancing with Junhao, where they're both at in this jungle matchup.
So as we develop throughout this game, no objectives for at least the next 3 minutes. And what I want to see from Ultra Prime in this moment is how are we getting vision into the enemy jungle? How are we moving forward our vision line to track where this Nidalee is? Can we contest her on some of her camps? How are we protecting some of our side laners now? I mean, Saber has Flash and the ultimate. I don't expect him to have too much pressure put upon him. I think we need to be able to move over Wako and Xiaoxia with our jungle. We're already seeing that now from Junhao onto these Raptors.
Trying to just take as much space up as possible. Dragon still a couple minutes away here. Ataka, not really ever a conversation, but Ultra Prime are looking to stay aggressive and repeat what they did last time. Diving over to Hoya, flashing on top of him once again so he can't react, but he does create enough space, flashes away from the turret, so this dive for Ultra Prime goes a bit haywire, and luckily won't cost them any kills. Just some pretty coveted summoners on their support.
Yeah, that one, I think they definitely pulled the trigger just a little too fast there. They go in, they find the flash engage, then Wenjong's also throwing the ultimate, same thing with his jungler, so a bit too early, a bit too trigger happy coming in from Ultra Prime. They lose a bit of a timer there, and it does allow for ThunderTalk to move forward, get a little bit of vision, and track where they are on the map. Tough spot to be in for ThunderTalk. Again, this was a team that we were looking at as we take a look at this replay. We get to just see it here. The flash is great, but why are we using the Lee Sin ult so early on? He's still crowd controlled. The fact that this Lee Sin Q doesn't land is basically the nail in the coffin.
And with all the lethality of the Eclipse, that would have been the kill that we saw Junhao create so well up on that top side. Starting to get those first item breakpoints coming across here for ThunderTalk. Tab going to rush the Spear Shojin to be able to match some of the damage output. Saber's going to put together. Trinity Force just completed for 1xN, so this is that window, Alk, you were talking about, where we want to see ThunderTalk trying to force a fight on that big breakpoint items for their damage dealers.
You have to kind of do it now, right? Because you only have 7 minutes before the Ryze is finished with his Rod of Ages. You have to imagine that he'll be getting closer and closer to a Seraph, so the shielding as well. 45 seconds before the Dragon, a minute and a half before the Herald spawns here. And for Ultra Prime, what we can see from, kind of the vision that's being developed by them, they have some very good wards all over ThunderTalk's side of the map, especially around this bottom lane. If they grab this Dragon, I think it just completely hamstrings ThunderTalk's ability to actually play for dragons and have some kind of scaling out into this game.
And ThunderTalk are still very much protected by the fact that there's still all these turrets still standing on the map here. We just crest over that 14-minute mark, so you've dropped the plating, talked about the grubs, slight advantage over to Ultra Prime. So as they start to knock down mostly these side lane turrets and open the map up, it's going to allow them to play even more into their style and try and break apart this ThunderTalk setup poke-based composition, as we do have that Dragon spawning, and Junhao is immediately on top of it because why not? I mean, Saber can keep this push going all day long into Hoya, and the mid lane can swing over after catching the waves with Wako. It's as easy. It's just an easy execution, and there's just zero contest for ThunderTalk. They don't have any control to try and stop this.
If Wenjong really wants to, if he ever feels threatened, just press ult and you clear the wave almost instantaneously. They also still have this this teleport coming in from Saber if they want it. Oh, Junhao finds it.
Good flash from 1xN,
the flash from 1xN.
That's a key summoner to get off, though, and now, like we talked about, Alk, they can start trying to break down some of these turrets. Do have to be careful of Beichuan off to the side, does throw down a spear. Satab's actually to grab first turret into a 1v1 with Wenjong, using that needlework. Who wins it with the two big first items coming across here? Satab having to flash over the big wall. Wenjong goes right back in with the full passive stack and just knocks him down with ease.
Satab is not having a great day today. It has been rough to watch this mid laner from the LCK come down into the LPL, and has not been able to find his footing, at least here in split 2 placements. It'll be finally that Rift Herald going over to ThunderTalk, but honestly, a small bit of mistakes from both sides, mechanically speaking. Satab ended up going down there, but Ultra Prime, I think, with these 4 grubs, should have felt more confident knowing that 1xN doesn't have flash to step up on that mid wave, start hitting the turret. They lose first turret to their opponents, I don't think they're too choked up about it, as they're still feeling very, very good about this game.
Yeah, I think Satab, I know the priority on feats of strength has kind of dwindled as Split 1 went on into Split 2, but gotta think that Satab makes this play knowing that he goes for first turret, he at least keeps the monster, the feats of strength conversation pretty close here.
Yeah, but why are we stepping back up, man?
Yeah,
like,
0-3-0 on this Jace is rough.
It's not a good look here, and I said it before, we're 3 minutes past, and 6 stacks on Rod of Ages. Seraph's is almost completely stacked. Saber's getting to that point where he is going to be unkillable. And Junhao steals it. It's going from bad to worse here. This Nidalee is just not giving. This Nidalee is basically just going to be a heal bot at this point. And while that is great, look at what you're playing for. You're healing as an enchanter for a 0-3 Jace, and you know your best bet is going to be an Ezreal, but he's nowhere close to finishing a Muramana, at least in terms of his components.
And those outer lane turrets being knocked down, you're going to see Junhao and Xiaoxia just get even more aggressive, taking over the jungle. That mid-tier one, not going to be long for the world as well. Just going to start seeing Ultra Prime really spreading Thunder Talk as thin as possible. It's just really hard to see Thunder Talk finding way back in here unless they could put up a fight around this Rift Herald that's coming soon or that Voracious Otacon. Because if they're not able to really find a gold lead there, it's going to be hard to see Thunder Talk really clawing their way back into this one.
Good job from Hoya. Shows a bit of respect, recognizing that he is one of the few plays on the map for Ultra Prime if he overextends. She's going to catch this wave underneath his turret. On the opposite side of the map, his team is getting vision around this Baron. I don't think it's going to be a real objective, especially because it's only spawning in 6 minutes, but I think mostly for the Otacon, that is going to be up and available in 1:15. I think Dragon stacking is completely out the window at this moment. Let's see if we can try to get those revives. Maybe we leverage the fact that we have gotten the Herald for ourselves.
Timing-wise, you're gonna see Saber take a pretty big reset. He's going to be able to try and get that top wave out. I wonder if the dragon value of this single dragon in particular might be pretty valuable. Junhao and Beichuan on 2 champions that don't do terrible trying to solo out even a third Drake, because while everyone's paying attention towards Otacon, as we've always seen with this season, you could actually sneak feats of strength out the back door if you're able to grab that dragon, with both teams being one monster slaying stack away from deciding them.
Yeah, like you said, feats of strength definitely waned in terms of interest from our teams of being able to race. They also did change some of the qualifications, right? Like it was literally whoever got the first blood, and then it's just, yeah, it was pretty insane beforehand. So I don't think we're going to be trying to rush the game. Again, Otacon is nice, and the dragon would be cool, but I think if Ultra Prime or Thunder Talk can grab these objectives, specifically the Otacon, I need to see them actually utilize it. And I think that's more of a question posed towards TT, who have really lacked a lot of proactivity in this last game of, you know, the first round robin.
I have not seen Feather ult yet on this with this Solar Flare for Leona. Hoya has only used the Narbar to ult waves. These guys need to be creating avenues for this Jace and this Ezreal from 1xN. They're both nearly at that Moramana Trinity Force or 2-item power spike. So again, we want to see them fight off first items. It didn't really come to fruition for Thunder Talk, but now the clock is ringing. There are alarm bells going. We have struck midnight. Thunder Talk need to fight with Satab and 1xN probably at their strongest at this current moment.
Getting set up around the dragon. I'm looking at Hoya. He does not have Mega Gnar anywhere near being stacked. It's TT going to be dropping the Herald. We don't care about this dragon, guys. We're not fighting. Start proactively sitting around this mid lane. Catch the next mid wave high. Walk up with the Herald, guys. They got the charge. It only took half HP. This was incredibly, like, not worth it. At least go towards the top side and pretend like we're going to be contesting for like just sieging onto one of these turrets. I think it's a huge mistake and a waste. I think maybe ticking down on the timer here for Thunder Talk.
This is reminding me exactly how hesitant and almost scared that we saw RNG playing into Ultra Prime when they had that lead, right? You need to punish some of these objectives. You cannot be giving them away for free when you're behind like this. You are slowly bleeding to death right now as Thunder Talk, and it was one thing to see it from a team like RNG compared to their first split, but Thunder Talk right now just do not look like the same team that was contending with some of the tides of the LPL in that first split.
Hey, they heard you were on the broadcast today, man. They really hated that graphic that we made for them.
If that's what motivating their play, then we got bigger issues here.
Yeah, and something that we haven't really talked about or been able to kind of mention, every time you have a Gwen on your team, the speed at which you're able to do Elder objectives is insane. The fact that she has max HP damage and it's uncapped versus monsters is insane. Hoya's TPing away from this, so we are never contesting this as Thunder Talk. Beichuan, do not even bother. Look, it's the Voracious Otacon, right? You get the respawn. It's not going to be that game-breaking for them. Let's see if Ultra Prime in the next 2.5 minutes are actually able to utilize this.
But this just allows Ultra Prime to be even more aggressive, trying to defend their own jungle, knowing they have some of these revives. There's the Solar Flare down. Wako just brushes it off and goes back mid lane. One of those big engage tools for Thunder Talk is down. It does net them that mid-tier 1 turret, so they do get some pretty big push power in that mid-bottom lane, but these are smaller wins compared to what we need to see from TT.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. It's TT just screening for 1xN to grab that mid-turret. Also giving the solo gold for him is pretty good, so good job. 1xN has to be the carry of this team. He's 0-0-0 on this Ezreal. He now has the fully stacked Muramana and the Trinity Force. He has been the big carry for Thunder Talk. I think one of the most consistent members when we look at him throughout all of 2025. And this feels like his year to try to make a breakout in the LPL and hopefully put his name amongst the greats in terms of LPL AD carries.
Which is a stacked list already in this league. Glad you called it out. All the guy that was getting split 1 MVP votes. We need to see him pop off, and we called for it. As many Ash games as he played last time, we wanted to see him on one of those big carry champions he loves. This is that Ezreal. Beichuan starting to get some pretty good value out of this Nidalee poke. So finally we're seeing some of this poke-oriented comp for Thunder Talk bearing some fruit, but at the same time as that, Wanzhong knocks down the last tier 1 outer turret, and you just got to remember that Saber and Wanzhong are going to be able to take over these side lanes. At this point, how do you match either of them if you're Hoya and Seitan?
You have to make plays on the opposite side of the map when they are. You have to be able to force on something, and that means that we have to see Beichuan and Feather link up and move, find some plays, get some vision, try to see if someone's going to be out of spots, because someone like Xiaoxia, who is just coming in, is one of the newest additions to this team, and we didn't even know who was starting in the support position for today's game until almost 10 minutes before the show started. We were trying to scour through Weibo. He has been, a kind of a pain point, especially in their first game up against AL. So if there's a spot for you to be able to get numbers advantage, it kind of has to be off of, can we prey on some of the newer members of Ultra Prime?
And even back to what's made Thunder Talk so successful, it's when Feather and Beichuan, no matter what the two champions they're on, were able to synergize and be the catalyst for Thunder Talk here. And you could just see in these side lanes, the Thunder Talk have to force the issue onto Wanzhong or Saber when they are trying to cover these side waves. Because this is why you pick the Gnar, you pick the Leona, you pick the Nidalee. Right now, it's Thunder Talk just trying to play their own game at the wrong court. They are not in their own arena. It's not even the same venue of play styles basing right now. It's Ultra Prime just getting more and more fed on their solo lane. There's Wanzhong and Saber, they're both nearly, one of them is level 16. This is like Exodia Rise and Exodia Gwen already here for Ultra Prime.
I'm just confused as to why this Gnar came through. I know I talked about it from draft. I personally would have wanted to see a Jax. I think that we haven't seen Hoya really be that strong team fighter, and so have to get one of those fights, man. Have to see TT actually group up and find that 5v5 at this point. Wanzhong's almost about to hit level 16. They just trade flashes.
Okay, hold on. Solar Flare does hit onto Saber, but Feather can't get close enough to go in here. That is both summoners off of 1xN, and oh boy, Wanzhong is starting to really reel with this Gwen. Flashes galore being burned for Thunder Talk. Makes it so hard for them ever to walk up for this dragon. This is risky business into Ultra Prime.
All right, so Hoya can teleport back here. There's no ultimate for Wanzhong, but no flash for 1xN and no cleanse. Can TT do this?
They're trying to get in there, but the Gwen just runs through this dragon. It's already secured. Soul Point Mountain Drake for Ultra Prime. Thundertalk, when are you going to go in here? Hoya, he has the Mega Gnar, does not have the flash available to get over that wall, just had to burn it. And they're just letting Ultra Prime walk out through their bottom lane. Thundertalk, you gotta go. You gotta find the spark at some point. But they're going to give the dragon away for nothing.
They have no buttons, right? There's no flash from the Gnar. We just used our Leona Solar Flare. How are we ever getting into this fight? And now it's too late. They're trying to make this turn, go towards the top side of the map, get vision, maybe contest for a Baron. But even if they hadn't been able to just walk out, Saber still has the Realm Warp. So there were so many options from Ultra Prime. We said they were on a ticking time clock if you are Thundertalk. And now we're here, 2 items, no fight to play for, and we are just giving everything on the map. We can't win on the side lane. We are not even opting for team fights. So what are Thundertalk going to be able to do other than lie down and take a 1-2 loss here?
I don't know. It's hard to look for. Maybe in the near future you do get flash off of Saber. The ghost for Wenzhong is down for now, but Junhao is hunting, trying to set up around this Baron. Here comes the Realm Warp. In comes Saber with Xiaoxia in the middle of all of them. Hoya gets a big Mega Gnar bar. Solar Flare used all the stuns, but it's just to keep Thundertalk safe, just to protect them as they are forced out of their own jungle. And that TP sets up for Wenzhong to just start knocking down these side turrets. We are watching Thundertalk being split and pulled apart by the seams.
They're going to go and recall. They're going to catch this wave. They also are late on the mid wave as well. And now we're just going to see, I think, Ultra Prime really put the finishing touches on this last game in the first round robin here. They can move over to the Baron. They still have teleport for Wenzhong. And once they get this Baron, you have to imagine that it's going to be lights out. Baron, 4 grubs, and that Baron timer will last them up until the dragon here. So TT, if there's any point in the game where you are going to make something happen, you have to wait for Leona Ultimate. You have to get Hoya involved. And hey, we're starting up the Elder objective.
And you pointed it out, Ulk. Gwen just shreds through these Elder
There's no
objectives.
Mega Gnar. Oh, no.
Yeah, and Hoya doesn't have Mega Gnar. The Baron, it's below 4k HP. Are they even going to get in? No. Junhao just picks up the Baron, and now it's Ultra Prime that are starting the fights behind their Titan of a Gwen. Forward goes Wenzhong. They're going to burn through Feather. First one to knock down. Into the mist goes the Gwen just to stay safe from all the poke. Beichuan's already below 25% HP, and Ultra Prime once again get the main objective and are not punished at all by Thundertalk forfeit.
Ultra Prime now are on the cusp of starting off Group B with a 2-1 victory. Insane stuff. Everybody on the broadcast had them in 4th place. I think community sentiment after Split 1 would have had them in 4th place. We were expecting, I'm going to be straight up honest, coming into today, I thought Ultra Prime were one of the teams that were potentially at risk for having to get potentially relegated from the LPL and losing their not only their spot, but mostly the ability to play for the rest of the year. If they can continue this level of play against some of the better teams, I think we have an Ultra Prime that is looking to contend for that 3rd place spot here in Group B.
And Ulk, what's most impressive about it in this very game alone is this game isn't, you know, a bunch of just highlight team fights where you can kind of hands diff your opponent. It's a bloodfest. This is a 5-kill game where Ultra Prime have consistently made the better moves macro-wise playing the map. It's what makes this 2-1 for Ultra Prime we're very likely to get to even more impressive.
You got to think about how even this game is. I know we're talking a lot about Ultra Prime and kind of the timer that TT are on. This Baron is going to help them open up the map so much, and I think the only reason that this gold lead hasn't ballooned completely is the fact that a lot of the members of TT are making sure to stay farmed up. It's, you know, Baseron with a small advantage over Junhao. It's 1xN and Setap making sure that they're picking up their resources, getting their farm and experience so that come time for, you know, the back-breaking team fight, they are ready to play. But if TT never get that opportunity to actually play, then we did all this scaling. We basically wasted everybody's time, and we could have just been fighting this whole time and, you know, losing peace.
I mean, fighting all the time really feels like it would have been the better option with how we've gone through this game in 31 minutes by this point, because you pointed out if you're Ultra Prime and you force TT to never fight on their terms, They have the perfect comp to do so. They have a nearly level 18 Gwen and Rise that are just going to torment these side lanes constantly. Baron's going to keep the mid-wave shoved up. Thundertalk, they're not even on the same side of the river as this Mountain Soul Drake, and they're just giving it.
They are avoiding all of these objectives, trying to go for a top tier 1, top tier 2, and reinforcing Hoya. They're stealing camps, which is great and all, but you've now lost Mountain Soul as the poke composition. This is basically like giving an Ocean Soul to the opponents, because now they're able to block a portion of that upfront burst damage you want it to have. Beichuan cancels his back. It's a Realm Warp coming in.
And immediately has to flash. Just Beichuan not backing in a spot that he is allotted. Ultra Prime are consistently punishing TT for being lazy with some of their recalls and not respecting their opponent. Beichuan, he burns the flash and everything, still ends up going down. Hoya is up creek with no paddle at all, heading right for the whitewater that is Wonjong and this Ultra Prime bottom lane. Hoya and Beichuan are picked off for virtually nothing but a couple of camps stolen.
Honestly, I'm kind of okay with this from Hoya. He's
I didn't think
spending
it'd go
so
this
much
long.
time. Yeah, but it is wasting a lot of time here for Ultra Prime. They wanted to try to grab this kill. It's only now that Saber is going to be able to walk up on this wave. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Satab's going to TP. It's a big win here for Ultra Prime, where they could have gotten more. Unfortunately, spent a bit too much time chasing and not really tending to some more of these waves.
But what does it cost them? Just some tempo. You have to take some of these resets, but they still have ultimate control over these side waves. There's only one turret standing outside of the Thundertalk base by this point. They're just fully committed to clearing these waves. They're playing a whole different game right now. All the farming sim memes everyone likes to throw out with some of their League of Legends games, that's what 1xN and Satap are playing right now.
Well, there are 2 Korean players on TT, so
That's true.
They bring in you can take the boys out of the LCK, but sometimes you can't take it out of the boys. So 6-0. We've got a 34-minute game here that has been relatively low action, but I will say I think that Ultra Prime, for the most part, have been playing the map very well across the entirety of Summoner's Rift. And when we talk about objective focus, TT not only feel like they're a bit objective averse, but when are we actually going to see them play the game? Because
maybe here.
That's kind of been the question. We said, okay, on 2 items, they have a huge spike. Muramana, then Shojin / Trinity Force or Satab 1xN. We never really got that fight. I think maybe a lot of the early game was also tempered by the fact that some of those early kills going over to Ultra Prime stopped TT and what they wanted to do, and now we're kind of waiting. Maybe 4 items for 1xN is going to have to be the play. If he gets the Soreldas, that's going to have to be the mark where TT, how much more can they withstand? It's 3 minutes before Elder, and now Baron's here.
The second Baron, and there is not a kill up for Thundertalk. Well, they have not even looked for one of these pick plays. They do get Chains of Corruption on Wako there, so that is one of those engaged tools down. 1xN has both of his summers back up. Flash is available for everyone that's named Beichuan, but while we were focusing on the mid lane farm fest, the big purple worm is getting farmed for free
and there's
by
no
Wonjong's
Megadar.
Baron. They don't have Mega again, and they don't have the Baron again. They're going to give it up for free, but here comes Ultra Prime. 4-man Realm Warp in. They want blood. They are tired of waiting for Thundertalk to come into them. They're knocking their door down. Feather drops first. Wonjong doesn't find any kills, but they're just going to create more control, more tempo over this game as the grip slowly tightens around TT's throat.
They've got a mid-wave here. It is only Feather who went down. Hoya can build up some more Meganar. And there are some missing ultimates here from Ultra Prime. With 4 grubs, how much can Ultra Prime take from this base with the Baron buff?
Thundertalk, you need to make your stand at some point. It is unbearable to watch the passiveness, but Hoya does not have that Narbar stacked up. Feather is still down, that mage engage tool. There isn't any way for Thundertalk to really go in. All they're going to watch is their base crumble to the might of the purple banner and the grubs. Top and mid lane inhibitors are down. They're on to the Nexus turrets. Now Hoya goes in with the Narbar, tries to get a big ultimate, but gets completely brunted, shoved out of his own fight, and knocked down. Ultra Prime have the window to take a dominating game here, and they might not even drop a body. One single kill is going to go over to Thundertalk, but it's Ultra Prime dominance confidence. Etch this into the history books. 2-1 start for a UP, and they'll move to second in Group B.
It took them the entire game, 37 minutes there for TT to find their first kill. I mean, congratulations to Ultra Prime. It is likely that they're going to be finishing second coming out of the first round robin. And what a glow up, especially for players that we had such large criticisms for. Saber being able to step up. Junhao, the most consistent member and the top 3 when we're looking at rookies of the split. He comes in and is able to bring this team to a 2-1 start.
Such impressive wins. And I talked about it during that game. But what's even more impressive about it is all you LPL fans know that this league can put in some absolute bloodbaths that are just slugging kills from the start. And that's how you see some of these like big top teams go down. Everyone likes to joke. Anybody can win on an LPL day. They talk about it because games are bloody and action-packed. This game, Ulk, was a macro masterclass from Ultra Prime. They took control of this one through those correct rotations, those well-timed dives, and never looked back.
And it was really well played, specifically from that early aggression. It kind of stifled any of the plays we got to see from Thunder Talk. And we do have to, I think it is part of the game. I think the fact that anyone's Legends loss may have played a factor in this one. The fact that they couldn't find very many early plays, the fact that it felt like all of Thunder Talk work just completely defanged after that one. It's tough to watch, especially for our Thunder Talk who were split one darlings. Now I think being brought back down to earth and having to face the reality of maybe you're not going to so easily slot into the group ascend.
Yeah, I mean, the criticism questions are really going to build up. What I thought was an interesting discussion point that might have led to some of this Thunder Talk woes is this team did definitely benefit a lot off of the lane swapping Hoya into that 1v2 so they could get their bottom lane ahead. It's how they really set up for their team fights to shine. So now you see Hoya having to solo lane 1v1. He never really touches one Zhang on that Gwen, lets the Gwen scale up. Does Thunder Talk look like a weaker team without lane swapping is going to become a real criticism point, especially after today?
Tough stuff. And for Ultra Prime, man, I am so happy to see these guys do well, and it comes off the back of some pretty aggressive play. Again, there are some criticisms. I think the fact that their first game looked a little questionable. Again, you are playing against anyone's legend, but I think that if Xiaoxia can kind of continue to improve his level of play and really continue to link up with the rest of the team, this could be some exciting stuff for an Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and Junhao, I mean, he picks the Lee Sin R5 here. You know, a pick that is integral because it has to be the sort of bridge to the 2-3 item Rise and Gwen. We don't talk about the second Hoya dive, but outside of that one, he was knocking Beichuan out of his own jungle, committing to dives on multiple parts of the map that you pointed out was what really stifled Thunder Talk out of their plan. And in a league like this, you know, taking a page out of AL's book, if you have a confident jungler, it can really open a lot of the map up for you. So Junhao really impressing on the Lee Sin. Ultra Prime as a whole looking impressive. And we might have been talking about the wrong team when we said, wait for them until Split 2. It looks like it's Ultra Prime that might have to be the next conversation starter.
That is a potential. Again, we have an entire second round robin to get through. We have one last game tonight, but before we move on to that, we got to start thinking about players of the game here, because
of course,
we can look at the stats here. I really do think that Junhao, despite not having the damage to match, he has played so well today, barring some of the game one oopsies.
I'm with you. I think some love also. I was really impressive by how Xiaoxia looked, you know, roaming around the map here, setting up for some of these dives. You called out how much you want to see Beichuan and Feather duo up, but it was these two, the jungle support combo, that were really getting things done in the early game. And these highlights are going to be real short, folks, because this game had 7-8 kills in it. So I don't really think we want to watch highlights of turrets and dragons going down for nothing.
Oh my god, we literally skipped to the very end of the game.
Yeah, what were we supposed to put there?
I don't know. Put some close team fights. Show Ultra Prime.
What team fights?
Oh my God, we literally.
What team fights could they have put here? If they didn't even. Thunder Talk didn't fight. Name me a neutral objective that Thunder Talk fought over this game.
I think it's only right that in one of the last shifts I have to do, at least for a day after doing almost 15 games of LPL in 3 days, one of them has a solo cast, and one of them is an 8-kill, 38-minute do-nothing super burger from Thunder Talk. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you for doing that.
Hey man, I know, color casters hate it when there's like 60 kill games because they feel like they can never talk. You got to talk all you want in these last 2 games. I got to sit back.
Much over the last 3 days. I've talked way too much over the last 3 days, okay?
Well, don't have to talk too much here going into this MVP pick. We'll see where Ultra Prime, they're going to really give the catalyst of this Ultra Prime composition. We're both pulling for Junhao. I'm with you on that one, Alk. So we'll see if they give it over to the Ultra Prime jungler. But depending on how these standings shake out, Ultra Prime are going to be in a really good spot. I mean, Alk, how confident are you now that they're 2-1 after the first round robin that they, at this point, are not dropping straight into Nirvana? I mean, it's almost like...
Oh, for sure.
They're minimum third at this point, it feels like, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the only way that happens if they literally bomb out day 2, right?
100%.
If day 2 of the group, they just go 0-3, then yeah, they can go ahead and lock up a third. But even then, that would require RNG to find wins. Obviously, they would win up against Ultra Prime. They'd have to beat either AL or TT. And then we would have what's funny is the head-to-head would be tied, and tiebreakers come down to game time at the game length at that point. And I'm pretty sure Ultra Prime still win there. So, yeah, I think it's pretty tough to say UP are going to be finishing anything less than third.
Oh, there we go.
Gets it. He gets 2 MVP votes.
Wow. 2 on the same day. Congratulations to Junhao. Very impressive. What would be funny, though, about that game time tiebreaker, all because, if anything, we thought this one between Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime should have ended definitely earlier than it felt like. So that'd be a funny little conversation to have about game time. But that is a very big hypothetical for further down the road. We'll look just a block ahead here as we look to wrap up day 3 of Split 2 of the LPL. We have one final match, and it doesn't have a ton of hype behind it, but if you're an Anyone's Legend fan looking to see if your squad can be the Titan of the LPL when you talk about international stages, tune-up games are a big part of that. We'll see if RNG can make any sort of noise as they take on Anyone's Legends to wrap up the first round robin of Group B. We'll have the one live after another short intermission. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Day number 3 of split number 2 so far as we look to round out Group B's first phase of everybody getting a chance to play each other. And we are going to see the current 0-2 team play the current 2-0 team. Anyone's Legend, hot off of their Grand Finals appearance, taking on RNG, who are still looking to find some semblance of an identity in the LPL. And times are running out with how brutal the format could be there, Ulk.
It's been tough. Again, last split, it was 3 best-of-5s to determine whether or not you get to continue playing for the next month. And this time around, you're going to continue playing, but it's 6 best-of-1s into a bunch of best-of-3s, just to even barely qualify for playoffs. So a lot to play for, and while it isn't a death nail to go 0-3, RNG are definitely in the hole right now and need to dig themselves out.
Most importantly, like, if we want to get real nitty-gritty here and like step by step, just like a competitive game, right? I mean, because the last time we saw RNG, it was kind of what we saw from Thunder Talk the last time around, where we're just waiting for them to really fight back and like play their composition wise. So at the very minimum here for me, on an RNG team that, as we mentioned, had the rookie of the split, right, in Jachi, just let's see a competitive game of League of Legends, because as tough as the spot as RNG is in, they are going up against Anyone's Legend, who are coming off one of their most dominating games of the LPL so far.
Yeah, and when we saw what we saw from AL, it was like they hadn't really missed a beat from Split 1. They continued more of that dominance. And what I think is most important for the community and for AL is to just make sure that we are being honest with where we expect this team. We expect nothing less than a first for Anyone's Legend in this group. We are expecting them to continue their winning ways and to try to push for deeper playoff runs, because this feels like it has to be the year for AL. Prior years, it was building around Hope Kyle and Shanks. They brought over some of that core from Team WE. Now it's like, okay, last year we got Alla on the top side. We kind of started making some waves in the regular season. Then we brought in Tabe. That really felt like we were able to kind of level up and continue AL's like growth into this league. And now with Flandra and Tarzan coming in, you've already had the first grand finals of the organization's history in Split 1. Let's bring home a trophy in Split 2.
And as you talked about at the top of this show, Ulk, from that Top A interview, Tarzan is the spirit of this team, really that lights the fire that is AL, potentially turning Shanks into the next Xiaohu, and Tarzan leading the way here. So yeah, that is big, because the marker that separates, the big teams that in the LPL that we talk about going to compete at MSI, compete at Worlds, they dominate these games here. You need to set a clear line saying, we're up here and we don't ever dip down to here. And so far, Anyone's Legend has played directly to those very different levels. So if they're continuing to show that they want to be a tie to the LPL, they've got to just beat down on RNG, who are looking for any sort of light at the end of the tunnel.
As a fan of the LPL, I'm really excited to watch any of AL's games. I think that the storylines and I'm a fan of some of the individual players. Very selfishly, I keep kind of bringing this up. I posted it on Twitter. Someone who has now casted what is going to be 15 games in 3 days and a solo cast.
Round of applause. Use a round of applause.
AL, whatever you did to Thunder Talk, double it and give it to RNG, please. Please.
Double it and give it to the next person. At the very least, can we just see? Yeah, can I like not have to watch a team take their last fight at their Nexus turrets at 34 minutes? That's the bar that I want to clear at the very least.
Look, if we get another ALTT style game, I don't even have to talk this game. I can take the headset off, kick my feet back, and just watch.
True.
Hopefully, AL actually trounce these guys. But we're heading into draft here. AL will be playing on the red side one last time today. And seeming like the bans are staying pretty similar, although we're finally getting Callista back into the table after playing against Jachi.
A blue side Skarner ban. Don't see that all the time. So RNG
Yeah.
don't want to give that one over to Tarzan. He had an MVP performance on the Skarner in the playoffs up against NIP when he was able to get on top of that one. So if you thought Tarzan couldn't helm one of the best junglers in the LPL in the world right now, he's already got the track record to do so. Interesting to see where this last ban goes. Might tell where AL want to go with their turn pick here. They're going to take away the Lilia. So it's another draft where we leave up Jace, we leave up Mbessa, and we leave up Gwen, which becomes the B1 here for RNG.
Had to know that this was going to happen. No Sejuani ban this time, so opens up the Yone and the Sejuani again from Tarzan and Shanks. What is Flandra's answer into the Gwen? Because when we have seen Flandra play, I think his Jax wasn't too inspiring. There are not many other AD bruisers. I think that the fact that they peeled away or picked away this Lilia kind of forced RNG's hands. They're like, okay, look, you're going to have to pick the Gwen, otherwise we're going to try to take up a very powerful duo.
Milky Way going to grab the Vi again. Want to see him sync up with one of his solo lanes here, because that was the problem. The last time we saw this, it was Milky Way with the Vi. You wanted to see the Mbessa get involved, get those cease and desist public execution combinations. RNG are going back to that same well, but in this draft already, you want to look for Milky Way and Tongwan to duo up with those Aurora Vi combo and look to be aggressive, because we got a Vladimir in the top side. We've got a Yone in the mid lane for Shanks. The scaling threat of these solo lanes for AL is not to be trifled with.
It's been a while since we got the Vladimir. AL were one of the first teams to break this champion out all the way back into Masia Cup just 4 months ago. And now they're here doing it again. Does mean that the top side is going to be a little bit weaker here for AL. Their ability to contest around Grubs is going to be a bit of a question. But once we get into those later game team fights, the Hemo Plague damage amplification is going to be insane. So RNG need to find early success and make sure that they're putting the screws onto this Vladimir and the rest of anyone's legend.
For AL, I do like starting off that Ashe ban. We saw the one thing that kind of disabled the Ashe from Jachi in that last game was up against the Gwen. You got the Gwen on your side, so the Ashe ban takes a ton of sense. You still need a secondary engage piece alongside this Vi and this Aurora, as the Alistar ban does come down here, trying to take away some of those beefy frontline threats to pair with Tarzan. So far, both teams doing a pretty good job isolating weaknesses in their comps through the second phase of bans.
So what are the AD carries going to be here? When we look at kind of what AL are going for, I still think Corki is perfectly fine. Ezreal making it all the way through when we talk about wanting to get away, but Ezreal and Corki don't play particularly well with a champion like an Aurora or a Gwen. So wondering if we're going to get more opting into strong team fighting here for Hope.
I thought Hope would love to go for a Corki angle here, playing with that same composition. Definitely going to be a lot of people up in your face as well with the Gwen, the Aurora, and the Vi. But yeah, that's just extra protection. So it's really hard to ever hate an Ezreal pick, especially staring down a Vi on the other side.
So AD carry is going to be so important because I think it'll dictate in what form we're going to see RNG move forward in this game. Whether it is going to actually be this Tristana does mean that we are expecting for RNG to want to play forward, want to dive in. I think Kai'Sa still plays that. Depends on what form of Kai'Sa this is. You are heavily disincentivized to go magic damage in this comp with Aurora and Gwen, but if you want to be able to outrange AL and prevent them from playing the game, I think it is a better option for this champion.
Does really open up a clear item path here for Tarzan, right? I mean, you could stack some MR and be impervious to any form of damage from this comp. The only AD threat in this game for RNG is going to be Milky Way's Vi. So Tarzan is in a huge spot to become just a giga tank in this game if it scales up enough, stacking that MR. If you, like you pointed out, you get Jachi still going that magic damage-based Kai'Sa build. There are two pivotal ones. We'll have to see once we get onto the Rift here. R5, though, coming across for anyone's legend. They're going to give the counter pick over to their support. Kael's going to lock in the Leona, so it's clear engage, clear setup for Flandra and Shanks to run wild in these fights.
if they can get to 2 and 3 items, AL just straight up win this game. I think it is very
I've heard
difficult
that
for
before.
RNG to play. And for Royal Never Give Up, they have so many options to kind of keep this game going. Aurora has so much damage packed into her passive. And with Gwen, you do have the ability to scale. I think that this is a very close game between these two just from draft alone. But we need to see them actually play this out. And the early games have been rough for RNG. They seem a little bit lost in the middle of the games. And that is, I think, where a team like AL is going to prey on a team like RNG.
It's the exact same jungle pick for Milky Way, where he struggled to really find avenues in. And for, that young prodigy, one of the hyped-up jungle prospects of past, waiting for his breakout moment, moving over to RNG, we are still waiting anxiously. And Milky Way, no better spot than now to try and threaten one of the contenders for the LPL crown, trying to go to the international stage to give RNG their first win of Split 2. We'll have to see if him and Niket can get the ball rolling with this Rel and Vi combination. It's another game where we're waiting for the team that's been struggling to show some aggressiveness out the gate on the Rift.
Finally, we get to see Niket on an engaged champion. He's been stuck on Renata duty for a little bit here. I think that is one of the bad things about this is, like, yes, you can try to play these double range matchups, but I think taking that away from a player who is so proficient. I mean, you look back at last year, Niket on Rare Adam, he was almost solo carrying this team in a lot of games, and it came off of his engages. So I want to see Niket back on the horse, back on the Rel. Can he bring RNG to that first win? It's still going to be pretty difficult when you look who's across the board from you.
If there's ever been a game to adopt the mantra of drop the nameplates and play it out, it's this spot for RNG. The 6th and final game of day 3 as we all get to soak in the Gyos one more time before we say goodbye to Group B for a couple of days. And we get to the Rift. Do see some interesting rune and itemization points. You talked about how important these AD carries were going to be. And I do see that Jachi is going the lethal tempo, so that does usually signal that traditional AD path build for the Kai'Sa.
For now, it does give her some extended. I think when we are looking at this game as a whole, yes, usually like you were saying, it does kind of hint towards going towards the AD, but I think lethal tempo when you're playing into a Leona, Sejuani, and eventually the Yone, you are thinking, okay, we're probably playing a pretty long fight, so going to get some additional, value from being able to stack plasma procs.
Seeing a leash here coming across here for Niket and Jachi. That would tilt the hell out of me as an AD carry player. And leashing is dead, guys. We need to help those junglers on the clears. And now I'm taking Mystic shots to the face. I'm already getting grief, but I guess I'll get Milky Way started on his clear a bit quicker.
Yeah, so early on, it is more incentivized for AL's bottom lane to take shorter trades. 'Cause again, plasma procs early on can do a lot. But I think the idea here is recognizing, like, we can be stronger on level 2. We know that probably we're not going to get a lot of early push between Ezreal and Leona. And helping out Milky Way versus Sejuani, I think, is perfectly fine. It means that he gets to the top wave and gets to one of these lanes just a little bit quicker.
Oh, boy. Niket jumps in, level 1. Level 2 ticks over for Hope and Kyle, and Niket has to burn the flash. Early woes continuing to shine here for RNG. That's going to really limit so much of their early potential in the bottom lane and furthermore on the map.
That is very strange to me. Okay, we get our... Man, so these graphics, I hate this. So it's been a while since we've gotten top lane Vladimir, but we literally saw Vladimir 4 months ago. I wish we counted Demacia Cup. Flandra now in a tough position, has the pool, also has the flash. He is behind him, and Tarzan's nowhere nearby.
The Vault Breaker falls a bit short. Gonna go into the pool, holding the flash, gonna burn it, and that's gonna get Flandra out. So, again, early woes on these just simple combos for RNG, keeping them out of kills.
He's on the very edge of that Vault Breaker, but mistakes like that, you just can't be making. Tarzan now on vision. The wave is pushing away from Xiaoshu. And he can teleport back for this, but Tarzan's like, if you step up too far, I think you're a little too far up in the lane, brother.
This is AL we're talking about. You cannot make these mistakes or Tarzan's just going to punish you. Xiaozhu is going to just go down with ease. Flandra goes from nearly giving up first blood to grabbing it for AL.
And now, I mean, Tarzan can go right back to his camps, can go straight to the bottom side of the map after grabbing the red buff. And he's just going to be able to feel so good. This Vladimir, who is a champion that is so incredibly weak in the lane, something that typically Gwen can try to take advantage of, most champions can try to take advantage of. You do not want to be getting into a situation where we're playing against 2-3 item Vladimir, and you walk into a team fight, he drops Hemoplague on your backline, and you just can't play the game. Oh, no!
Are we re-ganking
The
here?
Ket's
All right.
coming.
The Ket's coming up top. Tarzan's on a ward, so this is a trap, potentially going to be sprung by RNG. Tarzan's trying to reset. He thinks he's safe in that brush, but that brush is about to be set on fire. Here comes Niket crashing in. Tarzan going to go back towards his top lane. And with there no crash down or flash available on Niket, it's going to allow Flandra and Tarzan to get back towards that turret.
Right now, Milky Way is trying to find a recall timer. Maybe he looks for a play in mid. Shanks is getting a lot of DPS done to him in this mid lane. Tongyuan is doing a pretty good job of being able to manhandle him. He's up a pretty sizable amount here in this lane.
This is the flip side, right? You bring Niket out of the bottom lane. This is a Kaisa into an Ezra Leona. I mean, Chachi doesn't get any farm, completely stifled. It's the power of what AL can do. No matter where you go on the map, they're going to find a positive play on the flip end.
So for right now, Milky Way just going back to his side of the jungle. Still hasn't taken his recall. Looks like he wants to try to get a Caulfield's Warhammer and some boots before he hits the base. And Tarzan just getting double scuttled. Pretty good advantage for Milky Way despite some early game flubs. And this does mean that because Tarzan doesn't really have an objective to play for, he can finish his camps and look to try to make a play onto Xiaoshu before his cleanse and before he gets level 6 on the Gwen.
That's an ego check right there from Shanks. He's like, I went level 6. Let's see if I can interrupt Tongwan's back timer there. Does a pretty good job at it. It does take the Fate Seal down with those mid laner ultimates coming up first. So a Grub fight, a Drake fight. That Yone ultimate might still be down.
Yeah. That right there is mostly, one, to just try to see if Tongwan is paying attention. But also does mean that Shanks does get back to the wave just a little bit quicker. He'll be able to shove this as well and make sure that he is ready for this topside play. You already see Kael's moving on forward. RNG have only just now recalled their bottom lane. And Niket's going to be late for this play. So Tarzan, I don't think you should be worried here. Yes, you're by yourself, but your bottom lane's about to come in and kind of bail you out of this. He instead says, I'm just going to go take my grubs. Okay, cool.
Flandra had a wave to catch in the top side. He was a level up on Milky Way as well. But hey, just taking one of those grubs away for now does make it a pretty pivotal second set of grubs, right? As you talked about all day, Alk, with these Gwen games, Xiaoshu is going to be a big threat if you give over those grubs and into an Aurora Crop as well as that's the flash out of Shanks. So this game around, RNG are still finding ways to get key summoners down. That's a good start for what we need to see from them.
Yeah, some of them are able to do, something here, but it seems like all of RNG are still trying to shake off the jitters, shake off the stage. Was, again, 0-2 to start here in this group. They're expected to lose up against AL, but any win that you can find is definitely going to help when we talk about keeping them away from that dreaded 4th place spot.
Tarzan and Milky Way still just dancing around camps here. Don't think either take over to level 6 off it. Tarzan does actually grab Graceful Prison. Was maybe looking for Tongwan with that play, but will come off of it for now. Instead, looking just to invade, and this is the power of Ticket Ultimate, right? I get all your camps.
And this is so good. I love what we're seeing from AL. They know that their bottom lane have priority first. They make the first move. Joshie's waiting, gets the ward. It's a fully stacked Q straight onto Kael. That's a lot of damage and a plasma proc.
They're just going to burn it through Niket. True Shot Barrage with the Glacial Prison is more than enough. But here comes Sangwan off to the side. Chachi knocks down Kael first. Fate Seal going to whiff from Shanks. Does not find its knockout. And now it's AL that are actually on the back foot. Tarzan has to flash over the red pit wall. Hope is very, very low. And Tongwan knows it. Gets the pullback. Finds the kill. RNG say, no. Our jungle is not to be taken over.
Okay, good job. A lot of damage coming in from Jiachi there. Also utilizing the ultimate on this Kaisa. Shanks so far has had an off day to start. Yes, he was great on the Galio, but that first game from him versus Saber on Ultra Prime, he was getting bodied individually in the Akali Yone matchup. And here again on the Yone, he is not looking as sharp as we saw him in Split 1. He was one of the biggest standout members. And as we take a look at this replay, again, all of this damage onto Kyle is nice. I love the turn coming in from Anyone's Legend. Past this point, though, it gets real risky. Tangyuan with his Between Worlds. I love that Joshi gets in here. And another failed ultimate. Yes, it's the flash coming in, but it's small moments like these that are make or break for RNG.
And now after that interview came out, AL head coach, it's hard not to constantly make the the connection, right? All right, Tarzan's here. Shanks is the next Xiaohu of the league. It's a tough comparison to play
like
through.
current day Xiaohu. I agree. He's definitely doing that. So that part is coming true for sure.
But is that the Xiaohu they were referring to in that interview?
Probably
that one's up for
not.
speculation. Probably not is a good take.
Yeah. So we'll see if he's able to do that. Again, with this team, I think it is so incredible that they were able to not only grab Tabe, but now have Flandre and Tarzan. And we have so many different nicknames, like we were talking about earlier, that Flandre really feels like the heart of this team. He's so jovial and he's just a very upbeat guy. And then Tarzan being the spirit, he's leading this team. The fact that he is both fluent in Korean and in Chinese is so wonderful to being able to help bridge the gap between not only the rest of AL, but also helping Kyle, who for the most part is a pretty new player, all things considered. Played a little bit in LCK Challengers, but has really only found his spot on AL here in the LPL.
Has already been touted as one of those premier supports. Big piece of why AL made it to that grand finals. A lot of tension being shifted over towards this Drake pit. Yes, we are 10.5 minutes in, and this pesky first Cloud Drake has not been taken, just been trifled with. Next set of grubs are spawning topside, and how much do you think that's going to pull the attention away from this Drake once more?
I don't think that the only thing that I'm looking at is both of our top laners, Xiaoshu not having the TP and Flandre opting for the Ignite, so he couldn't join this play, even if neither of them could join, even if they wanted to. What I'm loving from AL is how they're playing around their bottom lane priority. Remember, that red side fight started with the fact that Hope and Kyle had first move off of the wave, and here again, they make sure to push in the wave, then move for the objective. So RNG are going to be late for this. Maybe they turn.
They do kind of pull Tarzan's attention away from that dragon. Now he's going to look to try and just finish it off. They get the crash down out of Niket. They're going to limit a lot of that rel engage. But Milky Way still has that cease and desist, looking to hunt out Hope, or maybe just look for a 50-50 here. True shot barrage down. Cease and desist comes across, but Tarzan gets the dragon. The Fate Seal comes across, knocks down Milky Way. Next goes Niket. We were waiting for Shanks to have his pop-off moment on this Yone. Maybe it's here, but it looks like Tongguan has something to say about it so far. Gets the trade kill and has Hope singled out with Jachi chasing him down. The plasma stacks are more than enough. The dragon, certainly costly for AL as RNG win the fight out narrowly.
Anyone's Legend are starting to falter in some of these fights. It's minor things coming through, but we're getting to see Jachi finally come into his own in today's games. It's been a couple of rough ones here for Royal Never Give Up, but it seems like Jachi has always been willing to play on the edge, really play out to his advantage. Sometimes his team just really isn't in a great spot to be able to do so. And so far, Tangyuan on this Aurora, a champion we haven't got to see from him this year, is now finally coming through in this play. I mean, the Between Worlds cuts off the rest of this fight, and he is putting out so much DPS between the weirding and all of these passive procs. If you're able to get 2, even 3 passive procs off of Aurora, that is so much damage. It is illegal.
Well, in the picture, though, do see that once again RNG is able to back Tarzan off of these grubs. So we always talk about with these Gwen comps, another team sporting Gwen in the top side is going to have access to the mites. So another avenue for RNG to really spread the map out and force AL to play at their tempo.
Big thing for me as I look at this game right now, we're 12.5 minutes, almost 13 minutes now. RNG have 2 completed items here. This is a fully completed Ludens. Joshi's got the Wild Arrows and a Sundered Sky for Milky Way. This is a huge power spike in terms of their ability to fight. And so we will look to see how RNG continue skirmishing. A lot of these have been predicated on AL actually starting them, but RNG are finishing them really strong. And I think the fact that they're able to now finally find a game where Milky Way and Tangyuan are on the same page is showing off in spades.
Stark difference. I mean, it's easy because Milky Way's on that exact same Vi this time round. He's 4 or 5 KP, looking to be proactive on this Vi. Definitely making this our most intriguing game, potentially, at least of my set so far, with where we've been at. But Tarzan looking to shake that up a little bit, catching Jachi on a roam. Gonna have to burn the cleanse, but the glitch person comes right out after. Killer instinct, though, gets Jachi out, and they get Kyle to flash out. Shanks on the back end, trying to use a spear form, gets the fate sealed onto Jachi and executes him. Tangwan trades out Kyle. Tarzan on the wrong side of the map, but should be able to walk his way out, so it's the mid laners on both sides starting to have some big impact.
But that's a shutdown going over to Shanks and some alone time on this bottom lane wave. A good play coming in from the mid laner of AL. And Tarzan is like totally fine with this. Now he can just shadow and protect his mid laner. Tonga with no ultimate, I think they are feeling like they can fight this. Even no ult between the two mids, this should be free.
Yeah, they have way more skirmish threat here without those ultimates. Tangwan gets back towards his turret, though, and Niket crashes out, so they will be fine for now. But the scope of this game, as we crest over 15 minutes, get rid of those turret plates, very even set game. And what's really make it even more intriguing going forward here, Alk, is knowing both junglers have the ability to start fights whenever they want.
Tough, 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 tough. We talked about some of the scaling coming into this game, and while AL have some more play making potential, I think it's not quite as easy to kind of count out RNG. Again, Gwen, a monster on 3 and 4 items. Level 16 Gwen just rips apart anybody with the ultimate. And, I mean, you have the Kaisa, you're going to have the Aurora as well. I think if AL can't find the right engage, because you are kind of reliant on either Tarzan, Shanks, or Kyle to land CC,
right,
you might fall into a pit where you just can't really make good plays happen.
Milky Way looking to make some more plays, getting aggressive towards Tarzan's jungle, but gotta be careful poking the bear that is Tarzan, the spirit of this Anyone's Legends team. Instead, it looks like they're gonna go after the heart. Flandra, just too slippery, especially with the Sanguine pool being offered. He's hitting a bit of emotes as he watched as all of RNG leave, and they're going back down river to try and find a fight into Tarzan and Kyle. A ton of CC being used on the tank front line, and Flandra's going to fly in with the Vladimir ultimate, but it's not in time. The healing isn't going to be there. It's Jachi and Milky Way that bring it home for RNG. 3 kills to nothing, and they're going to grab a Rift Herald as well as they explode onto this game 3.
Why are we trying to make the engage onto Niket, onto Milky Way? We need to be finding answers onto Jachi. Completely uninhibited. He flies right into the backline, ignores Hope, and just breaks open this game. It will be feats of strength going over to Anyone's Legend, but they are losing fight after fight after fight. And look at Tang Yuan now. Level 12 matching his opponent, but with 5-0-3 scoreline. We get a replay of this. I just don't get this. You're a composition that wants the fights to go longer, but you need to poke at your opponents. Hope has just barely landed 2 spells onto RNG, but by the time this happens, his front line is gone. What are we doing from Anyone's Legend?
Being forced into disadvantageous fights. They need to... The Vladimir is not at the point where Flandra can just drop his ult, hit 1E, and take away all these squishy health bars. Shanks needs more time on those side lanes. The important thing to take away so far from this one is that RNG are finally playing almost fearless.
Well, yes, it's a best of 1, so they are inherently playing fearless.
Without fear.
Fearless,
yeah, the other one. Yeah,
you walked into that one, okay?
I did.
But, yeah, I love how coordinated they feel. And this was the RNG that I was excited for. This was the RNG that I had coming second in this group. It is when Tang Yuan and Milky Way are on the same page. I'm glad that whatever they did during that time did them well so that they can be prepared to play. Now, it's only 1,000 gold difference. And right now, Shanks got a bottom tier 1, moves up to top side, gets another turret here. RNG need to be staying on the map and staying proactive to make sure that they don't lose their objective lead.
They'll take the dragon trade for free, but that's their first dragon of the game in 18 minutes. Monster slaying. Dragon stacking feels like a pretty long away conversation. They don't get that mid-tier 1, and Flandra's able to catch the bottom wave. So I like this approach from AL, knowing, whoa, guys, we can't really just fight our way to a win this time. RNG are punishing us well. They're playing the sides, taking control of wave states so they can allow those 2 to 3 item spikes that you were talking about from Draft All to come for Flandra and Shanks.
What I want to see now from RNG, if they want to try to push the state of this game, go towards the top side of the map, maybe try to find out where exactly Flandra is. Maybe we get a pick onto Shanks. We know he has no teleport if you're tracking summoner spells, but looks like they're going to push on mid and immediately move towards the bottom side of the map. They want to make sure that they can see any vision, any movement from AL to not only protect Xiaoxia, but also thinking about the Otacon in 40 seconds as a possibility.
Another voracious one, giving everyone's favorite revive that can give you such a pedestal to force fights onto. Shanks, of all that gold you pointed out earlier, Alk, does get the Immortal Shield Bow done second, so second Iron Spike coming through for that Yone. Flandra still without flash on this Vladimir, going to be coming up soon, so it's hard to punish him. Hope has both his summoners as well, so it's not going to be an easy pickings for RNG to try and start some of their fights, but Milky Way certainly wants to brawl fisticuff style. True Shot Barrage, Glacial Prison, all used from AL just to assuage RNG from pushing for a fight.
And they don't get much out of this. AL just putting out feelers, trying to see what exactly they can and cannot get away with. Was that Otacon?
That was 100% Otacon.
Okay.
What do you think recording that in the voice booth was like?
It sounds like most play-by-play casters trying to do some vocal warm-ups.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't leak my strats, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. It happens. Now, RNG have the Herald. They're going to summon it here in mid. And 2.5 minutes before the Dragon, again, gives them priority with a Kaisa on their side and a Gwen. They could very easily take this objective if they want to force the hand of AL. Maybe just grab a teleport or two. We already see Shanks on the red buff trying to give his team that global buff.
Ooh, and this is a minefield for AL to try and navigate. You can see how little vision they have around this bottom river, and they have to be careful because Milky Way, we're going to kind of fly in. Tongguan going into that invisibility, looking to poke and prod. The Aurora brings a ton of this damage. Both Jachi and Tongguan done with 2 items on this Aurora Kaisa combination, as we do get that fully AD Kaisa coming through for the RNG AD carry, but Tarzan's hopping through with a bounce pad. No real first punch thrown yet, though. Milky Way doesn't hit the Vault Breaker, so everybody's just poking and prodding, trying to feel out what they can and cannot get away with.
But a Summoner spell taken away from Milky Way. No Ignite from Niket. Not going to be the game decider here. Maybe if Kyle or Tarzan walk a little bit too far up. I think you can feel some of the tension here in the game. RNG with a slight gold lead. They really want to try to hammer this one home. You do not want to be ending your first day here in Group B going down 0-3. Also, if they would win, that would actually kind of break up some of the monotony of the other groups. So every other group has been 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, and 0-3. RNG could break the trend here with a massive underdog success against anyone's legend.
And then if they win that game, you're talking about the third place game. Can't believe we're having this conversation, but a win over AL would let RNG really threaten Thunder Talk to force them into that 4th place spot with the way they've been playing. So there's a lot of added Group B shakeup pressure in this one, with RNG still in a decently commanding spot. Not a ton of gold to play for, but there's a lot of those big elder monsters to play for. Otacon definitely catching the eye of both of our squads with so many members shifting down towards the bot side.
Now that Kaisa has the Evolve on her Q and a couple of her abilities, it is so easy for RNG to just clear the mid wave, have priority. So we're going to have this fight over the blue buff. Milky Way is going to win it this time. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Shanks is getting his recall in, probably going to buy a couple items and then probably look to TP on a mid wave. We're getting a fight Tarzan's HP though.
He's half HP. In goes Kyle with the Solar Flare. They get it down onto Milky Way, who gets chunked out himself. Hope's damage really started to turn out with that more mana. In goes Niket. Between Worlds is down, but there was not enough health on that stead for Niket, so he falls. Tagwan's getting hunted by Tarzan off to the side. They do get Flandra down, though, and Jachi really started to stack the lethal tempo. Big Vault Breaker flies in. Shanks goes all out for Jachi. Very low HP, but the Gwen is singing through. Does Xiaoshu have enough? No! Hope shuts him down with a Mystic Shot to the face, and now Milky Way's got to run for the hills. We were talking about the Vladimir, the Yone, this Gwen, the Vi and Aurora, but it was Hope to put the dagger on his Ezreal into RNG's heart.
There we go. AL finally find a team fight victory against their opponents. RNG just look a little too uncoordinated in that, so they'll lose summoner spells on all of their members. Niket goes down early. It was a massive fight, one that was dragged out and down to the wire. As we take a look in this replay, it starts with Tarzan starting off with half HP. It looks so questionable. I think the start of this was great for RNG, but I want to look at Tangyuan in this one. The guy who has been the man in the mid lane this game, he bounces back in and he's in the middle. He has no abilities. We cannot be doing this in such an important game for RNG. That right there puts the nail in the coffin for them, and Jachi almost makes this play, almost wins the game for his team, but is not able to do it, and it is Hope, the man of the hour, the man that has been counted out, belittled for so long in the LPL, finally gets to have his team fight.
You called it out. When you let Hope start to churn Conqueror stacks, start out fights well, it goes good for AL, but this is not how they want to start with Flandra getting caught, but goes to the Sanguine Pool. Does not matter. Tongwin finds the pick. Down goes Flandra. RNG not going down without a fight here.
And the longer that AL stay around this pit, Xiaoshu is sitting in the top side, won't have TP to join, but he can very easily take this objective. Milky Way.
Tarzan doesn't hit the Glacial Prison, but will it be enough? Yes, with a stash forward for Shanks. Down goes Milky Way. Niket getting hounded as well as Tarzan looks to push the tempo, but they're going to ease up on the brakes because with Jungler down, Voracious Atakan is going on to 5 members of anyone's Legends.
Tangyuan's here. Ultimate's
really
not
wanna fight for
available. Maybe they get Niket to come on through with an engage because Jachi is here in the area.
Niket's down. He gets way too close to the might of AL, so he'll fall.
Wait,
but Jachi's going forward to Killer Instinct. Maybe Niket was just setting up his rookie of the split to find a big fight win. Shanks is going blow for blow. Tongwan and Shanks trade themselves out. Voracious Octagon below 1K. And
he gets it!
Up by Jachi. He steals it.
He's doing
shuts down Tarzan and puts a shot into the face of Hope. There's your rookie of split 1 in the LPL, shining for RNG.
Quadra kill for Jachi, and he comes up clutch for the team. It starts with Flandra getting caught out. We had questions of if AL were going to be able to hold on. And Slayer, god damn it, man, we've got a game here for the last game of Group B. RNG do not want to go out with a whimper here, and it takes a few fights, a few too many here. 3 items for Kai'Sa. Baron being started, Gwen and Kai'Sa will rip apart this, and AL find themselves in an uncomfortable position here in game number 6. We saw the re-engage, Niket just buying time. All of these abilities landing onto Niket just means it's open season for this Kai'Sa. Killer Instinct right into the back line, and this Runons is just putting in work.
Stacks up all 5 plasma on the Voracious Octagon in the middle of this hectic fight. Waits for the Essence Flux Mystic Shot. That's all of Hope's damage. The wherewithal to dash forward on the Kai'Sa. You know, your heart's pumping. You're watching every single member of AL to focus back up and take that Octagon. That is why Jachi was the rookie of the split for us, for RNG, despite all their woes.
Jachi was so exciting to watch in the LDL, was one of the best prospects in terms of AD carries. He had been playing for a while down there, but to finally see him here, and I think I just love how in the middle of that, he just turns, auto-attacks Tarzan once, gets the kill there, and is able to open up on that fight. So now 4,000 gold and the Otacon revive. Still 40 seconds here. You've got Gwen splitting on the opposite side. AL are looking to go down 2-1 as the grand finalists, the Demacia Cup champions.
Against an RNG team that Started with a whimper, but now we're playing with all the confidence in the world as Milky Way dives after Flandre once more. But keep your eye on Jachi off to the side, just stacking auto after auto. And it's leading to RNG wiping the floor with AL. Hope has to run for his own fountain to keep himself safe. Shanks all the way in the top side, splitting for a tier 2 turret, but it cost him a whole lot. Now he's got his 1v1 with Shanks, but Jachi is just too much of a juggernaut to shut down as he sends AL home with an ace.
There it is, and they got Baron. They can look for maybe the end here. The next most member is Kyle in 8 seconds. Can RNG end this game?
No.
No. They're going to reset. They're going to send us to another few minutes in this last game. 50 seconds before the Dragon. There is no soul available. And AL backs against the rope. 7,000 gold down.
And it doesn't seem like an end in sight here for the Jachi show as we get another replay. This is the confidence we want to see from Milky Way on this Vi. Start these fights. Have faith in the rest of your team. And Jachi, I mean, at this point, is there anyone more confident than this guy on Summoner's Rift playing on this Kai'Sa?
How many AD carries are willing to step up versus Yone? Stands his ground, makes it happen with the Plasma procs.
Oh, the flash.
And I gotta say, Flandre, we kind of talked about him a little bit on this Vladimir, but he has been the biggest liability in this game. Multiple fights starting out with his death. This Vladimir now level 16, almost there on 3 items. Is this going to be enough? Is this going to be what happens in this game where Flandre, one of the veterans of the LPL, is unfortunately the reason why AL cannot take Group B flawless victories?
You pointed it out, how much of a fright this Vladimir could be, but even if level 16 is achieved, 3 items is not far away. RNG have some built-in protections for that all-in. Jachi, a GA completed to buy him space. Stasis available for Xiaoshu on this Gwen as well to avoid that giant Vladimir bomb with his ultimate. It is RNG with their foot on the gas, and they have the protections to continue forcing the fights on their front. I mean, just look how much further ahead Jachi is compared to Hope. He's a level higher than some of these solo lanes right now. Alk?
It's tough. It's tough. Now 4 items has the GA. It is incredibly difficult for AL to find the backline access. Shanks has to come up huge. Hope as well, but I think the team fight is just too slow. When we saw AL find success, they needed to wait for some of these members from RNG to get whittled away at. Now RNG on the precipice of getting their first win here in the groups of placements. And I mean, they're just kind of looking for anything, any little bit of angles that they can find. Niket does not have that flash, and it is another inhibitor going down.
AL, at some point, we got to look for that big Vladimir combo. Glacial Prison going to be dodged by Xiaoshu with the Hollowed Mist. Big engage duel for AL down as they lose another inhibitor, and RNG are just going to swing their tempo back up to the top side. They refuse to take their foot off the gas.
A minute before the Baron, that is going to be the next objective that we see. If RNG grab this, you have to think that is the end of the game. Vi nowhere near the area. They're trying to play on 2 lanes right now. Keep up the pressure and stop AL from getting any vision outside of their base. You even have this bottom lane wave as well. There's so many members, so much damage from this RNG composition. And AL are just trying to buy minutes, precious seconds to survive in this game.
That's another engage hold that's going to be down. I know the cooldown is quick on Solar Flare, but AL right now are trying to protect their base without Glacial Prison or Solar Flare. So how can they really punish RNG for overstepping by this point? It's a lot of pressure put onto Shanks to find that go button, but luckily RNG are going to waver because they know that Baron you called out, Alk, is in 30 seconds, and they're going to have premier positioning. It is a complete dark forest for AL to walk into.
I think the big point for me here is Jachi. That player gold is awesome, but guess what he's just finishing? A Bloodthirster, so you have an additional amount of Omnivamp. Full build, 5-item Kai'Sa. The only way this gets better is if he's able to pick up the Zephyr, maybe an Elixir as well, but those are just toppings as Tarzan trying to push forward, trying to push the vision line of anyone's legend. They remember, 2 inhibitors are down. These super minions are going to help RNG push. Jachi's just on this objective. Are they going to
Come
try to
off
make
it.
the turn?
Milky Way's going to go in. The season assist goes flat. Great segue pull. Shanks goes in the back win for Tugwan, but Jachi's falling forward. Hope flashes out to get over the wall here, but they let the Gwen sing out. AL have to play the fight from back to front, and Flaundra's finally stepping up. Double knockup from Shanks. Jachi, he won't
Did
fall
they find
yet.
it?
Goes into the GA. It's a triple kill for Flaundra. Jachi's the only one left up, but AL have done it. They fought their way back in.
Oh my god! Jachi does not use the flash, and there are still so many turrets. They can't even push their top side. They're going to try to get through all of these turrets in the mid lane. Their base is getting destroyed by super minions right now. The inhibitor has respawned in the bottom lane. It's only going to be a single turret here for AL, but the precious moments that we were talking about finally come on true. It is a barren start. I think this is risky. Tarzan, you do not have the real estate for this. It's going to make Shanks tank this up for him, and that'll be the purple worm going over to anyone's legend.
Tongguan is going to respawn. They're not going to teleport in. They're going to give it. And we should get a replay look at this last fight, and we will, Ulk. But this was finally the Flaundra Vladimir you were waiting on.
I mean, it's just this ultimate, right? The fact that they don't have the cease and desist. This engage from Shanks not landing. Great cancel from Tongyuan. But he is out of this fight now. There is no Aurora available. That's a large portion of their damage. I'm honestly just surprised at the, I think, the word that I want to use is the poise from a player like Jachi not using his flash, just letting himself die. Ready to play. We're back in the picture. Dragon spawning in 18. There's no soul for either team. And this is just AL wasting their Baron timer.
And this is the go in for RNG. They're going on to Kyle. They committed a lot just for the support. Shanks whiffs on the Fate Sealed, has to immediately go back out as Flaundra. Uses the Segue pool to get a huge heal. Goes into another stage. Shanks flashing forward. Jachi flashes himself out. It's complete pandemonium, but it's Jachi that's untouched, and that means RNG's got one hell of a chance in the fight. Hope goes into the stasis, but he's the only one left up. Has to Eston floats over the wall, but it's the solo lanes that get it done. RNG are going to steal a game from AL to find their first split win of Split 2!
Oh, yes, baby. RNG, we are so back. They're going to get the inhibitors. Tongyuan's going to recall. He'll teleport when the minion wave hits the turret. And that's it. AL, you thought you were going to get some flawless games. Well, guess what? RNG, they never give up.
They don't give up. And they just shook Group B up. Wow, I mean, we went from a 24-minute slapfest from AL last time we saw them. The Thunder Talk groaning game. And you and I came into this matchup thinking it was just going to be business as usual, wrap it up in a calm fashion. But the question that now remains that I pose to you, Dimitri, is that the RNG we were wanting to see with more time after a disappointing Split 1?
Hey, I think that is. We got to see Jachi really carry most of this game. Milky Way and Tongyuan actually performing as a duo. Fantastic stuff from RNG. And this was the RNG coming out of Split 1 that had me so excited and saying they should be coming out second in this group. Now we have to think Ultra Prime's performing on the day. Royal Never Give Up may be back. I don't know. Group B might be it.
Group B went from the AL Cakewalk Snooze Fest, started with some rough games of League of Legends, but we ended off with a firework. I mean, what a finish here. Now, I mean, we got to revisit all these conversations about the group now, right? I mean, you talk about Ultra Prime, felt comfortable getting a 2-3 spot. That kind of gets shook up. And Thunder Talk have to be watching this matchup and thinking, are we going to have to fight just to avoid Nirvana group?
Yeah. Who would have thought Thunder Talk is potentially the one in jeopardy? I will say, for AL, games like this happen. I think that is part of the format. As a best of one, I want to take nothing away from the level of gameplay that we got from a team in RNG. But AL, for the rest of this group stage now, you're on watch. Because we saw, I think, some of the games that were pretty kind of jeopardizing for them in the grand finals. Tarzan kind of just running it down, not running it down, but getting caught quite a bit. Flandre not having the same impact that he usually has, especially in those first 2 games on Gwen that we saw. This feels like the same AL that we had been getting in Split 1, but finally, RNG were able to take it, and that's the point of a best of 1, right? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and that's why we love it in this new format. The first big step forward for an RNG roster, and while, you know, they had the rookie of the split by our metrics in Jachi come up huge, Milky Way, as that hype jungle prospect, we're waiting for him to pop. You know, just like you gave a lot of credit to Junhao on that Lee Sin game, I think Milky Way was stellar at just not having any fear and finally playing Vi the way you got to. Got to give credit to Milky Way really being that fire starter as well, because without him, Jachi doesn't get to have those big team fight wins. You don't get to see Tangguan's Aurora have the huge effect it does. So this is the RNG, like you said, Alk, that people were waiting to see.
Just impressive stuff. I'm hopeful that we can get to see more games like this, because it's very easy to say, like, hey, we could ride the momentum, like, let's get excited for RNG, but it's going to be 4 days before we see Group B again, and anything can happen in those times. Honestly, again, it is the fact that it is a best of 1. This could just be a fluke. We could get to day 2 and just be like, oh, well, anyone's legend still finished 5-1. All right, they're first anyway. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. Good to see RNG not go out 0-3, but we need to see more games, and we need to see them pick up victories if they want a chance at even playing for Group Ascend.
Let's soak in, though, while we can, the biggest win of the split so far for RNG, even if it is in that best of 1 metric. And you can see the damage numbers here. Gotta give a credit to Hope on this. Ezreal was really churning out a ton of damage, but it was the commitment to this dive composition that really shone through, and you're going to see in these highlights from Milky Way, Tangguan, and Jachi.
I gotta say, I feel bad for Hope. He has like almost 40% of his team's damage. His solo laners let him down this game. Something that we're not used to saying, at least this year so far. Shank's one of the most consistent members in Split 1, and Flandre and him just did not have a say in this game. Like, the Yone ults were not
really
great. Up against Tangguan for a majority of the game were pretty lackluster, and Flandre, while he did have, you know, like 1 or 2 of those big ultimates with this Vladimir, he kind of just walked around and did not a lot. So sucks to see, especially for Hope, who has been, I think, after that run on JDG in 2020 where they were the summer champions and they end up going to Worlds, they get to they get to semifinals, lose to T1. After that, his career just never really recovered. And hopefully with AL, he's able to do that now, already getting to grand finals yet again. But it's games like these where you gotta feel bad, because there's only so much you can do on AD carry. Unless you are a Kaisa, you have to be, you know, you're not on a hyper carry. Kaisa versus Ezreal is just a different beast.
Playing Kaisa this well, I mean, that it's almost like, you know, when you talk about, like, the elite AD carry players, like, it's on my checklist as an AD carry player myself, like, I need to have that, like, Kaisa-esque performance, because it's just such a hard champion to navigate around fights. Like, you make one small misstep on Kaisa, you become completely useless. But if you are locked in like you're seeing Jachi do, we saw some big games out of Jackie Love on these Kaisas as well.
Yeah.
We had a big one. It's game altering. There's no champion that's so volatile like Kaisa is. And when it's on, like Jachi's was, this is the type of games you see.
We're cool with Jachi getting a player of the game. Yeah.
I will pull the plug on my router again and blame my internet company if he doesn't get this MVP.
All right, fair.
Like, come on.
Fair.
We're the AD carry desk here, all. I mean, like,
That
you gotta
is
back up the
true.
boy.
They can't stop us from voting. So, really exciting for a player like him. Won our Rookie of the Split in Split 1. Very well deserved, especially. And going to be exciting to watch this RNG. Can they live up to, I think, the ceiling that we have seen from some of these players like we saw today? or specifically in this game. I don't know about if all of today's games were necessarily the ceiling, or are they going to continue to kind of give us that roller coaster, the ups and downs of being an RNG fan, I guess.
But this is like could be such a impactful first step forward, because even when they were winning games, RNG in those best of fives, right, it was just to avoid getting swept most of the time, or, you know, winning down 2-0 just to keep things competitive. This is, as I know, as less scrutinious as a best of one can be, winning is still a series one. So this is RNG for the first time winning a series, no matter how small it might be. But this guy was massive on the Rift. We got it. 80 carries, rejoice. Chachi with his first MVP of 2025 in the LPL.
I think if there's anybody in terms of mechanical ADs, I think games like this is where we're going to be seeing some up-and-coming marksman players want to review some VODs. They're like, this guy is tearing it up. He's already doing really well in the LDL, and to now see him do this in the LPL, really, really heartwarming. Again, with his team, Tango and Milky Way need to be able to bring them together, and hopefully him and Niket can kind of be that power duo that pulls up an RNG that's able to win some more games.
We'll have to see. We're not going to get to take a look at Group B for a couple of days. We'll give you all a final look at all of the groups very quickly. If we can throw that up on the screen. Not what we expected across the board here, but Group B, through 3 groups so far, the tightest. 2-1, 2-1, 1-2, 1-2. All having to play each other once more to see how this group shakes out, because technically, if we're getting mathematical, anybody can move between 1 and 4 the next time we see Group B.
It's so funny because I'm not going to lie, I felt like the plot armor, the script that's been going on these other 2 days, Billy almost lost a game to EDG and WE. Same thing in Group D. IG almost lost a game to LGD. Same thing with JDG. So there could have been very real moments where Group B's results are very similarly reflected across the rest of the LPL. And I myself was starting to feel like, all right, are we going to get another 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3 group? Like, is this really what we're going to be doing? But thankfully, RNG are able to bring it over the line there and finally tie up this group. It is the closest out of any of the groups. Still got one more to play, and that'll be tomorrow's group as well.
And what a game that is, as the reigning LPL champions return to maybe their least receptive return home. So we'll have to see how that group looks. If we get the TES at this first stand tournament people keep telling me about that I haven't heard of, then that group might shake out a little bit more rough. But that is a tomorrow problem. It is 7 in the morning for myself and Ulk here on the desk. So we are going to close out day 3 of Split 2 of the LPL. But before we do so, I want to give another shout out to an elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Thank you very much. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. So big shout out to Aaron Soup as he continues to support us.
Thank you, Soup.
Love in the chat. You could obviously help out by coffee, subscribing on Twitch, YouTube viewers, even just being a chatter helps us out. But that will do it for day 3 of the LPL. Big shout out to Alk for all the games you've done, man. Run the gauntlet. Enjoy that day off tomorrow, my friend. But it has been a pleasure to hop on here for another split. Make sure to tune in tomorrow to check out how Group C shapes out and how the first round robins look in this best of 1 format to start off Split 2. Until then, take care, and we'll see you when we see you.